of the maps that we've seen so far have been 4 DPS, and of those 6 maps, 5 of the 6 of them have been won by a 4 DPS comp. Of course, some of them are both playing 4 DPS in like the Echo Dog series. They played a lot of double 4 DPS, and there's only one loss whenever the 4 DPS composition was facing versus a 3 DPS composition, and that was Echo versus Dogs in that Galakron's Fall that we saw yesterday. So those have a 75% win rate of whenever you're a 4 DPS team facing up against a 3 DPS team. So far, it hasn't been seen a ton, but the teams that are pulling it off and that have been able to pull it off have a very high success chance, and there's a really high chance that they're going to win, unless they're also playing against a 4 DPS composition.
Well, then for sure a 4 DPS comp will win, but which one is up for grabs? But Zyronic, I'm curious to follow that up. We're looking at all of the dungeons, the FXs, the key levels. Of these dungeons, which of them do you feel like are the worst set for 4 DPS? Because I feel like we've seen it tried in a lot, but which are the ones that you feel like we really won't see it succeed as well in?
All right, so I have to tread lightly here, talking about the 4 DPS comps, because yesterday, at the very start of the day, I was like, you know what, I wouldn't be surprised if we've seen all the 4 DPS comps and, you know, the most dungeons we'd seen for the weekend, and then literally the dungeon after I said that, they instantly had a Red Paladin in their key as their 4th DPS. But I'm going to say it again. I think the 3 dungeons that we've seen 4 DPS in are probably the only ones we're going to see it in. The higher the key level goes, the harder it's going to be to do that. And like looking at some of the affix combinations we have on the higher keys, I don't know if the 4 DPS is necessarily possible. I don't even think the 4 DPS is the fastest potential strat in some of the dungeons we've seen it in. I think it's just kind of the easiest way to get more speed in the dungeon just by adding an extra DPS to the group. I think if you come up with a better strategy with a healer and just execute it more cleanly, you can definitely go faster in something like the Galakron's Fall. That remains to be seen, though, and I don't think we're going to be seeing any of that in this first series with the way these bans panned out.
Well, yeah, Last Hope taking out the Galakron's Fall to begin with. Throne of Tides banned by Dogs. That means Waycrest Manor. It's unavoidable. We're starting with one of the harder dungeons in the weekend, then going to Darkheart, and if we need it, Blackrook Hold. But let's talk Dogs versus Last Hope. This is a really interesting match to have in our winners semifinals. Dogs actually sending Echo down to the lower bracket yesterday, and Last Hope sent Legendary down there as well. And yeah, I feel like, obviously Dogs and Last Hope, very good teams. Dogs kind of cobbled together from a lot of good players around the scene. They've found a lot of success there, but it seems almost like a match of the result of some upsets from yesterday. So will the balance be restored as the lower bracket plays out? What do we kind of think there, Nagura?
Well, okay, so I personally think from the performance that we've seen from Dogs and Last Hope the last 2 days, I do think that Dogs personally are the favorites to win the series here. But the first 2 dungeons that we're playing, Waycrest and Darkheart Thicket, Last Hope actually has the fastest time of this weekend. Now, Waycrest is a dungeon we've only seen once, where Last Hope was playing against levels. So I guess that doesn't say too much. But Darkheart Thicket we've seen a lot, and Last Hope does have the fastest time there. And we saw Dogs having some issues as they lost that Darkheart against Direwolves. So I do think that the Last Hope has a good chance to win against Dogs here because of the dungeon pool that we have.
I will say that whenever I'm looking at these maps, I actually kind of echo that sentiment where I think that Last Hope probably has the advantage in Waycrest Manor because they played it already. They probably should have put a bit more practice in it since they've been playing it as much. Whereas Dogs with this Darkheart Thicket and this Blackrook Hold, as long as they can kind of keep it together in that DHT, I actually think that Last Hope has a significantly slower strategy in that Darkheart Thicket. Now, this is the MDI. There's a lot of room for error, and we see this time and time again where it's like, oh yeah, in theory, Dogs should probably take this, but like one mistake, like a couple of deaths here and there, and then you just have something go a completely different way. And for Last Hope, we saw that for them yesterday, where Legendary arguably had 2 faster runs, but Last Hope was able to continue to be consistent, and they were able to take down that series 2-0, and it's one of those things that being consistent in the MDI is arguably a little bit more important at times than even having faster strats.
Yeah, and I also think this Waycrest is going to be a really interesting thing to see as well what teams have cooked up in here, because like we talked about earlier this weekend, Waycrest Manor is a dungeon that got nerfed. Those gorges, which are pretty big problem for most of the teams trying to speedrun this dungeon. Really kind of slowed down how you pulled that Raw the Gluttonous area of the dungeon, which is notorious for being the part of the dungeon where we first saw our million DPS burst back in BFA because they just pulled everything into the boss. Something like that might be more possible now if they've been able to put time into it. And remember, this is the only match for the entire weekend where the teams are forced to play it. It is the first map of the series. It's unbannable. So both of these teams should have put pretty significant time into preparing for this match yesterday. So if we're going to see a really fast Waycrest Manor run, it's going to be in this first dungeon of the day.
Yeah, I'm just glad we get to see a Waycrest Manor run at all. I mean, this is it's one of my favorite dungeons this season. I don't know, for some reason I really like it. But teams understandably have banned it. It is one of our higher key levels. It is bolstering fortified as a couple of the FXs. So you can understand why it's taken out. But I'm glad we get to see another one today because we just don't have a ton of data from it yet.
It's probably the most volatile dungeon of the weekend, and whenever I was talking to teams before the weekend started, they said that they spent probably somewhere in the order of like 70% of their practice time just in this Waycrest Manor in general. So it was a dungeon that took up just a significant portion of your practice time because like those reasons that you were saying, because it's on a 24, because it's bolstering. And then at the end of the day, you still end up pulling it a lot slower than you otherwise would because of those affixes. And because it's such a high level, it just creates this level of volatility where you're really likely to wipe sometimes, especially that raw trash. And I think that anything in that Soulbound Goliath area, both of those two parts of the dungeon, there's like a significantly high chance for a team to have a full wipe there.
I will say a point in Raw's favor, he seems to be extremely good at stacking plates. Some very, very tall, precarious-looking stacks behind him, but they never fall. So, you know, I'm just saying. It's a boss of many talents.
Certainly a good skill to have, for whatever reason.
I mean, if you're never going to move, and they keep bringing you plates, you might as well learn how to stack them efficiently.
Yeah.
Yep, see, there you go. Yep, right behind him. Look at all those stacks. Yeah. And look at those beautiful logos. Dogs versus Last Hope. Our winners semifinals. Winner of this goes on to the grand finals up in winners, and let's see who takes Waycrest Manor.
You dare call me daughter.
Oh, differing strategies right off the bat here. Dogs going to the right, straight towards that Raw the Gluttonous room, whereas Last Hope going for a more standard strategy, heading towards the Heartsbane trio. Let's look at what Dogs is doing here, because this is that section of the dungeon that's proved very difficult for the teams that we've seen this weekend. We can see Velo getting up on top of a table here. That is a nice little LOS spot, so you can't get charged by Gorgers. And we're instantly into Raw the Gluttonous here, pulling all of the trash inside the room. Notably, the hallway outside hasn't been pulled, but they're going to try to kill as much of this trash off. Reminder, it is bolstering in here, so this trash can get pretty nasty if you don't finish it off at the same time.
We must see this.
Yeah, this is a very interesting strategy by Dogs, presumably because we talked about this trash being very difficult, and Bloodlust being up at the very start of the dungeon. Of course, you want to use it as fast as possible. Using it for this trash makes a lot of sense to me. While Last Hope is using their Bloodlust for the Triad boss, but again, it's bolstering, it's fortified, so I like the strategy here of Dogs, just completely switching it up. Of course, Waycrest Manor now having all of the doors open and really giving you the opportunity to take whichever route you want compared to how it was before was it Legion or BFA? I always mix it up. Waycrest. BFA, yeah, there we go. This, yeah, it gives the teams a lot more opportunities on what they can do with their routes.
Well, we're seeing it right here. All the Gluttonous already down for Dogs, able to burst through that boss very quickly. Of course, Heartsbane Trio is a little more difficult to burst down because you have to actually swap targets, forced 5 times per fight, but they are able to get Sister Briar down and move on towards, I assume the courtyard is where Last Hope is going to head to next. But again, this is a weird strategy we're seeing from Dogs. All of their DPS players, except for Shelley, are on top of this table, so they cannot get charged by those Gorgers up there. Lamike is going to get hit by essentially every single one of these damaging abilities. Now Shelley is there with him. He just had his portal there. I guess he was helping pull trash for the tank here. But now Lamike has everything in that doorway, and they're just blasting AoE away. Really only have to look at the HP bar of Lamike with this strategy.
Yeah, this is very interesting, and we also just saw 2 of the players get stunned to entangling. Because they're standing on the spot, they can't actually move out of the entangling, which means that they're going to get stunned by that affix. But the stun did go out before they popped their cooldown, so it wasn't too bad for them at all. And they did manage to finish off this trash. This is so clean by them with the strategy that they're running, not having to move their range players. They're not having to deal with all of those jumps and that extra damage coming through. Really nicely done by Dogs. Really like this, as Last Hope is now already fighting Soulbound Goliath, though. Having finished off one boss after 1 minute 36 already, and Soulbound Goliath already at 50% HP.
Yep, lots of trash pulled into Soulbound Goliath there. You can see Matron Brindle had several bolstering stacks there, which have now finally just worn off, so she's back to normal. Here you can see her getting smaller as those stacks fall off of her. She is going to gain those stacks back up when these hounds go down, so any extra damage coming out from Matron Brindle is going to do a lot of damage to Dorky. You can see she's actually bigger than the boss herself right now. There's going to be a lot of damage going out on the group. They reset the boss's stacks by running into that fire there. A little bit of AoE damage on the group, but that's nothing that Drogo can't deal with for them. And it looks like they're doing a pretty good job of keeping it stable, just continuing to chain pull more trash on top of the boss. These bolstering stacks onto Brindle don't seem to be bothering Dorky too much.
Yeah, looking really good for Last Hope. On the other side, Dogs did pull a lot of Survivalist enhancement into this RAL area. Very interesting. This is something that we see teams skip a lot, this trash, because it can be very volatile, very dangerous, lots of things to watch out for, lots of things to interrupt. But Dogs, with their strategy, just making sure they're line of sighting as much as they can, just really working out for them. They're already up to almost 50% enemy forces in comparison to the 29% on Last Hopes. Now, of course, it's very difficult to compare those two teams now because they have chosen to take completely different routes. So we'll see how close these teams are once we get later, once we get downstairs into the last boss area. But yeah, looking really good for both the teams so far with 0 deaths on the board. Very clean execution of both of the routes.
Yeah, it's really, like you said, it's really hard to compare here. We're not really going to know where the teams are compared to each other until they have the first 3 bosses down, and then we'll have a good idea of how far apart they actually are. I wouldn't be surprised if it's not that far apart from each other, because they're both very clean so far, 0 deaths. We're going to come down to the efficiency of these trash pulls on top of Soulbound Goliath, and I think Last Hope did a fantastic job of pulling 3 separate trash packs into the boss here, whereas Dogs, when they went into that courtyard for the first time, they dealt with one of the pulls just on its own. That Last Hope ended up pulling into the boss. So, as long as Dogs are able to stay alive here and stay clean, they should be able to pull ahead. Jelly's in these thorns for quite a long time, though. They got to break him out of there. Not something that Mage and Priest are very good at doing right off the bat. He was in there for probably 10 seconds. A little unfortunate for him, but look at the damage Lamike is taking from the Soulbound Goliath here. They've got to get a reset off pretty soon.
Yeah, they gotta get the reset off. Last Hope now dealing with all of this trash that Dogs had already dealt with earlier. They have to worry a little bit about those jumps, about the stewards, about bolstering as well. At the end of these pulls, it's just increasing in difficulty because of that extra damage that bolstering applies to these mobs. And Dogs at 45% now on Soulbound Goliath. We did see a reset come through here by Lamike. So they're dropping incredibly low. Actually does go down. They do have to use a battle rest to get him back up. This can be a little bit dangerous because as soon as... Oh, they actually were lucky and got the thorns on Dr. J, being able to blink out of the thorns very nicely here. Because whenever you have 1 damage dealer down on Soulbound Goliath, it can go out of control very quickly because you don't have enough damage to finish off those thorns.
A little unfortunate, but they had the battle res for him. Goliath will be going down very shortly here. It's going to be interesting to see how long it takes them to pull and kill Heartsbane Trio, because Last Hope is already on to Rawl the Gluttonous here, and they're going for essentially that same pull that Dogs went for. All of the trash inside the room, it looks like actually plus a little bit from the hallway on top of the boss here. Going to have to keep an eye on the bolstering stacks on these Revelers as they get bigger and bigger. It looks like they're doing a pretty good job of cleaving everything down here. The highest HP trash mob there is that Steward, which is actually not that big of a deal for this team because they are running triple ranged. Very, very good cleave from them, and doing a good job of just keeping them alive. Got to keep an eye on Dorky there. He's going to be taking the main brunt of the damage from these massive bolster stacks on that Steward.
Yeah, and also looking at the enemy forces now, now that Last Hope did finish off most of the trash in this area, they are now ahead in comparison to Dogs. Dogs now engaged that Triad boss that Last Hope already dealt with earlier, and they also have some more trash. But Dr. J does go down, and they do not have a battle res available to get Dr. J back up, and they are just at the start of this boss fight here. So they either choose to finish off this boss fight without Dr. J, or they're trying to reset this, but the trash is still going to be alive. So this is going to be a big time loss for Dogs here on the left side, as Last Hope is dealing with Rel really nicely. Super clean run by them from them so far.
I think you're too committed here. I don't think you can reset the boss. You're already, a third of the way through the fight. You have all this trash at half HP. Resetting now would mean that you just give all of that up. They have to finish off this trash. They have to keep pushing on forward. And the really important thing to keep an eye on here is with 1 DPS down, they might actually run into that Dark Ritual cast. If any of these energy bars below the boss HP get to 100, it's essentially a group wipe. So they need to make sure they're actually doing enough damage to these bosses to push them efficiently and not focusing too much on AoEing the trash down.
Yeah, definitely have to worry about that Enrage cast, as Last Hope does finish off Rel, and they are now moving downstairs to the last 2 bosses that they still have to deal with. They still also have to clear some enemy forces as well, as they pull Matron Alma here with some of the witches and trashes around here. Another somewhat dangerous pull because there's lots of interrupts to be done, and with a full ranged comp, that is something that you don't have too many of, so they definitely have to make sure that they're getting all of the important interrupts through. They do have Curse of Tongues applied to the major casters here from Goop on the Warlock, making sure they don't need as many interrupts. But yeah, Dogs now on Sister Briar, the last boss they have to finish off, so they're definitely good to go here. They have recovered even with Dr. J dead. But yeah, the time loss is still very significant for them.
I've got to keep an eye on Dorky on this pull on the right side here. Matron Alma is bolstered by at least 6 stacks here, even saved the meta for this part of the fight too. Every single one of these touches is going to be doing essentially all of his HP. Fortunately, a Dreadmark goes through. That's not going to be something they're worried about, and he just gets out of there. He's running. He doesn't want to take any more melees from that mini-boss. And a zero-death pull. In our previous Waycrest Manor, that was where most of our deaths occurred, on that particular pull, and Last Hope was able to deal with it cleanly as we move on towards Lord and Lady Waycrest. Just pulling all the trash into the boss right off the bat here. No Bloodlust here. Just the cooldowns. Actually not even an Infernal, just Combust and PI. Let's see how they're able to deal with this.
Yeah, this is a very dangerous pull. Again, a lot of mobs that have to be interrupted on top of the damage that the boss is doing to the whole group here. You can see Drogo in tree form, making sure he keeps everyone alive and well. Yeah, lots of interrupts to be done. Curse of Tongues being applied to everything again. Then you have the candles as well spawning underneath the witch here, reducing the damage taken by everyone standing within it from the Soul Charmer. You can see the Soul Charmer is also marked with a skull. They probably are trying to focus it down, having the amount of candles that are spawning reduced, and also reducing the amount of interrupts they need to do on that Soul Charmer.
And I mean, normally you'd only be worried about the Soul Volley cast from the Soul Charmer, right? But when it has all these bolstering stacks, every single one of these bolts is something you need to interrupt because it could potentially one-shot somebody. That's why they're focusing it down so hard and actually have a full interrupt rotation on it. It is about to go down, and with that, all Last Hope has to worry about is finishing off Lord and Lady Waycrest. They'll be pulling another Soul Charmer in as well, but that's pretty easy to deal with when it doesn't have any bolstering stacks. Already onto the last phase here. With that last heal on Lord Waycrest, Lady will join the fray, and all they have to do is cleave down these 3 targets. Very clean execution once again from Last Hope, still at 0 deaths in this dungeon, which is what we assume to be the hardest dungeon of the bracket, which is why they spent so much time practicing, as we were talking about earlier. But making it look easy. Dogs now onto that Matron Alma pull on the left side, and you can see just why it's so difficult, just why all of the deaths in this dungeon have been happening there. And Lamite goes down to Matron Alma and those guards, which then instantly kills the rest of the group. That's a full team wipe for Dogs.
Yeah, full wipe coming through. I do have to say they were already behind, of course, because of that death on Triad. And even without the death, I'm not sure if Dog's strategy was actually faster. It looked interesting for sure, but at the end, it certainly looked like Last Hope maybe is a little bit quicker, even if Dr. J wouldn't have went down on that Triad. But now with that full wipe, Last Hope is firmly in the lead, of course, as they're already engaged the last boss here with all of the horrors, gathering it all up, using Bloodlust as well, second Bloodlust of the dungeon, 11 minutes into this key, and they're gonna win that first dungeon if they don't have any major issues on this boss.
I don't foresee any major issues being had here. Saved the second Bloodlust for this particular situation. Didn't even have to use it on Lord and Lady Waycrest with all those Charmers into the boss here. Horrors will be going down. That's 100% trash count. The boss already below 50%, absolutely blasting this boss down. All 3 DPS players hovering right around that million DPS mark. Of course, the priest just barely topping them off there, hovering over 1.1. What a massive dungeon here from Last Hope, setting the standard for a day, which we're going to see non-stop banger match after banger match, instantly taking our first map of the day, sub 12 minutes in a Waycrest Manor.
Yeah, I mean, the dungeon everybody feared turns out to be not so bad at all for Last Hope. They crushed it, 0 deaths, looking super polished with every pull. And my first question is, this will go over to Tettles, I guess, as you were watching that whole thing closely as well. There were some deaths, obviously, for Dr. J and crew, but it just seemed like Last Hope's route was faster. What do you think?
Yeah, I think that this dog's route was maybe a little bit over-engineered. They actually showed a lot of really cool stuff with like their strats and where they were going through that Hunter's Lodge area. I actually thought that was like a really cool route. It might be something you look to do on live now that they've made the witch placement static, and there's no witch in the bottom right area in that Hunter's Lodge area. So it could be something that you'd look to do on live. But for the MDI, like you were saying, I do think that Last Hope was just a little bit faster, even without the deaths. I think Nagura was talking about it earlier. I think that just holding W and a lot of like where they placed their first lust, I think was most of what ended up helping Last Hope here. In addition to that, I felt like Dogs was going to have to backtrack a little bit more than Last Hope was just overall in a way that, you know, is not always optimal. And so I thought it was fine. I thought that whenever we were mapping out these keys and we were kind of talking about it before the match started, this was kind of what we should have expected, right? We were kind of expecting Last Hope. They should have a little bit more practice in this dungeon. They should probably take down this first map. And now it's kind of in Dogs' situation. It's like a situation for them. Like, are they going to be able to recover this? And then what are they going to look like? But I do think that a lot of the stuff that Dogs showcased here, especially those spots in that raw room, that's like a great spot for like live keys. And maybe there's something that can be incorporated into other strats in the future where we actually see people standing on top of those plates to avoid the gorgers. Maybe even like a bit of a larger pull on a week that's not bolstering. I think that those strats are likely to come back, but I thought that, you know, Dogs were maybe a little bit slower here.
Yeah, do you concur, Zyronic, when you kind of look through this, is that, you know, it was maybe a bit of a route differential, you know, if we kind of take the deaths out of account for Dogs?
It's just really hard to say, right? I really would have liked to see a clean run from Dogs there so we could see like how close it would be together. It did seem like in terms of like where the teams were, in terms of when they pulled the third bosses, like Tettle said, Last Hope definitely was ahead. But Heartsbane Trio probably could have died at about the same time as Rawl if Jay didn't unfortunately go down there. But still, Last Hope with a 0 death run, I mean, it's hard to complain about that. Also, sub 12 in Waycrest, it seems pretty ridiculous to me. That's a blazing fast time, no?
Yeah, I mean, it may be, I'm not sure if we're going to see another Waycrest or not today, but we'll have to keep an eye on it in future weeks too to see if anyone's able to sneak in there a little bit quicker. But Nagura, coming into this match, I mean, there was talk, there was a little bit of talk of maybe Dogs being favored in this one. Now they find themselves one dungeon down. Obviously, one dungeon is not a large sample size, but do you feel like we can go all the way with this one? Do you think we're going to go to map 3?
It's hard to tell. So I said earlier that I think Dogs are actually favorites here because of what we've seen yesterday and the day before. But they had time to practice and they had the time to come up with better strategies on Last Hope's side. And Last Hope, of course, is a really good team. So seeing what they did in this Waycrest manner and seeing what that they also have the fastest time in the Dark Heart Thicket, I do think it might just be a 2-0 for Last Hope here. But yeah, I mean, it's hard to tell.
I mean, I think that's going to be the theme for the day, right? It's hard to tell because all these teams had great performances over the course of the weekend, but now when they're matching into each other, especially in dungeons that are so quick this time around, every little death, you make one small mistake, and that could be the difference time-wise between winning and losing a dungeon. You know, you might have a flawless run otherwise.
And it's one of the situations as well where the Dark Heart Thicket was like, it was faster by Last Hope over Dogs if you're looking at theoretical time, but Dogs... And like Doa was saying, they lost a lot of time to some deaths, and it's something that you actually kind of have to factor in.
Mm-hmm. Also, like, you know, it's Dr. J. He's always cooking up something. So you can never really count them out going into this Dark Heart Thicket, even though Last Hope does have the fastest time of the weekend. I'm sure they've got something cooked up, which will be spectacular to watch.
Oh, they look so good versus Echo yesterday. You know they've got more in them than what we saw in that first dungeon. I mean, it is Waycrest Manor. It's super punishing. But now we're heading to this 23 Dark Heart Thicket. Obviously, Last Hope looking for the 2-0. But, you know, I kind of want to see dogs take it. I kind of just want to see more dungeons. That's just me. But we'll see what happens.
I do also want to point out how brutal this map pool is for them here. They have a bolstering dungeon into another bolstering dungeon, and then if it goes to a third game, it's going to be Sanguine in black or gold. So, yeah, very difficult.
Entertaining for us. Well, let's see if dogs can tie it up.
I mean, really, the ball's in Last Hope's court here. They have the fastest DHT of the weekend. It's about a minute faster than what we saw from Dogs in their very first run on Friday. So Dogs really does have to have something cooked up here, because if they just do that same run, you know, it wasn't without mistakes, but if they just do that same style of run, it's not going to be what Last Hope has cooked up. So here we go into the dungeon. Last Hope skipping past most of this early trash like we saw from their previous strategy, and they're going to be pulling almost everything in this area down towards those bears. Not into the boss, mind you. That's not what they did before. But you can see Drogo is heading ahead earlier in cat form, in stealth, to make sure that RP is started so they can go into the boss room whenever they want. Lust is popped here, though, and we're going to be burning down this trash.
Yeah, really gotta watch out for bolstering here with those grizzly bears in that pool, because if they cast another Meditating Roar with all of the bolstering stacks that they're gonna be getting from the smaller or lesser HP mobs here, then they're certainly going to die. So they need to make sure they are focusing down these grizzlies before they cast another AoE. You can see Last Hope doing a really good job focusing the first grizzly down. The second one is gonna follow in no time. So they're home free, not getting any more AoE casts, and they're now engaging the first boss. Dogs on the left side did deal with a little bit more trash on their first pull here, but not too much. It's a 4% extra enemy forces, and they're now also engaging the boss. So really close between those two teams so far.
Yeah, and honestly, it seemed like it was just a little bit slower in general. They pulled the boss maybe 10 seconds slower than Last Hope, and even though they had a bigger first pull that they dealt with at the start, you know, they did it perfectly cleanly as well with 0 deaths, the way that they had to then get to the boss afterwards was kind of just meticulously working their way through a bunch of trash patrols, right? They had to use a Fear Sigil to get past some trash, they Mind Soothe past some trash, they ended up gatewaying past the bears, and it really cost them a lot of time compared to what we saw from Last Hope, where they just used their Pre and Viz pod to get past all the early trash, and then just pulled the rest down without having to skip anything and waiting for patrols. So just a tiny, tiny, tiny advantage for Last Hope here, but as we know, in the MDI, all these tiny little advantages, they add up over the course of a dungeon.
Yeah, definitely does. We do see both of the teams also pulling a little bit of trash backwards from before the wall comes up. When you pull the boss, you can just walk forward, pull some trash, and either get gripped back by the priest or use something like Alter Time from the mage to get back, and that is exactly what the teams did. That's why they were fighting some of these lashers here. And looking at Last Hope, they did pull the boss earlier, and you can clearly see that in boss percentage, they're going to be the ones to finish off this boss first. And then we'll see if either of those teams change their strategy a little bit moving forward. What we've seen from most teams is that they skip past most of these keeper packs, and then we see some CC coming through on a Lasher and keeper pack with the mages, shadow melting off the aggro from the keepers, and then bringing in the keepers later into the next boss. So a very, very cool strategy that we're going to see probably from both of these teams, so keep an eye on that.
We're seeing a little bit of a closing of the gap for Dogs here, catching up to Last Hope, but we can attribute that to the reused PI cooldown for Soto, whereas Smacked held on to his PI, presumably for this next major AoE pull they're going to go for. I'm not sure if that's going to be a misuse of the PI, though, so we'll have to keep an eye on that. How long is this pull going to take to set up, and will Sotos come back by the time they actually get to their massive pull? Let's see what they have planned. Now, skipping past these keepers, like you mentioned, is the important thing. How are the teams planning on doing that? We see a Fear Sigil coming out from Dogs, whereas Dorky, I believe they just ran through it. I didn't quite see what they ended up doing. Let's see what the execution ends up being from both teams here. Both heading down towards those lurkers. Do they have the keepers with them? Are they going to try to Shadow Meld off like they did last time? And see, for Dogs. Dr. J isn't with the team right now. I believe their strategy yesterday was for him to be up top, use his mass poly on those keepers, become the only one in combat with them, and then he'll try to invis/shadow meld them off so that they don't have to worry about them. Whereas for Last Hope, they just have the keepers in the back. They don't care about having those mushrooms. They don't care about the Blossom's healing.
Yeah, apparently they don't. One thing to note here is, again, we have bolstering in here. The Dwellers do have to die for the boss to actually be engaged, so you need to make sure they finish off the Dwellers. But you don't necessarily want to bolster the Keepers up too highly, because otherwise the tanks are going to be taking so much damage on top of the boss. So we'll see how they deal with that, as Last Hope is just trying to cut out some of these Blossoms, and the Keepers just doing so much damage to them. I wonder if maybe some of the CC broke too early, because I did see a Fear Sigil being casted by Dorky, and then the mobs still walking through. Now we see a Ring of Frost is seeing them. Bolstering, of course, has been changed a few times by now, and bolstering does run out eventually, and that is exactly what they did here. They made sure they CC'd the mobs until the bolstering runs out, and now Dorky can just tank these Blossoms and the Keepers once the bolstering has run out. Dogs now also engaging Oakheart, but quite a bit later in comparison to Last Hope. Last Hope having a very clean pull here and finish off the Dweller so quickly to engage Oakheart first.
Clean execution from Dogs there. Their trash was dead before Oakheart even started spawning. So they kind of just sat there doing nothing for a little while, which, you know, you would think is a bad thing, but if it's because you executed so cleanly, it's hard to be upset about it. You can see they're going to catch up on the boss DPS here pretty significantly, because they don't have to worry about these Blossoms being kited around everywhere. And also for the first 20% of the boss's HP, Last Hope really had to focus on their positioning, because they still had Keepers alive, they still had mushrooms on the ground, so they had to make sure that the knockback from the boss wouldn't accidentally knock them back into a mushroom, and you can see the difference in the comfort for both teams here. Dogs have brought that lead all the way back to single-digit percentages here, and they do have a pretty significant advantage in terms of trash percentage because they already have the Blossoms dead. We'll have to see just how close it is as Last Hope finishes off some of this trash they have with the boss.
Yeah, they're certainly getting closer and closer to the percentage to Last Hope. There we go. They did catch up now. They're completely even on boss HP now. Last Hope did finish off the last couple of trash mobs too, and they're now completely even on enemy force as well. Both 60.44% for the teams. Last Hope, again, catching up a little bit because of the differences in offensive cooldown usages that we see here. So Last Hope, slight advantage. They're going to be finishing off the boss first, but so close between those two teams. We'll see how both of them deal with Dresseron. This is a pool that we have seen multiple teams have issues with, because they're pulling the Furies into Dresseron as both the teams actually finish off Oakheart pretty much at the same time. This is so close.
We are neck and neck with two massive pulls left in the dungeon here. You're going to see 4 of the team members running through these Furies, like you mentioned, and one player for each team in the past has been downstairs pulling some of the bats into the boss. But for Dogs, all 5 players are running through here. They're not actually going to it, and Drogo is unable to get to the bats, and there's no way they can res him. If he's downstairs, how are they going to get a res off on him? Isn't there a wall in the way? I don't think they can.
There is. They can't get. I think Drogo just released. They cannot pull Dresseron. They have to wait for Drogo to get back. This is a big issue.
This is a huge time loss.
Yeah, this is insane. They cannot pull the boss. They have to wait for Drogo to come back. They have to wait for Drogo to pull those bats as well, because that's the whole strategy. Drogo stealths past on the right side while everyone else goes to the left. He pulls the bats and then comes to the group, gets gripped up by Smacked. Not because he died to the bats there. No way of resting him. He has to release. They cannot summon him either because they're in combat with these Blood Furies. So he has to walk all the way back. Dogs, on the other hand, did not have that issue. Man. I believe they had a different strategy coming in. For Dogs, I believe it was Dr. J who uses Alter Time to pull the bats and then come back. And they did not have this issue on their side. Dresseron now 60% for them. They still have to finish off these Blood Furies though, and they have to worry about bolstering a little bit as well. And making sure they interrupt the smaller mobs that spawn out of these Blood Furies, the Bursters.
Silent Sigils will do most of the job there, as everyone else can just easily AoE them down. There's the first one, second one coming out. They've got 6 more seconds of silence on those, and they should be able to top them off. They even have the Felnova if they really need it to deal with it. Looks like they just barely don't. Yeah, it's just going to be Blood Bolts. Good to go. Dogs is through all of their trash. Drogo finally back with Last Hope, but at what cost? They are 40% behind on boss HP here. Something massive is going to have to happen to Dogs for Last Hope to come back in this map. Like, Dogs is, they're sitting pretty right now.
Yeah, and it was looking so good for Last Hope as well up until this point. Just this one mistake costing him so much time. Unfortunately, not being able to get Drogo back up there and not being able to use that battle res. Dresseron about to go down for Dogs. They did finish off the Furies. They did finish off all of the small bursters as well, and they're going to be able to do the last boost. That's another very dangerous pull that is coming up for Dogs in just a moment. They're going to be pulling the rest of the trash, moving all the way through that tunnel into the last boss. They don't have Bloodlust available yet. 50 seconds still on Bloodlust, so that means they have to do that pull without Lust, and it's so dangerous with Bolstering, because at the very end, when you have all of these Bolstering stacks on the Stalkers, on the Summoners, on the Deadeye, you can easily get one-shot by some of these casts.
Yep, you can see they're even pre-CCing the Summoner in spot just to make sure the patrol is good enough for them to run past. Soda instantly dying to a melee from an Imp, though, accidentally pulled aggro running by it. They have the battle res to get him up, and fortunately for them, we are about to be 10 minutes into the dungeon. That second battle res is off cooldown, so they'll still have one if something goes horribly wrong on this pull for them, but they have to play it safe. They need to get this trash down. The bolstering management is what has killed many teams in this dungeon this weekend already here. They're going to CC that last pack at the very top of the stairs there as everything starts to trickle in, and eventually Dr. J, going to alter time, jump over to the boss, tag it, and bring it into the group here. And here we go. The setup is there. The Lust is up, just off cooldown now, and as everything gets stacked up, they're off to the races here. Got to keep an eye on Mike here. He's taking the brunt of the damage here. As long as everyone is nice and stacked up, they don't have to worry too much about those charges from the Stalker. It's just going to be random damage coming out from the Imps and the Summoners, and maybe the Deadeye shots as well from the Stalkers. Looks like everything is good. It's just the Bloodseekers left alive with plenty of bolstering stacks, but they are not long for this world. And now, with all of that said and done, just the Deadeye left. Perfect execution once again coming out from the Dogs.
Very nicely done. And the banish on the Deadeye also means that there's no bolstering stacks being applied to that mob either. As soon as the banish goes out, actually they're just re-banishing it, probably cleaving it down at the very end as soon as they have some more cooldowns available. They can even just let the Deadeye banish and finish it off after the boss fight at this point, because they're decently far ahead. But it looks like that's not what they're doing. They did remove the banish, and they're now cleaving it down. Looking so good for Dogs, only having this one death from Soda just earlier on that Imp melee. And other than that, such a clean run by them. The fastest time we have so far was from Last Hope, 12 minutes and 31, and it's looking like Dogs are going to be beating that time by quite a bit.
Not taking any chances there, Shelly, using that Shadow Meld to cancel the Feed the Weak cast on him. Doesn't want to take any extra damage, wants to let Vela do as much damage as possible. All they have to do is deal with this last 10%, finish off the Deadeye in their home free. Last Hope trying to make a last-second push at the last second to maybe come back into it if anything happened for Dogs, but that's not going to be the case, as Dog puts together a near-perfect run, bringing us to a Game 3 in our upper finals match. It's going to be an incredible last map.
I had a feeling, and the feeling turns out to be the case. As Dogs get the win here in Darkheart Thicket, we're going to dungeon number 3, and it really was a tale of two deaths, right? The Imp death, not a huge deal. You just do the battle res. But Drogo on the other side, that run back cost them so much, and it was enough for Dogs to just claim the victory. Tettles, what did you notice in that one?
I mean, I think it was completely neck and neck up until then. We had Oakheart killed within 3 seconds. We had Archdruid also killed within 3 seconds for both teams. It seemed like it was going to be a real shootout at the very end. There was a little bit of different strats coming from the two teams. I was kind of interested in how this first pull was going to affect Dogs. They ended up coming off of Archdruid with a bit more count, which I thought could matter, but ultimately the 5% ended up not mattering too much in the grand scheme of things, because whenever we had Last Hope pulling into Oakheart, the way that they pulled into Oakheart was just a decent amount faster than what Dogs did. And while it did take them a little bit of time, they lost a little bit of time with how Dorky had to kite out the Blossoms. He couldn't really get meleeed by them. So they lost a bit of damage on that. But by pulling the boss somewhere in the order of 15 to 20 seconds earlier, that allowed them to not only, one, catch up in count, but two, even out the time. Now we have a POV of Drogo dying. And the second time he did this, he actually pressed his Fire Rack trinket. So these bats aren't linked, and he just mistimes his Typhoon a little bit, and you can see that he like panic presses his health pot, but the bats connect with him again and then just melee him to death. If he gets a slightly better knockback on those bats, it's like a lot easier for him to kind of deal with, because the Typhoon applies a snare, so it slows all those mobs. But ultimately, it's, you know, getting meleeed in the face by the bats is quite unfortunate. And if they were linked, they're a lot easier to pull. But since all 4 of them are not linked, he has to kind of like run up and Typhoon them the way that he does there. And so ultimately that, like Doa was saying, just kind of ended Last Hope's chances in this run. And now it's sending us to a map 3, which I'm excited to see. I'm not going to complain about seeing a map 3. I'm really, really excited to see how these teams are doing.
Yeah, I mean, we're going to Blackrock Hold next as we take a look at some of the stats from that last one, and Nagura brought it up earlier, I believe it was. This is a punishing set of maps that these teams are having to play in this first match of the day, and obviously whoever ends up dropping this one goes down to the lower bracket to play whoever ends up being the winner between Legendary and Echo later. So they're not out yet, but man, it's a little bit of a trial by fire right here at the start of things today on Championship Sunday for Group A.
Yeah, definitely. And of course, winning this upper bracket series here also means that you just get to relax and sit back for a little while, being able to fully focus on the map pool of the final and to fully prepare for that is going to be such a big advantage for either of those teams that is going to be winning that last dungeon. But Blackrock Hold, one of the more difficult dungeons that we have in this whole map pool. So yeah, very dangerous dungeon, very difficult affixes. So we'll see which team can win. Fastest run we have is from Echo, 1246, but Last Hope had a 1324 run yesterday, which is not too far behind as well. So Last Hope looking really good here. Dogs we haven't seen in Blackrock Hold at all yet.
I feel like everybody's liable to kind of have a full wipe in the Blackrock Hold, though, right? I think that every single time we've seen it, we've had at least one team full wipe to something.
I mean, it's definitely been our. I think we can say it's been our deadliest dungeon of the weekend. We had one yesterday that was quite death-filled, so this is one that does seem to catch people. Yeah, we had between the two teams, we had a 28 death Legendary versus Direwolves Blackrock Hold, so it can get a little bit lethal. Yeah.
Deadliest cast of the weekend, Fell Frenzy. Make sure you interrupt us, please.
Too many Dominators. Yep.
It's also one of those things that even if you're not wiping to, the Fell Frenzy, getting randomly shot to something, you also have to manage your Sanguine perfectly, because like that scavenger area with those Blade Lords, like you can lose somewhere in the order of probably a minute to that trash if you don't manage your Sanguine perfectly. There's just like a lot that can go wrong in this key with Sanguine management. And then on top of that, they're taking all of the trash into the final boss. They're taking the Dominators into Smash Fight, and if one Fell Frenzy cast goes off, or a third Dominator accidentally gets proxy pulled or something like that, we're watching a wipe in real time kind of thing.
Yeah, saw a lot of that yesterday. We'll see if Dogs and Last Hope can stick it a bit cleaner than we saw our two teams in the lower bracket do at the end of the day on the second day of the group. But whoever wins this goes on to the grand finals here in Group A. Whoever does not win has to battle it out against whoever wins between Legendary and Echo in our next match. It is going to be tense today, because neither one of these teams really want to play either one of the teams down the lower bracket. That said, if Last Hope does drop, they beat Legendary yesterday. If Dogs drop, they beat Echo yesterday. So we might end up seeing a repeat of a match we saw earlier in the weekend. But for now, we got to see who takes this one.
That's 100% true, right? Like, obviously, you don't really want to fight either of those two teams. And yeah, the main objective this weekend is just to qualify for Global Finals. But if you want to win it all at the end of the day, you're going to have to beat all the teams, not just the ones you really don't want to fight against. So, into this Blackrock Hold, the deciding map of the series, both teams going to the right side, pulling every single bit of trash into the first boss. And this is a make-or-break pull for the dungeon, right? If you don't get this down on the first try, having to run back and deal with the trash without the Bloodlust, without the cooldowns, without everything stacked up on top of each other, is a huge pain. We've seen how much time loss it's been for our teams in our matches yesterday, and here we go. Both teams off to the races. As that trash trickles in, the Bloodlust has popped, and they're off to the races, trying to burst this boss down as quickly as possible.
Yeah, Bloodlust being popped for both teams. You can see Dogs actually engaged the boss a little bit earlier compared to Last Hope, but the percentage not too far behind at all, as both of these teams are fully focusing down the boss and passively cleaving this trash. Keep in mind, it is Sanguine, so they have to worry about healing the boss, but also healing the mini-boss as well. We saw one of the teams lose so much time yesterday by healing up the mini-boss there by quite a lot, so they have to worry to not do that. You can see Dogs already on 7%. The boss is going to go down in just a second. Dr. J actually proccing Cauterize. Has to be a little bit careful here to not go down. Soda does go down to a Soul Blast from one of the counselors. The boss is dead though, so you can immediately release and you spawn right there.
That's the thing that's been killing people the most on this trash, right? Those ghostly counselors, they'll do their sacrifice soul cast, and of course, once they're done with that cast, if you don't kill them in that cast, they get a massive damage buff, and these soul bursts start going out on people and one-shotting them. Soda goes down once again. That's an extra 5 seconds of death timers on the board. Meanwhile, Last Hope, no issues whatsoever. All of their counselors are dead, and they just have the mini-boss left. Meanwhile, Dogs, yet another death there, and it looks like Jay's going to go down too. They're just feeding death to this trash pack. Ooh, this is not going great for them. Last Hope already through the door too, already moving on towards their next set of trash.
Yeah, up to 4 deaths here on Dog's side, and the door has opened for Dogs, but they're not able to move on just yet because they have to finish off those last 2 mobs. There we go, now they can move on. But yeah, 20 seconds penalty on their side because of those deaths, and Last Hope having no issues whatsoever on their side. They're now gathering up all of these spiders into the next boss room. They have to be careful here. So dangerous with the full cloth range group with those archers and the shoots going through. The Arcanist has to be interrupted, of course, as well as these archers have to be stunned as much as possible so they don't have too many shoots going out.
Also important to mention, both teams getting that banish on the Arcane Minion as well. It's a lower HP mob. You don't want to accidentally kill it off early and have an early Sanguine pool in your group, causing you a lot of stress. Also, it's just area of denial to leave it alive. Your range players are going to have to run around a lot, so just a very clean execution. And of course, once the banish runs out, they'll just let it out. They're not worried about it at that point. But just making this pull that much easier to deal with, taking one variable out of the equation. Clean pull there from Last Hope. No deaths on the board for them. Dogs similarly look like they're actually catching up quite a bit here. They dealt with this pull very cleanly, but I spoke too soon as Dr. J does go down and instantly releases. Don't even give them a chance to get the battle res on him.
Yeah, looks like they didn't want to use their battle res here. They're thinking it's the end of the pool, so running would be faster, but they're already behind. So losing the time from Dr. J having to walk back might not be ideal for them, as Last Hope is already fighting the next trash pack again, using that banish on their Arcane Minion one more time to not have this area of denial and the Sanguine pool drop early. You can see Curse of Tongues also being applied to the Arcanist, making sure they don't have to use as many interrupts on that mob as they would have to otherwise. And these archers are such a pain though. You can see them using fears and all kinds of CCs to interrupt their arrow barrage. Dogs now also on that same pool, and Dr. J did manage to join the group again, but Shelley dying to the Arcane Blitz there, releases as well, going back to the group, just losing so much time from random deaths here and there.
Just tiny little inconsistencies in execution, one cast going off here, one cast going off there. Just an extra 5 seconds on the board. That death counter is up to 6. That's half a minute that they'll have to make up in just pure execution to Last Hope, who don't look like they're making any mistakes right now. 0 deaths on the board. The mob control is great. They're making sure they don't get too much Sanguine healing off. That 9 million you see on the board is from the last pack and this pack included. And yet another death coming out for Dogs. This trash pack is just staying alive for too long. Too many extra mechanics that they're not used to dealing with are going off. The Arrow Barrage mowing down Soda, finally opting to use that battle res here, as they're going to need him with this group as the next trash pack spawns. They do have to finish off this Arcane Minion though.
Unfortunately, Last Hope having some issues as well on their side, as both Cryptix and Smack do go down to a combo of abilities there on their side. They did use the Battle Res to get Cryptix back up, and Smack actually not releasing, just waiting for the trash pack to go down, and then using out of combat dress by Drogo here on the Raster Druid before they move on. Now they're going to be pulling the last 3 trash mobs here onto the next boss, so they're still pretty firmly in the lead considering the death differential in favor of Last Hope, but then as well Dogs still having to deal with this mini-boss pack because it took them so much longer with all of those deaths. Now Last Hope engaging Ilisana here. The 3 trash mobs are going to be coming in, so initially this can be a little bit difficult because you have these archers casting the shoots and casting the arrow barrages, and they have to worry about Sanguine, but yeah, they certainly can deal with that one as long as they push the boss into the intermission phase before they kill off any of these trash mobs.
Little extra free single target damage coming out from Cryptix. That extra Bloodlust he can use off cooldown on himself, coming in clutch here for the extra boss damage, and the free ignite you get on the ads is pretty nice as well. The boss already sub 60%. as they enter the intermission phase. Dogs now also onto the boss with their trash as well, so they're trying to keep it as close as possible here. Very good RNG for Last Hope here as the beams go on Cryptix, who, you know what, he's a mage. He doesn't care. He'll just run in circles with the beams on him. He could also jump in place if he chose to. Getting maximum DPS. Second one, not quite as lucky. Going on Goop, the Warlock, who doesn't necessarily want to run around nearly as much, but as a Destrolock, you have plenty of instant GCDs that you can deal with it with. You can use your conflags, you can use your Dimensional Rift charges as well, so it's not that big of a deal. He can also just stand still for a little while. He's a Warlock, he's got personals, he'll live no problem. But you can see where the gap is right now between the two teams. Ilsana's going to go down for Last Hope, while Dogs still have to deal with 30% of this fortified boss's HP. But also remember, the death timers are going to come into play. 5 extra deaths for Dogs. That's 25 seconds that they'll have to make up at some point, and we're running out of dungeon for them to make that time up in.
Yeah, but we are in a very dangerous spot now for Last Hope. This is going to be very difficult for them to execute. We do have Sanguine here, which makes us a lot more dangerous. And then on top of that, we need so many AoE interrupts to interrupt these scavengers. Otherwise, they might be standing still, casting their breath, whirling around, spawning Sanguine pools all over the place, healing to full HP, healing the Blade Lords, maybe. So this has to be executed very well by Last Hope. You can see all of them are gathered up now. They are going to be sitting still there, making sure they get as much AoE on them as possible before Dorky starts kiting them out to not have any of that Sanguine go through.
Here we go. Once they reach that 50% mark, they start casting that Drink Ancient Potion cast, which transforms the Tricksters and Scavengers into different types of mobs. You really don't want to let those off, because one of the outcomes is they can stand still and not do anything. Perfect execution of the AoE CC, although the mobs aren't quite stacked up here, so they're getting a little bit of Sanguine healing off, but as long as that Sanguine healing doesn't go on the Blade Lords, they're perfectly okay with it happening. You can see their casters in the back here making sure they finish off, focusing down one of those scavengers in the back so it doesn't run through all of the pools of Sanguine they left behind, and kiting up the stairs. This is about as good as it gets for them. 30 million Sanguine healing, while it is quite a lot, much better than the other outcomes we've seen on this trash pack this weekend where the tank dies to those Blade Lords. Well pulled once again from Last Hope. Dogs, though, on the other hand, going for a pull of their own now on the left side. Looks like it's going very well for them, too.
I really like what Last Hope was doing here. So usually what we see in live service as well is what Dogs is doing. They pull everything to the end of the corridor and then they kite backwards from where they came from to avoid the Sanguine, because the stairs are dangerous because the boulders are coming down. But what Last Hope did, I'm not sure if it was Drogo or if it was someone else, but I think that somebody walked up the stairs, because once you reach the top, the boulders stop spawning. So either Drogo or someone else walked up the stairs while they were gathering up the trash pool, making sure none of these boulders are spawning anymore, which enabled the stairs to be a safe space to kite the Dominators or the Blade Lords up the stairs, so they don't have to backtrack. So a tiny little trick like that actually saved them quite a lot of time, not having to move backwards in comparison to what Dogs had to do on their side.
Yeah, similar to what we were talking about the Darkheart Thicket, right? Even if it just saves you 10 seconds, kiting in one direction is definitely a lot nicer. They were halfway up the stairs by the time they finished off that trash pack, whereas Dogs were still in the middle of the hallway and had to then run down the hallway and go up the stairs. So a lot of extra time saved for Last Hope. I mean, they essentially saved those 2 deaths that they have on the board by just movement through the dungeon and efficiency of kiting here. And you can see they were 30% ahead on Ilsana Ravencrest. Now they're 50% ahead on Smash Spite, and they are bursting this boss down. Those Dominators already close to dying. One goes down here. Just got to make sure you don't kill it on top of the boss here. Don't want to Sanguine heal the boss, and it looks like they're going to be able to finish it off away from where that charge was going to. Great execution once again from Last Hope, and they just need to maintain this advantage. Once Smash Spite goes down, there is just one single pull remaining between them and a 3-game victory in this series.
Yeah, looking so good for Last Hope. Now the last pull, again, dangerous pull, like every pull in this dungeon apparently. But they're going to be pulling all of these Lancers and the Swordsmen onto the last boss. And the last boss, this first phase, is actually so dangerous because you have all of these Shadow Bolts randomly hitting players, doing so much damage. And on top of that, you all have to worry about the glaives coming out. You have to worry about where you put the Sanguine. You have to worry about so much other stuff. The Lancers jumping around here and there. So let's see if Last Hope can execute this. They do have their Bloodlust available for this dangerous pull. They're certainly going to be popping it for that phase 1. And we'll see if they can execute it. Now they have gathered up all of these Lancers and the Swordsmen. Bloodlust is running, and they're now engaging the last boss.
Here we go. Bloodlust on the trash instead of the boss. We've seen both strategies being used. This is the safer strategy for sure. You just want to burst through this first phase as quickly as possible so there isn't too much tank damage going out, and then you can finish off this trash while you're waiting for phase 2 to kind of start from the RP. Look at how quickly this first phase is melting. Already bursted through. It ends when the boss is at 10%, so now all they really have to do is worry about focusing down the rest of this trash and not getting Sanguine Healing onto Dentalianax after the fact. And the trash is pretty much already dead. Just a couple of Lancers that didn't quite get the brunt of that AoE left alive. Wow, just another great executed pull from Last Hope, not leaving any opening for dogs to claw their way back into this one.
Yeah, looking so good on their side. This last Lancer is also going to give them the last enemy forces that they need to get up to 100%. And there we go. We do have the buff on everybody now that they're going to get the increased HP and the increased damage as well. Dogs, on the other hand, did now also engage the last boss with all of this trash and the Bloodlust running. But yeah, I mean, considering how many issues Dogs had, I think they're still incredibly close to Last Hope. So really good job on their side as well. But yeah, just the 7 deaths on the board. So many like small issues here and there, just costing them so much time.
Just great execution there, and it looks like they're going to be able to get the one phase off even without the Bloodlust onto Dentalianax here. The Sanguine for Dogs looks like it might have potentially ticked Dentalianax a little bit, but it's not too big of a deal. They didn't have the damage buff just yet. Last Hope, though, are through the intermission phase. They're on to the last section of the fight here, and they are bursting this boss down. Oh man, one question for you Last Hope fans out there. What even is a kilometer as they take Game 3 of this series and punch their ticket into the Grand Finals?
You know, I don't think any of us know what a kilometer is, but it's not important because Last Hope, the only distance they need to worry about is the distance between the semifinals and the Grand Finals of Group A. And they have leapt it like a heroic warrior would, even though they didn't run a warrior. But it's okay. It's a victory for Last Hope. They get it done in 2-1 fashion, and they get it done extremely smoothly. Probably one of the smoothest Blackrook holds we've seen this weekend. That was extremely impressive, but it's enough to get them to the Grand Finals, and now Last Hope has to go down and wait to face the winner between Legendary and Echo, and you know Echo is just licking their lips right now for that possible rematch, so I think we're in for an exciting day. Oh yes, with anticipation.
Are they licking their lips still? Okay.
Yeah, they're hungry. They're hungry for battle. Yeah. It's a hunger thing. You never lick your lips when you're hungry? Like, oh, look at that delicious pizza.
No, I think I only lick my lips when they're like chapped, man. I don't think I lick them when I'm hungry.
It's not good to lick your lips when it's chapped, though. That actually makes it worse. But please, continue.
Anyways, I think the beginning of the dungeon was by far the most pivotal moment for Last Hope and for Dogs. They did a very similar pull, and I didn't think that this first area was going to matter for Dogs too much. You know, Soda dies. They still have to wait for the RP for the door to open. Maybe this is just going to be a 5-second penalty. That's kind of what I thought it was going to be. And then they bled 4 deaths to it, and then they had to wait and kill Lady Ravencrest after the door had opened. We're on the other side for Last Hope. They basically just pushed through, and they had this dealt with because they didn't have these 4 deaths. And this composition that they're playing also has like such tempo. You know, you're losing a lot of insanity. You're losing SKB as well whenever you die like that. And so like you lose a ton whenever stuff like that happens. There were a couple of opportunities. I thought the Dogs was keeping it kind of close, all things considered. Whenever you were just kind of like watching it, they only lost 20 seconds on their second boss split after having those 4 deaths. And so I thought that there was a chance that they were going to come back, but then Last Hope had basically perfect Sanguine management on that large pull that was after the second boss and on this pull that was into the final boss, and that was kind of the nail in the coffin. Even though they were about 40-ish seconds ahead, it was just those mistakes that plagued Dogs at the very beginning of the dungeon that Last Hope were able to easily capitalize on. They weren't deathless, you know, they got double shot and had to res, and so there was some time lost there, but it wasn't anything compared to how much Dogs lost at the very beginning.
Yeah, I'm trying to see if that was indeed like the least deaths we've seen on a Blackrook hold. Well, Echo had 1, I guess, on day 1, like one of the very first runs we saw this weekend. So, yeah, okay, that's Echo. But that was the only one that beat it. So yeah, 2 deaths. That's about as good as it gets, pretty much.
Yeah, that was pretty impressive runs from both teams there. Really unfortunate that this happened for Dogs at the start here. I mean, this just kind of fumbles out of control for them, right? Like once those counselors start getting their sacrifice soul casts off, they really don't have any way of counteracting it, because one of the things about Sacrifice Soul is while they're channeling it, they take extra damage, so you really kind of want to focus them down, but when your main focus is bursting down the rest of the boss, so that you can then unlock the waypoint, it's kind of difficult to deal with. And you can see here, yeah, like you were mentioning during the broadcast, it was Drogo that went ahead and skipped that RP on the boulders for them. Pretty nice tech there, just so they have that kiting space.
They also only had like 35-ish million healing from Sanguine on that pull too, which, all things considered, like I've seen way worse. Like that 35 million on a pull of that size with that many mobs is not too bad. And I like the strat where they actually kited that pack up the stairs. I thought that was pretty slick.
Yeah, it saves a lot of time too. And as we look at some of the numbers here with that, it is those little things. And that's what's been fun about watching all this, is that these dungeons are so punishing that, like, yeah, in theory, any team could come back because there's always a chance to make an error. But if you do it perfectly, there's just no way they can catch you.
If you're looking at the time, Last Hope ended up finishing off in 12:58. Echo was 12:46 in their fastest Black Rock Hold. That Black Rock Hold that you were citing earlier, Doe, with that one death.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah, the very first dungeon we saw this weekend, Echo managed to do it very quickly. But Last Hope, pretty close overall, honestly.
They've looked good. They've been really consistent. In a tournament that a lot of teams have struggled to be consistent, they have been the most consistent. I think that's been helping them a lot.
Yeah, for sure. It seemed like they have kind of improved a little bit each time we've seen them. But speaking of improvement, I want to see how much the analysts have improved at guessing a map, per se, just by looking at some lines, looking at the possible bosses that it could be. Yeah, sure. Could do that. Yeah, dungeon movement maps. That's right. Yeah, we've got one of these. In case you're new to it, we're trying to guess the dungeon boss based only on the movement of the players. Very, very neat, huh? This is based on something created by Warcraft Yaks on Twitter. In fact, you can follow him to play along because he releases them each week. It's very cool, but we're going to check some out right here, put on by Warcraft Logs. Is it going to be Soulbound Goliath, Ancient Protectors, Archmage Soul, or Heartsbane Triad? Make a guess.
See, everyone's kind of spread out.
They're moving a lot for Goliath, so I don't think it's that boss, right?
I don't think it's Goliath, although this is from the competition, right? You have to remember this is from this weekend's competition.
That's right.
So
that's right.
There has to be some specific thing that they're doing. The tank is kiting around quite a bit.
It's definitely not Heartsbane Triad.
Could it be Archmage Soul?
Archmage?
No, we already saw Soul. We saw Soul earlier.
I don't think it's Ancient Protectors because the tank isn't moving out and moving back in, right? For the slams.
Well, it's kind of.
Running out of time. 5 seconds.
He's definitely
I'm gonna go Soul.
Try it.
I'm gonna go Soul again.
I'm gonna go Soul as well.
Soul again? All right,
All right,
that's
everyone
fine.
going Archmage Soul. What's it going to be? It is
it's
Soulbound Goliath. You know,
I guess when you think about it, they're
you gotta think about the trash,
they're dodging
right?
the ground slams a lot
Oh,
from
the
the trash.
trash.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Well, there's also the trash. Yeah, you gotta include the trash in your calculations. If we're talking MDI pulls, of course. Yeah.
So they're getting uprooted and they have to dodge the brindle ground effect. Oh man, that's a tough one to get actually.
Sure enough. Well, you did your best, and we'll see if you can do a bit later. I want to say too, before we move on here, that was brought to you by Warcraft Logs. Thanks a lot for that. They've also just released Archon.gg, by the way, which you can find, or which you can use to find all the most popular builds being played in M+, talents, gear, enchants, gems, everything. Just go to archon.gg/wow and get started. There's a lot of great information there. I checked it out. I'm going to use it. But let's look at our bracket here before we go to a quick break. And I want to talk predictions here, right? Because we got Last Hope in the grand finals. We're about to see Legendary versus Echo. Winner plays Dogs. Zyronic, what do you think? Give me your take first.
Okay, so I have a very out there take for this. Number one, I think the winner of this series is going to go on to win the entire weekend. Number two, I think Legendary is going to 2-0 Echo.
What?
So you just predicted that Legendary is going to win the entire weekend. Hold on, let me run that one back real quick. Okay,
let's check this out real quick here. Now, this was our predictions of the top 4 coming into the weekend. Dratnos only with a large 2 prediction. The rest of us picked 4. The predictions continue to evolve. Yeah.
I actually agree with Syro here that the winner of Legendary vs Echo is going to win the weekend as well. I think that's a solid prediction, but I think it's actually Echo winning against Legendary and then moving on to win against Dogs and Last Hope.
Well, let's go back to that really quick here. I want to see, I think, who has a perfect bracket? Did anyone else have Last Hope in the top 2? Can we go back to the predictions graphic
I don't
real
think
quick?
I did.
I think a lot of us
Let's
did.
see. Okay.
Tettel's
Yeah.
makes
Tettle's
sense.
ironic makes. Yep. Okay. So it is
I think my
possible
bracket's dead though.
for Tettle's and Zyronic to be right. Well, no, because Dogs could still be. No, they can't be 4th anymore. Yeah.
Correct.
Okay. So nobody can have a perfect bracket.
Only
But you
Dranos
can
can.
at least
Well,
get
no,
a perfect
Direwolves is
top
out.
2.
Nobody has a perfect bracket. Not a single person does.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Wow. All right. There you go. Yeah. A lot of us picking Direwolves as well. Couldn't quite make it. Ended up dropping to Legendary yesterday in the lower bracket. But all of us picked Echo for number 1, so that's the big one. That's a big one. I want to see if it ends up being true or not, because it's not a sure thing anymore, is it?
I have a question. Does Legendary have the fastest times on the weekend? Like on average?
Legendary, the only
I don't
fastest
think
time
so.
they have is actually Throne so far.
I think they have the fastest potential in most of the dungeons.
Potential, yeah.
But they haven't been able to realize that potential in everything but the throne. So if they're able to
Sure.
put together
Well-
the runs, I think they could take out Echo here. That's why I'm
Some would say
confidently
that-
predicting them to win.
Some would say they're the only people who've played Throne. Haters would say that, of
Some
course,
might,
but
some might. Well, either way, we have to see who manages to win this next match. It's going to be Legendary versus Echo here on the Mythic Dungeon International. It is going to be a great matchup in the lower brackets. So the loser goes home. They've already made the Global Finals, but still you want to compete to win the group. So it's a big deal for both of these teams. Do not go anywhere. We will be back in just a few. welcome back to the Mythic Dungeon International. That's right, your host Doe here, along with Dratnos, Nagura, and Megs, going into our second match of the day. And as you can see on your very own screen, it's Legendary versus Echo in the lower bracket. That's right, I said the lower bracket. That's where these two teams have found themselves. They're both into the Global Finals, so it's okay. We'll see them again no matter what. But the loser of this match will not get to contest for Group A, and we are getting right into it.
Yeah, we're already into the games here. Very first rise that we have in this entire group weekend. And of course, the big question is, how are teams going to approach it? I'm seeing healer on both teams, something I personally like. I don't know how you're feeling, Nagura. But also the Bloodlust coming off right at the start of this dungeon. Big pulls for both sides.
Yeah, it even looks like Legendary used their Bloodlust before they had gathered everything up, which makes me believe this is going to be a very fast run where they're going to get the Bloodlust just barely ready at the very end. Echo holding on to their Bloodlust a little bit longer, only a couple of seconds though. They did wait for the pull to gather up. And you can see Echo now finishing off quite a lot of these mobs. All of the mini bosses being pulled on top of each other, making sure they get all of the benefits of the bubble, reducing the damage taken when you stand in it, also making sure to get the extra damage from the Maiden's Orb, which actually does do friendly fire damage to all of these mobs. So you saw they were baiting the orb, making sure it goes through all of the trash, and getting that extra damage from the stun and from the damage that it does. Now they wait for the boss to spawn. Echo already done with most of the trash here. The last trash group, they engaged just now, waiting for the boss to spawn, and then they're going to be very likely pulling it on top of the boss.
So something interesting, if you're looking very closely at the races that they elected for their characters, is that Echo is playing basically with Shadow Meld on every single character, and also that they used it in that very first pull, I assume, to reset some of these orbs that are flying around. But on the other side, for Legendary, we're seeing a lot of dwarfs come out, so different priorities in terms of races, and maybe the tech that comes with it, as now both teams are into Tur, pretty much going to be on a similar trash count. I assume it's just you pull everything that's in this area and you make sure you get through this boss fight easily, then they should be equal. But we can see that they're very tight. Legendary just a tiny smidge ahead in boss progression.
Yeah, very cool. And as you said, both up to 49.25% now, meaning they pulled basically everything they have in this room. Some more trash left here for Echo, actually, as they're up to 53.73 now. It's a little bit of an advantage for Echo, some extra trash that they pulled on their side. But Legendary ahead in boss percentage, as they are in that first intermission, gathering up all of these buffs. You can see all of them on 5 stacks, except Splat, actually, on the damage dealers. Not getting a 5 stack on Splat, while Echo got only a 4 stack on Mirrors, 5 stack on both Clicks and Gingy. So they might be able to make up some of the damage differential here that was in favor of Legendary.
Yeah, for now, Legendary is definitely a little bit in the lead here as they are going up, but we can see the difference in percentage as we approach this dragon. Now, generally speaking, first time we're seeing this rise, there's a lot of pretty straightforwardness in this dungeon. There's not a whole lot of different routing that you can do, for example, like we would see in a dungeon like the Ataldazar. So really min-maxing how fast you can get from A to B is a big factor here, and I love seeing these kind of small things like the gateways from the Warlocks, making sure you're even faster at the next fight location than you were without it.
And this pull here, now obviously there's nothing else you can do other than pulling these two mobs, but those two mobs are very dangerous on a 24-40 fight, as both of them are channeling this AoE that cannot be avoided. So whenever it overlaps, just so much damage onto the group. Now, other than the 45 affix and the 24 key level, the other two affixes not too dangerous. Volcanic and Spiteful, especially with that full range comp, not going to be too big of an issue. But now Legendary did already get through that event, so they need to make sure that they have at least one player go through to be able to channel that orb and open up the gate. Hopeful just going straight through the middle with that mage and instantly getting through the portal. Very well done. Let's see if Gingy can do the same on the right side.
Working on
All
it.
right.
It's always a little bit tough when you have to wait a second for them to refocus something. Gets caught up in the orbs here, but makes it through on the right-hand side as well. Of course, they're now going to enable the rest of the team to come join them, which you can see on the right-hand side, left-hand side, Tobo and Lapan waiting for them to open this portal. But everybody eventually is going to make it through, and we're in fight with these dragons here. As far as I know, you can't really add anything onto this, so should just be those two dragons, Natty. And then the big interesting thing is, how are we dealing with the sand pit?
Yeah, I do also want to note one thing here, that we have a little bit of a difference in offensive cooldown usage here. Now, we did have both PI and Combust ready basically for at the same time for these dragons, but Splat had Inferno ready for this pool as soon as it started, while Clicks did use it at the end of the other trash before, so not having it available here. So a little bit of a difference in offensive cooldowns, not too big though, as we do see Legendary finishing off those dragons a little bit faster, maybe because of that difference in offensive cooldowns. But yeah, as you mentioned, we'll see how they deal with this trash. This is some of the most dangerous trash in this whole area, doing so much damage to the tank, so much damage to a group as well. We do see a gateway immediately coming through by Legendary.
Yeah, so you just saw it on Hopeful there. As soon as you touch the sand, that sand pit agony, it hurts so much, so you need to make sure you get through it quickly if you are going to touch it. Them putting down that gateway, making sure they have this area here, and you can see it on Hopeful once again. He alter times, gets in fight with these mobs, and then hops back over, trying to get them in fight with the rest of the group as they try to go as big as possible. On the right-hand side, we're seeing similar pull from Echo, but I believe they didn't add the extra trash that we just saw Hopeful grab, so they are a little bit slower in making their way over there. Now coming in.
Yeah, now they are engaging the Rift Mage on Echo's side as well. And yeah, Tobo releasing immediately, not using any of those battle resets to get him back up. We did see a double strike on Tobo, so actually aggro from some of these deviations that are spawning around the room can be very tricky to get aggro on everything as they're just spawning randomly around. So having healing aggro immediately onto Tobo and just going down there. But yeah, Echo now up to 76% trash as they're fighting that anomaly. Also aggroing the last Rift Mage, I believe, that they have to deal with before they can move on. Legendary also on their anomaly did not engage their Rift Mage just yet on the right side.
Yeah, do you know what I just thought of? The Spires of Ascension, where you could actually go back with the angels. Similar things can happen with these portals here, so make sure you don't touch these orbs. But Legendary says that is it. We're on our way, finished with the Sandpit. Echo as well, finishing out this Rift Mage here. They're still in fight back there. As long as you're in fight, it's going to be hard to actually take this portal, but whoop, there it was.
Nice,
see that shadow melt, and out we are.
Very cool strategy here. They had the Rift Mage aggro, but with the Shadow Melt, they are able to click that portal. Now is the only one left with that Rift Mage. So, okay, we'll see what Echo is doing here, because obviously now, finishing off the Rift Mage, how did they get now to the group? I assume they're summoning him. Yeah, there we go. The Ritual of Summoning coming through from Clicks. And, yeah, interesting. Very interesting.
Same thing on the left-hand side, though.
Yeah.
So
cool.
The difference is that Echo basically just shadow melded off the Rift Mage, whereas I think Lepan stayed back and got in fight after the group left. So they just took a little bit longer. We'll have to ask Dratnos about this, but if I saw correctly, that's what was happening. And now both teams actually snapping these Rift Mages on top of the Horde Destroyer, as we are getting into fight areas here already on the left-hand side for Legendary in fight with Morchi.
Yeah, so choosing to go a different path here for those two teams. Bloodlust coming up in 2 minutes. Presumably they're only going to get one more Bloodlust in this dungeon, of course, as we do have really fast runs here. Morchi for Legendary already really low before their time traps are spawning. We do see Mass Root on Celia here on Echo's side. Tobo maybe, at least I don't see it on the talents here, so maybe they use different kinds of CC to see the images.
Sigil it,
or they're
right?
just... Yeah, you can sigil it.
You can
Sigil not
sigil
lasting
them,
long
yeah.
enough. So.
Well, if you're fast enough, you just got to kill the boss, right? You sigil them, and then...
Yeah. Oh, no, they have
just mute
Master Root.
boss.
Okay. They do have Master Root.
All right, making sure you find the right Morchi on the left-hand side. It's working out. On the right-hand side, we're now going to get in fight with the actual boss in a couple of seconds as well. In they come. And that is going to be interesting in terms of how they actually manage to finish out the final percentage. As you can see on Echo, we're already on 90 and they're hopping over to Morchi.
Oh, they're snapping the Farseers onto Morty here. Very cool by Echo. Wow. Okay, that was incredible. I'm not sure how they did this. We definitely need to have an analyst go over this, but this is incredible. Having the end of the previous boss fight on top of Morty here. So efficient. This is certainly a way to speed up this dungeon by quite a lot. We talked about how linear this dungeon is, but if you do tricks like this, then you're certainly going to be speeding up quite a lot. Legendary now moving on to the Horde Destroyer on their side. But yeah, really cool strategy by Echo.
How did they all get there?
So interesting.
My brain is like breaking trying to comprehend
mind blown.
this.
Very cool.
Wow. Oh my goodness. Okay, that's crazy. But you're seeing the sigil in the background there, right? On these copies that Morchi creates, already down sub 50% for Echo, as they are making a short time of this boss fight here. One more time, they have to find the correct one. A little bit of distraction going on left-hand side. Legendary finishing out the Destroyer on their end. Now, with that skip, I am not sure Legendary can do anything to actually alleviate that, but I'm still like, was it like I'm thinking it's maybe a warlock, demonic circle, but how does the rest of the group get there?
Rift Mage portals. All right, so the Rift Mages, when they die, they create a portal.
Oh my goodness.
To another location. So you can see them in the room here. So they're taking the Rift Mage portals from Mortis' room to the Horde Destroyer room. That is so cool. They're going to take the portal back now. You can see it right here on the right side for Echo. And now they're going to be engaging Gromash Hellscream here on their side, and Bloodlust is being used as well. This is very, very cool. I like this strategy a lot.
That's so dope. Honestly, I'm really excited right now. Just using that and thinking of it is so, so cool. Awesome. We're going to see how it turns out for Echo now, also in fight with Gromash. Left-hand side, you can see him spawn for Legendary. Both teams opting to use their Bloodlust here, but on the back end of that back and forth swapping, Echo has cut out a substantial lead for now.
Yeah, definitely. You can see how fast the boss is dying for them as well. Now, Legendary is also on the boss, but yeah, because of the snapping, now, Legendary also using the Rift Mage portals, right? They also managed to get that portal through, but they did not snap part of the fight onto Morchi, right? So that was the difference that really put Echo ahead here, making sure they're being very efficient with that, with the 3 mobs here that they were snapping onto Morchi. Very, very cool. But yeah, there we go. Echo now moving on to the next boss's area. Legendary now also down with the boss. But yeah, I mean, I'm impressed. This is just incredible. Making sure they're using these Rift Mage portals, just really cool to see.
It is, and both teams are on their way to the final area of the fight. You can see that the trash count is looking pretty similar, 2% lead on the side of Echo, and unfortunately the 5 seconds penalty on the side of Legendary due to the death in that sand pit earlier on Tobo. But Echo definitely building out that lead here, trying to get through these portals as quickly as possible. We were talking about this. There's a lot of running in this dungeon, so you'll have to get through it as quick as possible, but they are doing just that, and we're now in the Dragon's Den, making headway towards that very last fight.
Yeah, we do have to fight some of these Marauders and the Slayer, which can be a little bit dangerous as all of them are casting an AoE channel that is unavoidable. The Slayer doing the most damage on their side, so they're making sure they're focusing it down. But yeah, it is at 24:45, so they have to watch out a little bit. As Legendary now also engaging those last 3 mobs before they can move on to the last boss. And Legendary also having the 5 seconds penalty from this one death they had on Tobo earlier. So really looking good for Echo here.
I'm still not over it. I'm sorry. I love that both teams thought of this, using this portal technique, but the way that Echo pulled it off is just, wow, that's some That's some crazy stuff. Finishing out the trash here with the Spitefuls as they are waiting for the door to happen on the left-hand side. You're seeing Legendary just a couple of seconds behind them as they are getting their 100% reached for Echo. And, oh, Legendary also, yeah, there we go. I was waiting. Also has the 100%, of course. You know, sometimes it happens and you fail to tag them up, so... But we're good here, we're in the clear and teams are running towards that last boss.
Yeah, I'm just walking against the wall until Chromie does open that ice wall and being able to engage that last boss. Now this last boss can be certainly very dangerous, as you have the Keeper spawning in phase 1. They're casting this dot onto players that can do a lot of damage while casting the Infinite Blast as well. Whenever they finish off the Keepers, it does remove HP from the boss, so they want to make sure they focus them as fast as possible. But every point of damage you do to Chronolord Deos here still matters a lot. There we go. We do see the first Keeper being summoned by the boss. They also are positioning the boss in a certain location so the Keeper is not moving too much away towards that portal, because they are the Keepers are running to like the nearest location where they can open a portal and channel towards it. So now is moving the boss around, making sure that they are not walking too far and they can continue cleaving onto the boss while also finishing off these Keepers.
Yeah, exactly. So the way it works, as far as I know, is that you will always get the first 2 Keepers on a specific spawn, and then the other 2 just end up on the other 2 leftover spawns. So if you know the order, then you can pre-pull the boss, like you said, and try to get more of that cleave. Of course, your Warlock is going to be very happy about multiple targets in a fight where they actually have to prio one. And now you can see it come in for Echo as well. Gateway is down to try and alleviate some of that running time, get the casters over there. They do not like running, and get those Keepers down as quickly as possible. I would assume we're going to see exactly the same thing on the side of Legendary. A little bit of a knock-up there happening for Hopeful, as he is determined to soak this last orb, make sure that that one doesn't explode too early on the rest of the group. And they're actually electing to walk over, so just a little bit less optimization here, but will eventually find the orb he needs to go in, and the Keepers are also falling. But Echo, they are nearly finished with the fight, 10% to go. The rain comes down, and Chronolord Deos is not going to hold off for much longer.
Look at Legendary though, so close behind Echo on their side. And of course this boss does have, it looks like it's low, but it actually still has a lot of HP that they have to chew through. But Echo just doing so much damage to the boss, already down to 4% on their side, 3%. Such a clean run by Echo too, having 0 deaths on the board. Just absolute clean run by them as they're about to finish off the boss in just a second. And they're going to be winning the first dungeon against Legendary. Wow, what a run by Echo. But Legendary too, I mean, they're just so close behind.
All right, now we're playing with portals, but Echo just slightly more efficient, and only 1 death on the side of Legendary. Very good run from them too, but by the slimmest of margins, Echo able to take dungeon number 1, but that was close. Another series where I'm like, all right, there's a good chance we're going to 3 dungeons, but there's a lot to unpack in that one, wasn't there, Dratnos?
Oh yeah, so let's talk about this portal stuff, because this is crazy. So first of all, we have the Legendary that, you know, their idea was like, okay, we can take this Rift Mage and we can actually bring it on over to the side and get a portal from mid over to the Morty platform. But Echo have taken this one step further, so let me try and walk through exactly what they did here. They were in combat with one of the remaining 2 that aren't required to progress the dungeon, because there are 2 just patrolling ones. They got it pretty low. Clix, Gingy, and Mirez melded and then just ran to the battlefield. Then, so now and Zalia were in combat with it. Then Zalia melded and ran over to Morchi. Then now melded, and Zalia was still in combat with it because Hots then had got him back in combat with it, right? Adaptive Swarm, that kind of stuff. Resto Druids know that loves to get you back in combat. So he was back in combat with that first Rift Mage. It came over to Morty's side. Zalia finished killing it. Meanwhile, the rest of the group was there and put a summon on both Now and Zalia. Then Now hit his sigil, and then accepted a summon. You can't accept a summon while you're in combat, but the sigil drops on the ground, and for like 2 seconds it's there and you're not in combat. So he took the summon while the sigil was on the ground, and then that second patrolling Rift Mage came with him afterwards. It snapped over with him over to the battlefield area. And then once Zalia killed off the one in Morchi's room, and the rest of the team killed off the one in the battlefield, and Zalia was able to just take his summon over there, they then had 2 portals that linked to each other between those 2 sides, and they were able to just move between the Morchi area and the battlefield area entirely at will by just walking into those portals, and that let them do this bit of trash with Morchi as well, which... This seems ridiculously efficient to me. This seems so crazy. So the absurd thing to me is that Legendary were so close in time at the end of this, including with the death, right? Like, you could make an argument that maybe if they didn't have that death, they would actually have been faster, right? They were only 19 seconds slower, despite Echo having a strategy that was so incredibly complicated and looked so good. But maybe all that setup time of moving around now in Zalia without them actually doing anything while you're setting up those summons means that it's actually a lot of work for only 10 extra seconds or something.
The fact that they were able to figure that out, though, just blows my mind. I mean, I've got it all memorized at this point. I'm planning on taking it into my pugs this week. It should be fun. But
at this point, if your pug is unwilling to do this strat at the start of the dungeon, just leave the dungeon, probably. You know, I would put it in your Finder description, and you just expect it of everybody,
Yeah, +5, no Echo strat or kick. Yep.
Yeah.
Got it, yeah. Well, I mean, Nagura, though, Dratnos brings up a great point where, like, Legendary, you know, they didn't really do that. They used the portals, but they didn't do as complex of sort of this insane playbook that Echo put together, and they were still so close to winning it. You know, what does that make you think about this Atal Dazar? This is one where I feel like the strats have been even more varied than what we just saw in Murazan's Ride just a moment ago. I mean, Murazan's Ride, did I just say that? Murazan's Rise. Murazan's Rise. Either way, Atal Dazar, do you feel like we're going to see more 4 DPS stuff? Do you feel like we're going to see people settle back on the bringing the healer into it again?
Well, so the fastest run we've seen in Atal Dazar is actually from Echo with a 9:29, where they did play the Red Paladin, while Legendary, on the other hand, is playing the Raster Druid. So we'll see if Legendary also moves on to that 4 DPS comp, but I also think that Atal Dazar is definitely a key where we've seen some crazy strategies that maybe are not actually paying off. Like Dratnos just mentioned earlier, maybe all of the setup time that Echo didn't actually pay off as much, right? Because Legendary didn't do it, but they were so close behind. So I think Atal Dazar is definitely one of those keys where teams do these really, really crazy pulls, but the setup time that it takes them to just pull it all off might not actually be worth it. So we'll see. I think this is just going to be an incredible dungeon to watch between those two teams, because Legendary and Echo, they're just so good. And Atal Dazar is a dungeon we've seen sub 10-minute runs in by Echo, and then Legendary really close to a sub 10-minute run as well. So I think this is going to be incredible to watch.
I mean, Cyrus said it yesterday, I think, right? We've been seeing the 4-pole strat come out of Legendary. We've been seeing the no-healer strat come out of Echo. Who is going to be the team that combines them and actually pulls them off? We know that there is some risk to both of these techs, and we've also seen some stuff go wrong yesterday for Echo, namely with that gateway that did cost them a little bit of time. But the big question is, how risky are these teams willing to go as we are entering this dungeon here between the two of them? Are we going to see 2 no-healer comms? Is Legendary and Echo both going to pull off this 4-pole strat? And who is going to be the team that actually manages to get a new best, potentially, as we are into that dungeon? We're now getting the answers. Tobo's still on healer for Legendary.
Yeah, Legendary not changing their comp here, not running the 4 DPS. We'll see what Legendary and Echo do here at the very start. Both of them walking to the left side, gathering up this huge pool. Do both of the teams pull it on top of the boss, or are they just pulling it like that? Echo is doing the double Colossus pull, not pulling it on top of the boss, while Legendary is gathering up to pull it on top of Priestess Alonza. Now, this is something that I've been talking about before. I think Legendary's pull is crazy. They are pulling it on top of the boss, but it takes them some time to set it up. You can see these players right now are doing nothing. They're waiting for all of these mobs to come in. Now they're pulling the boss, and I'm not sure if this is actually more efficient. So we're going to see in just a second. The boss is being engaged by Legendary. Bloodlust is being popped. Let's see if they can execute this incredible pull.
So I was staring at the Bloodlust here for Legendary because I was like, okay, maybe they think they also just get one, and then is that the spot where they want to use it? They know that they have to beat a potential sub 10 route, so their route also has to be around that marker. For Echo, we still have that Bloodlust available. I expect to see it on Razan once again with that middle Triceratops pull, but for Legendary, we are using it here for the very big first pull on Alonza, and it's all going well for them, but like you said, cost them a little bit of time in that setup there that hopefully is not going to be the determining factor at the end of this key. For now, they definitely have a lot of trash already rounded up for them, but Echo is close behind them. They're also getting above these 40%, and they're also working on Alonza with pretty decent speed, with still having that Bloodlust available.
And there's going to be a little bit of a difference in trash percentage going on from here on out, because Legendary did this big pull. They did not pull both the Colossus into the boss, while Echo did the trash pull earlier with the double Colossus. So Legendary at some point has to pull extra trash, because Echo is already close to 60% on their side. But of course, Legendary is faster. They're already done with the boss. They're jumping down to Razan at this point. They're going to be snapping the middle pack, snapping some Sky Screamers, some Raptors on top of Razan here. One thing they have to be very worried about here for both teams is to not reset Razan. We've seen this happen for Echo on one of their previous runs. Definitely don't want to have that happen.
You definitely don't, and there's a couple of things that can reset him. For example, if he targets you and you get knocked up, then sometimes Razan will go, oh, that player isn't here anymore, guess I'll leave. So really, you need to be very careful with a lot of factors on this boss. For now, it is going to work out on the left-hand side. Right-hand side, you're also seeing Echo in fight with Razan, and this is where the Bloodlust goes, like you just said it, where they've been playing it the entire time. Now, yesterday, we did see after this boss, the gateway for Echo that goes up in the middle of the dungeon, saves them a lot of time, but it wasn't good. It can be a little bit fidgety, so they need to be sure that this time around everything's working as intended, as both teams are making great progression through this boss.
Look at Echo catching up so much on boss damage here. Even though they pulled the boss quite a bit later, they caught up so much because of that Bloodlust and maybe some different cooldown timings as well. Maybe also more focusing the boss compared to Legendary. And look at the percentage difference in enemy forces. They already dealt with so much trash, and with the extra Colossus they pulled at the start. So this pull that Legendary did on top of the boss, even though this is only 2 pulls, right? Legendary did 2 pulls in this whole dungeon so far. They pulled a lot of trash onto the first boss and a lot of trash onto the second boss. Somehow, only 2 pulls. Well, Echo is on their 3rd pull, but somehow they're being a little bit quicker on their side and have that extra percent trash. They're already up to 80% enemy forces on their side and are now finishing off Razan. Let's see if they can take the gateway this time without falling down. And it looks like they did it, not losing a lot of time anymore this time.
Yeah, the gateway is good, and for Legendary, Razan also falls. Now, you said it, 2 pulls thus far, and unless something changes, it's going to be another 2, but why is Lipan so low, dropping there for the rest of the team as he's out of line of sight for Tobo going up that gateway here. Both teams are setting up, and this is what could cost them in the end, just setting up these poles, waiting around, standing, needing to stay away to make sure that nothing goes awry here. I think that's maybe a problem. Lipan, once again, so low in comes that Fierce Sigil for Legendary as they are walking through, setting up that big Volcal pole that we're expecting them to.
Yeah, Echo, on the other hand, not pulling that trash on top of Volcal. They are finishing it off by itself, which, again, this can be a point where Legendary pulls ahead again. If they manage to somehow get all of this trash into the boss and cleave it down while not losing a lot of boss DPS and boss speed, then that's their opportunity to catch up. But Echo's already done 98% enemy forces. All they have to do is finish off Volcal, pull 1 Sky Screamer on top of the Yasma, and that's it. They're done with the dungeon. Legendary somehow has to deal with a lot of trash still, either on top of Volcal here or also on top of Yasma as well, while not losing any boss efficiency and boss speed. That's going to be very difficult for them to pull off. But because they pulled the boss first, they're already in phase 2, while Echo is still dealing with the totems for a little bit.
So the thing I have to say in favor of Legendary here is due to the fact that they have all this trash onto Volcal that should allow their Warlock to actually do a little bit better single target. Usually Warlocks love it when you have those multi-target stonks go up, but for now it definitely is also a lot to manage at the same time. You have those shields come out, you have those casts come out, you need to manage all of it on the side of Legendary, and that can on the other hand slow you down once again. So we'll see, but for now Splat is definitely at the very top of that details, and they're making great progression on the overall, but Echo once again ahead on the boss's HP count.
Yeah, and keep in mind, Legendary being able to do a pull like this on top of Volcal, probably because they have a healer, right? They have Tobon and Raster Druid being able to heal up the whole group, while Echo running Zelly on the Red Paladin, not having a healer. They can't necessarily pull something on top of Volcal in this phase because it already does so much group damage. They already struggle to keep everyone alive. And look at Legendary catching up on boss HP. They're now down to 20%, while Echo is still at 24. They actually did manage to catch up. They still have to finish off some of these trash mobs, so you can see an Honor Guard with really high HP still. Looking at the enemy force, they also have a Sky Screamer here, and this Honor Guard, they might be Shadow Melting off the aggro, I believe, because that totem is not down. So they have to Shadow Melt off the aggro here, and they're still missing 20%. They have to pull a lot of trash on top of Yasma.
They have to do that, but they're on their way there. And like I said, just for Volcal as well, the same is true for Yasma. It's going to be great for Splat if they have those extra nameplates onto the boss. Both teams making way towards that final boss for Echo. We know that's just one extra Sky Screamer that they take in. Both teams setting up for the gateway here. Splat just waiting there for a second for the rest of the team to actually come. That's a little bit of extra time that they are going to stand around and wait as Echo is already in fight with Yasma on the right-hand side. Sky Screamer should be walking in a couple of seconds. For Legendary, like you said, there's a couple more mobs that will need to find their way up here, and it can take some time. You can see them running at the bottom there with the skull marker. They know their tank is on the way. They're starting to fight.
Alright, they're all snapping in now. You can see all of these mobs for Legendary are on top. Can they make up the difference on boss DPS here by having those extra mobs? But the fear does go through as they're not interrupting the Sky Screamer. Everyone's feared. Baxi does go down. There's actually Cauterized proc by Hopeful as well, and Splat goes down too. They don't have a battle rest. It's going to be a full wipe for Legendary as they cannot handle all of this trash on top of the last boss, not getting that interrupt through on the Sky Screamer. Disaster for Legendary as they're just having that full wipe. Echo, on the other hand, perfectly clean run there, up to 100% enemy forces. The only thing that is left for them is 40% of the boss's HP here, and they already won the first dungeon, which means that if Echo finishes off the boss here, they're gonna be the ones moving on.
Oh my goodness, that must be so frustrating for Legendary, but like you said, a perfect run for Echo. I'd just like to remind everybody that the fastest Atel'Dazar we did see thus far was 9 minutes and 29 seconds, also coming from Echo running this exact comp. And somehow, if you're looking at this, we might even see a faster one, depending on whether or not they can find it in them to deal with these last percentages in these seconds. Now the Sovereign does come out one more time. We're going to ignore all of these extra copies and just absolutely yeet into Yasma, and that is going to be it. A new best time for Echo and a 2-0 for them as well.
That's right, a 2-0, a new best time, and a spot in the lower bracket finals to get a rematch against Dogs from yesterday. So Echo definitely feeling pretty pleased after that one, but man, it was so tragic for Legendary. They were so close, and just that wipe on the last boss. They had a little bit more catching up to do. Besides that, maybe only a couple seconds, but it was tight up until that moment. But Echo takes it. Dratnos, what did you get out of that one?
Yeah, so we saw this clash between the two strategies that Echo and Legendary, and both thought that their strategy was faster, and honestly, I think it's hard to say. It's hard to say which strategy is faster. You could make an argument that having the healer adds some safety to your dungeon, but on the other hand, you know, you're playing this strategy where you're pulling a lot more trash onto bosses and stuff. You're doing a lot of these pulls where your tank is actually in combat trying to set stuff up while everybody else is not getting in combat to avoid getting aggro. And during that time, we saw stuff like Lepan's Cheat Death Trinket get procced. Pretty scary situation that happened in this dungeon for Legendary. And this pull that they set up at the end of Dungeon Diasma is crazy, right? This 20% trash with a bunch of Sky Screamers, a bunch of swords, and the grip into Gateway is actually, plus these leaps, you get far enough away that the mobs snap to you, because some of them snap to you just because they're so far away from them, which unfortunately I think makes it not possible to land that kick on that Sky Screamer there. Either that's what happened or somebody just missed their kick. I'm not 100% sure. That may be a timing thing. I'm sure that that's something that they, have tried to resolve in practice, but it's a very fiddly strategy that they've chosen to go with. Maybe it would have saved them some time on that last boss, right? Maybe they would have been able to overtake Echo with that increased damage that their comp can possibly do, because nobody's having to put out healer globals, because your Resto Druid's doing basically the same single target as a full DPS player would anyways, and because you have all this extra funnel from those extra mobs, a bunch of factors that maybe would have let them speed up. But in a dungeon that is a 10-minute dungeon, if you have a bunch of pulls that just have 10 or 15 seconds of setup time, that is a very serious cost. Like those 10 5-second increments are massive in Ataldazar this season.
Absolutely. There were a couple little things too I noticed, like Lepan coming out of the Warlock Gateway right into a spider that decided to walk through it right as he was showing up.
Oh, so, yeah, these things happen.
They do happen, right? But it's like one of those, it's almost insult to injury at that point, But any way you slice it, Legendary, it's still in the Global Finals. We'll see them next month as they compete to try to win the whole thing. But for now, they're going to have to be satisfied with dropping to Echo down in the lower bracket. Looking at the numbers again, Makes, what do you take out of that?
I mean, you see it right here. The thing that costs Legendary so much time with their tech, they do have that big damage spike at around 1 minute, but it just takes so long to set up that in the end, I think is maybe just a tiny smidge faster. I'm really surprised that Echo was somehow able to cut down another 8 seconds from the very fast Ataldazar that we saw at the beginning of yesterday. I thought that couldn't have been done, and somehow they're still out here doing it, so I'm really, really impressed with that. And I also kind of want to open back up the conversation around seeding and what that means, because while of course all of our 4 teams are already qualified to the Global Finals, where you come in those Global Finals is going to be important, and for teams like Echo, they do want to have that very first spot to make sure they have the best possible bracket in the finals.
Yeah, one wonders if they might end up with a rematch against Legendary, since Legendary technically dropping out at the bottom of the top 4 of this group, right? Which is still a good result in the group overall, but yeah, might end up meeting an early match against Echo later on. That sounds good to me, because Legendary is a great team. I'd like to see that rematch, but if you're Legendary, you might want a different opponent as you go into the Global Finals. And yes, many portals were happening.
That's so good.
Shout out. They were sitting on this one.
Definitely
I love the expression on Miraz's face there as well. That is good.
It's probably exactly how that happened, to be honest.
Yeah. And Sally's like, we're doing what now? You want me to solo a roommate?
Right. For those of you who aren't following, by the way, the Echo Twitter is constantly producing some quality social media content too. Highly recommend to follow. They don't sponsor me, don't worry. This is just my take on their stuff. It's fun. It's fun to watch. Well, that does it for this match, I believe. I don't think we're going into any sort of map guesser yet. We might do another one of those later in the day. But for now, we've got a 2-0 from Echo. Oh, I'm being told. Hold on. I'm being told we do have one. Well, I'd like to do it. How about the rest of you? Yeah, let's do it.
Yeah.
Let's do it. Let's check out another one.
Sure.
All right. So, once again, we're trying to deduce the boss from just looking at the movement here in our dungeon movement maps. Again, brought to you by Warcraft Logs. Definitely check them out. And also check out Warcraft Yaks, Y-A-X, on Twitter. He releases one of these every week. You can play along. It's a ton of fun, so let's check it out. Manifested Timeways, Chronocar, Amalgam of Souls, or Yalnu? What do you think? Not a ton of tank movement.
Okay.
I feel like this has got to be
It's sped
Manifested
up, too.
Timeways. Like the way they're... Well, maybe not.
I think so.
It wouldn't be
So I
Chronocar.
first thought it was
Amalgam.
Yalnu, but they're not moving around a lot. for that. Yeah, I think it's Amalgam, maybe. But
15
did we
seconds
see
to
I'm
this
gonna
decide.
guess Manifested Time Ways,
in the
but
Black Rook?
Dranos has manifested time ways. Makes.
Maybe
Nagura?
it's the Chronicar. I'll say Chronicar, just because.
Chronicar for makes. All right, 5 seconds remaining. Nagura, what's it going to be?
I'm going with Amalgam.
Amalgam. All right, well, it ends up being the Amalgam of Souls.
There we go.
Nagura with the correct answer right at the end. And, well, look, he's just kind of sliding across the screen right in the middle. Just chilling. Yep. Every time I see that, though, I just think, Bone Storm. Bone Storm? Right? That was the original, wasn't it? Way
yeah,
on top
Marigar
of-
and ICC.
I'm not old enough
Marigar.
to
Yeah, that's what I'm
answer that.
talking about. Yeah.
Yep.
ICC rank class. Yeah, Marigar. Oh, yeah, back in my day, you know. Way before. I mean, most everything was before Battle for Azeroth. Have I mentioned that shamans used to be able to use two-handers? Ah, yes, the enhancement shaman two-hander days.
Okay, this
Those
is where
were
we
the
send the
days.
break, guys.
Anyway, I suppose we got to take a break. Yep. That's how it goes sometimes. But don't go anywhere because we have our final lower bracket match coming up. It is going to be a rematch of Dogs versus Echo from yesterday. Echo looking for a bit of revenge, a word, a concept that they're not terribly familiar with. Let's see how they deal with it right when we come back in just a moment on the Mythic Dungeon International. Welcome back to the Mythic Dungeon International. Your host, Doa, here, along with Zyronic, Dratnos, and Tettles. And that's right, the bottom of your screen is accurate. We have our lower bracket finals, Dogs versus Echo. In case you've been following along this weekend, this is actually a rematch of a match from yesterday in which Dogs managed to successfully 2-1 Echo and knock them down to the lower bracket. So a little bit of a grudge match coming in here from Echo. But Dogs, they got the win yesterday. If they can beat Echo 2 days in a row, I think that's going to kind of cement them as one of the better teams we've seen in a long time. That said, they are facing Echo because they lost their first match of the day to Last Hope. So they got a bit to prove as well. I think this is going to be a really, really good one. How about you, Tettles? Welcome back.
So we're starting with Blackrook, right? Which we saw Dogs play in the upper finals versus Last Hope. Now, their Blackrook didn't look perfect, right? They had some deaths on the first boss with the first trash pull, and that kind of set them up to be sent down into the lower finals here. Right. However, if they have a perfect run, I'm kind of speculating that they are going to put up a very similar time to Echo's Blackrook Hold. Echo currently holds the best time for Blackrook Hold that we've seen this weekend.
Oh, here we go. We're getting right into it. Dogs versus Echo. Let's see who goes to the grand finals.
Yeah, we do have the standard healer composition, of course, in this dungeon. Not a place where anybody messes around with that fourth DPS just yet.
Weird thing to kind of have to say at the very beginning of every single map now, but it is certainly a bit more common this season
as well,
than the
because
past.
Echo are a team as well that already this tournament have had a dungeon where they've done both, right? Their first Ataldazar featured a healer, and their subsequent ones have not. So they are definitely a team that is always a candidate for, just because you've seen them do a dungeon on Friday does not mean it's going to look the same on Sunday. But yeah, they're both going to be getting into the Amalgam of Souls, pulling a bunch of trash, and just kind of collecting it near that barrier that they came in with.
This is actually probably the hardest part of this dungeon overall. So Lust has been popped and all offensive CDs are available, but these counselors and these retainers actually contribute a significant amount of damage. On top of that, they pulled the strike down mob, Lady Ravencrest, into the pack as well, and she does like a glaive toss. And the glaive toss versus these cloth DPS can be very dangerous, especially whenever it's combined with some other ambient damage. And Zalia going down on the side of Echo, they do get that soul stone on him, and so he is able to get picked back up here rather quickly. And they are finishing the trash off on the side of Echo with minimal sanguine healing. So things are looking all right, but it's not great to lose your battle res in the first pull of the dungeon.
Yeah, the battle res is an important resource. Another resource that Echo have lost is the blood spattered scale, or it's not blood spattered scale anymore. The prophetic stone scales, the cheat death trinket. That wasn't even a cheat death trinket as well. That was just the shield trinket from last expansion. But yeah, that cheat death trinket on cooldown for now for a substantial amount of time now. That is going to be a lot of danger for them in the rest of this dungeon.
Looks like Dogs killed the first boss about the same time, but they had a bit more sanguine healing on Lady Ravencrest, which is going to cause them a bit of a time loss, just having to run and gun and get her killed off here. That strike down, very dangerous, probably like a 25-yard range, and it's basically a 180-degree frontal. It is very, very scary, so they have to kind of finish that off, and so they're a bit slow here.
Yeah, they're going to be heading up these stairs a little bit behind Echo, maybe 15 seconds of real time.
Yeah,
but they do have 5 extra seconds of death timer working in their favor here. So, when you add that all together, it's a slight advantage for Echo, but they're missing that battle res and that tank cheat death, which either of those things mean that they're in a lot more danger for the rest of this run, and at least until those resources recover, which won't be for another 8 minutes or so here.
Yeah. So this next area, we've seen a couple of deaths. Basically, the teams are going to be combining the next 2 pulls together. And with the amount of archers and stops that you need for the scouts here, it can become problematic. Now, the archers are going to be the hardest mobs to control, just as a general rule, because first and foremost, the mobs aren't movable outside of things such as like Typhoon and Sigil Chains. But on top of that, like if they end up like shooting at players over and over again, like say you get triple shot, it can become problematic. Echo doing something smart on the right side of your screen there, and Mira's actually shackled one of those archers off. So there's only going to be 2 archers in this pull and 2 scouts as opposed to the traditional 3 archers that we're going to see here from Dogs.
Yeah, that archer, especially the one at the start of the room, is very difficult to get into the pull unless you want a line of sight to group them up. So
it looked like they did Blast Wave into Chains, is what it appeared like. And then they slam an Ursula's Vortex to try to keep everything grouped up. Now, Sanguine's going to be tough here, right?
Sanguine is going to be a big problem. You can see both teams banishing that arcane minion as well to prevent it from dying early and creating an annoying Sanguine puddle as well. Also meaning that they don't have to dodge it for the start of the poll too. And it looks like Sanguine healing is being kept to a very low amount for dogs, not even showing up on their healing meter. Very, very beautifully done by dogs. They're catching up here.
Echo had 8 million Sanguine healing there. Dogs having 0. That was the 15 seconds just completely erased.
And now with that 5-second death timer, these teams are basically tied as they are working on this mini-boss poll.
Yeah. Commander Shamalama Ding Dong getting kind of owned here. That's
Isn't that filmmaker?
Yes, exactly. That is that filmmaker.
Okay.
So how this composition works is basically everybody's full single targeting the commander, because the commander has probably somewhere in the order of about 3 times the amount of HP as like the archers and the rest of the mobs here. Whenever you do this pull on live, you're heavily AoEing the archers. You're trying to kill those mobs off. But in like this MDI format, the warlock and the shadow priest are gonna provide just enough ambient AoE with their dots and whatnot, where the rest, basically you're pumping chaos bolts and just trying to single target down that commander. And I think Dogs and Echo are dead even here. Dratnos pulling this boss at roughly the exact same time.
Yeah, Echo using a Soulburn Gateway to save a little bit of time at the cost of one of Clix's soul shards there. So they're going to be getting into combat with the boss here just at the same time as Dogs, and the boss HP is basically identical between the two teams here. So unbelievably close run that we are having the joy of watching so far. Dogs
Those are our soul shards now.
A little ahead in boss HP. That plus the 5-second. Well, now Echo are ahead. Hang on. Hold up. Heart of the Wild also still available for Xaylia here, not being pressed. I wonder what that... Okay, there it goes, being pressed right now. Maybe during this phase where there's just not too much damage to be done, or to be healed.
All right, so next part of this dungeon is probably the most important part of this key remaining. There's going to be some issues with like the last pull of trash into the final boss. However, I think that this next pull is probably the most pivotal moment of the key that we have left remaining. What's going to happen is the team is going to send the Resto Druid ahead. The Resto Druid is going to run all the way up to the top of the stairs where that boulder gauntlet finishes. That will cancel the boulders. Meanwhile, the team has grouped up all the entire hallway of scavengers and dreadlords and stuff like that, and they're going to be fighting those off. Sanguine management is by far the most important thing here. If a team has a large amount of Sanguine healing, that's probably going to be curtains for them. That's going to just probably ruin the rest of this run because of how close these teams are. Now, if both of these teams have equal Sanguine management, that's best case scenario on both sides here. So making sure that the team is going to be kiting those Sanguine puddles is what we're going to be looking out for here.
Dogs, I think, have another big advantage here, which is that Cheat Death Trinket is not on cooldown for Lemike, whereas it is for Now. So Now is in a lot of danger of just disappearing on pull here if he's not careful. Of course, he is careful. He's not going to make that mistake that so many of us do when grouping this pack.
I mean, it happens a lot where your Vengeance Demon Hunter... So what Now did that was really smart is while he was grouping, he pressed that Fire Rack Trinket, and then he pressed his meta pretty early. A lot of the times this Vengeance Demon Hunter is going to die. It's going to be like a global before they press their meta, and they just got brutal assaulted by the Blade Lords. I think that's the most likely situation. So for a death, but Now does a great job there. So on the right side, we actually have Echo kiting back down the hallway. We've seen some teams kite up the staircase. It looks like Dogs are also going to be kiting down the hallway. Ooh, they're getting a lot of Sanguine healing on the left side of your screen. Oh my god.
Yeah, they're trying to resolve it here with a knock. And another knock is going to need to come out here, but now those mobs are all spread, which means the next one to die is going to create a problematic Sanguine puddle. Sigil of Chains is going to come out, but unfortunately it's right as a mob is dying, so it is going to create a Sanguine puddle underneath where the mobs were Sigil of Chains. And we are seeing Shelly here doing an unbelievable amount of DPS, but it is being matched by that Sanguine HPS. So, this is minus 30 seconds, maybe more for Dogs.
More. Echo had 16.9 million Sanguine healing, as you can see on the right side of your screen under the healing done meter. Dogs, 87 million. That is so bad. I think that's
Oh
Fellow got
no!
hit by the Blade Lord?
How?
And now an incorporeal goes off.
Only hit Shelly. Shelly was the only one that was not out of line of sight of it, at least. They are going to keep on running up the stairs now and try to catch back up, but at this point, Dogs' only hope is going to be a Echo wipe, because Echo have not got much dungeon ahead of them. They are working on Smash Bite. They only have 2 Dominators in here, both of which have been afflicted with Curse of Tongues, which means they should be in position to keep those interrupted and avoid a very large and angry Smash Bite, larger and angrier than he normally is, which we have seen several teams create this weekend so far.
So these Dominators actually only require 2 20-second interrupts to be able to get full coverage on their Fel Frenzy casts. So whenever Mage successfully interrupts a target, they actually knock that down to a 20-second kick. So they have enough kick coverage, especially with Zalia playing interrupt. They have more than enough interrupts.
Yeah, they are in good position here. They're not even focusing on those. In fact, it would be bad for anybody to focus on those Dominators. You just want to let you get free cleave out of them, right? Those Shadow Priest dots, those Warlock extra targets for the Havoc, for the Immolate to be burning on. A lot of free damage.
Ooh, Zalia taunts the Dominator.
Nice.
Oh my gosh, that's actually such a great heads-up play by Zalia. He went into bear form, growled that Dominator, and pulled it away from Smash Fight because he knew that now wasn't going to be able to move it in time.
Yeah, very, very good play there. That's always something. If you have a taunt and you're not a tank and it's a Sanguine week, you can often make plays like that, but it's so rare for DPS and healer players to be looking for those, but the people who do will save a ton of time on this affix in particular.
All right, right side of your screen here. Here's the last important moment for Echo.
A Sanguine tick on Smash Bite, it looked like there. That is unfortunate as well. They are going to be trying to still catch this up, trying to still get back into it, but Echo already on the last boss here. Very few... I mean, this is the final pull, right? There's not a lot of opportunity for things to go wrong for them, although all these Lancers, you know, if they...
I've seen worse. I've seen some
if they
stuff
aren't
happen to these pulls.
See, the challenge here is you want to control the Lancers while they're alive so that you don't have all these jumps going off, but then you need to control them as they're dying for Sanguine, right? So your cooldowns are actually pretty taxed on this pull with Sanguine in particular. You have a really hard time of actually accomplishing all of that. Luckily for Echo here, they have it timed out such that these mobs are mostly dying during this transition phase, right? Where there's not actually any effective damage for them to be doing anyways. And they can just do a nice big crescent-shaped move around the edge of the room. 2 mobs left alive. Just going to be 1 now. It's just a swordsman. They don't even really care about this one. Just want to make sure that they don't sanguine
Zalia
the
got
boss.
melee by Dentalian Axe.
Oh, I know what they were trying to do there.
Yeah.
So there's a strategy you can do on Dentalian Axe if you have 2 Shadow Melds that involves melding twice. It's like meld, taunt, meld. And what you can do with that is you can delay the first Shadow Bolt volley until after you've gotten your buff. Which is what Echo were trying to do there, but unfortunately they were a little too close or didn't press meld in time, and Zalia ended up getting auto-attacked by Dentalian Axe. They ended up surviving the Shadow Bolt volley anyways. I guess maybe they did still get their buff before it came out, but also you can just, live it. But a little bit of a fancy play gone wrong there, but for the side of Dogs, Dentalian Axe actually standing in a little bit of Sanguine, although it was already full health, so not a big deal.
Yeah, you also don't have your
no
buff
way to come
right
back
now.
from this point. Yeah.
Yeah, you don't have your buff, so it's not like a huge deal for Dogs. But unfortunately, I think that Sanguine healing, dude, right after the second boss, that was going to be it. Echo being able to down Dentalian Axe, taking this Blackrook hold. It was really close, man. I think that we're going to look at this and we're going to see it's probably a minute behind. Dogs are a minute behind, but this was really just one pull that went slightly wrong.
Yeah, Echo takes the map, but you know what? I think that was the least deaths we've seen in this dungeon this weekend. So, well played to both teams, honestly. Doing it pretty well. Echo, though, of course, doing a little bit faster. That's just kind of what they do. And a couple deaths here and there, but not a whole lot to worry about, right, Zyronic?
Not only doing it faster, but doing the fastest that we've seen the entire weekend by a solid 30 seconds. Yeah, That was the cleanest run we've seen by far. And really where it all fell apart for the Dogs, everyone saw it. Let's talk about this pull here.
Yeah.
We've been harping on this pull all week. And it's because of the difficulty of making sure you lock these mobs down. Every single one of those Ancient Potion casts has a chance to transform these mobs into a scavenger that just sits there and casts those flamethrowers, casts those indigestions, right?
Yeah.
And if they do that, they'll just heal to full. So already at 40 million Sanguine healing, that's a lot. But when you get to the point where it stacks up even further than that after the fact, which is what's happening here, you can see that Sanguine meter ticking up and up and up and up, the lockdown just wasn't there. They ran out of cooldowns. They even shadow ferried them inside of Sanguine, which made it even worse. Like they were kind of running out of tools to deal with this pull here. And once you Sanguine heal 80 million healing in this dungeon, like let's be honest, 80 million healing in a dungeon where you're doing probably about 1.5 billion damage over the course of the dungeon, and a lot of that is attributed to Dantalion Axe when you have a triple damage buff. Like you're probably adding 10% of your overall damage in the dungeon just in this one pull alone. That's going to cost you probably a minute of time on its own right, and against a team like Echo, you really can't afford to do that. Now, it's not over for Dogs, right? We saw them take down Echo in a reverse sweep yesterday, so yeah. I'm not saying it could happen, but there's a chance.
I'm interested in...
Okay.
Oh, sorry. I was going to say, I'm interested in seeing like the end of dungeon screen to see like what the Sanguine healing really looks like, because I think that Echo might have had less Sanguine healing their entire run than Dogs had in that one pull, because Dogs had 85 million in that one pull.
Oh yeah, actually It wasn't even close. I'm looking at a screenshot that our admins have provided us of the logs. Echo's overall healing the entire run from Sanguine, 54 million.
Yeah.
There we go right now. 54 million versus Dogs, 131 million. It's pretty brutal. You can see, yeah, overall damage dungeon done, 1.3 billion. 10% of their damage done. Just healed on Sanguine. That's a ridiculous amount.
Definitely is. And we talked about the reverse sweep opportunity for Dogs, but the thing is the one dungeon that Echo kind of dominated Dogs on is the third potential dungeon of this series, which is the Tal Dazar. So that's where it gets a little bit tricky, is that sure, if you're Dogs, you could come back and win a Waycrest Manor. It's possible. That's a very volatile dungeon, as we've been saying all weekend long. But then you got to run into the AD, and Echo has been putting down incredible times in that place all weekend long. So that makes losing this first dungeon for Dogs especially scary.
I have a question. So Echo's perma-banned Waycrest this entire weekend, right? This is the first time this is going to be the first time we're actually going to see them play it. Do we expect their Waycrest to be good since they've been perma-banning it?
Yep. I
think so, yeah.
Echo are a team where if they're banning something early in the weekend, that doesn't mean they haven't prepped it. That means they have prepped it and they don't want anybody to see. So I expect a impressive Waycrest out of Echo, because I mean otherwise they would have just kept banning it, right? There's no other dungeon that would have been a more important ban, I don't think.
That's been the tradition with Echo, yeah. Is usually they are one of the teams that does more, I think, than others to sort of conceal strats until the end of the weekend. So kind of typical, yeah, that's true. Oh, Makes is mentioning that they did leave it open yesterday against Date Night, actually, but Date Night banned it, so we still didn't see it. So, you know, who knows, right? Either way, we're going to it next. Echo, as you can see, banned Darkheart Thicket this time around. Murazan's Rise, banned by Dogs. Waycrest Manor, though. Glad we get to see this one again. Glad we get to see Echo in it for the first time this weekend. And if they can manage to win it, they will 2-0 and punch their ticket to the grand finals against Last Hope. That should be a fun one. Either way, I mean, Dogs again with the reverse sweep opportunity, but it's looking a little bit rough.
So we saw Dogs earlier in the Waycrest Manor whenever they were playing their series versus Last Hope. They went through that Hunter's Lodge area and did Rawl early. What did you guys think about that, Dratnus and Zyro?
Go ahead, Dratnus, you first.
No, Zyro, you first, because I don't know what to think about it. I haven't looked at enough to
I appreciate the
have an
honesty.
idea if it's good or not. Yeah.
I have some thoughts then. So in general, the idea of going right side first, then moving your way over to the left makes sense a little bit, because they do end up using the left side passageway to get downstairs into the basement. So technically, I feel like you should save a little bit of time, going that direction, just in terms of like travel time. We didn't really get to see the full potential of their strategy, though, because they did have a DPS player death on the Heartsbane trio, so they lost probably just a solid minute of time from that alone, not to mention that they were trying to cleave trash down at the same time. They just lost a whole bunch of efficiency there. So, we know they could go a lot faster, but the question is how much faster, and also how good is Echo's strat, right? Because, like you've said, Echo have banned out this dungeon pretty much every opportunity they've had to, except for yesterday, but it got banned out against them anyways. We haven't seen them run it yet. And knowing Echo, they've got something cooked here. They very rarely will ever just not practice a dungeon and ban it out. So it's going to be a banger for sure. I don't know who I would even favor here.
Talk about spooky at the beginning of this fly-through video. Watch, and then there's a guy who takes a bite out of an invisible hot dog, I assume. So they've got ghost meals here too, as well as all the other spooky things going on. Watch for it next time.
Dude, the chat's
There it is.
spamming J.
Oh, there it is.
There
Yeah.
it is. There it is.
There's no food.
He bit the
Hang
ghost
on.
hot dog. What is that? Phantom
trolls.
food. To be fair, I wouldn't want to
That
eat
is
what's on that table.
This is J Crest Manor. That is true.
Well, here we go. Echo versus Dogs. Echo looking for the 2-0. We'll see if Dogs can stop them.
Mistweaver Monk. What do you think about that? A couple
Yeah,
times
so-
we've seen Mistweaver. It's like for slightly bigger pulls, but slightly worse damage.
This has been a historic Mistweaver dungeon as well. Back in BFA, this was a Mistweaver dungeon in an era of Resto Druids and in an era of, I guess sometimes you play Holy Paladin as well, but this was often a dungeon that you could get some really good value out of that Mistweaver in. I mean, there's a lot of value you can just get with the control effects like Ring of Peace. A lot of good value from that too, so it'll be interesting to see. I mean, also it's a great Life Cocoon dungeon, right? There are just a lot of effects like Soul Thorns and stuff that it can be really big to have a Life Cocoon for.
Disease Dispel as well, and the
Yeah,
melee
that's
kick
huge.
is also quite nice. So like even if you look on the left side of your screen, you see Dogs Velos actually playing Interrupt in this key too, because the Interrupt is very, very noticeable, especially on things like whenever you're taking these captains into the boss. If you end up having any of those casts go off, it's like a huge deal. And neither of these teams are playing anybody with the Arcane Torrent ability, so no Blood Elves.
Yeah, one other benefit of the Mistweaver Monk as well is that, so we talk about Resto Druid's damage being good. Resto Druid definitely has good single target DPS as well whenever they don't have to focus on healing. But if a Resto Druid in a big pull has to heal, they're not doing any damage, right? I mean, I guess they have adaptive swarms and like dots that are maybe ticking, right? But they're doing very low DPS in that kind of setting. Whereas Mistweaver Monks actually do most of their damage still, even if they're doing a bunch of healing in a big AoE situation, right? Because they're still just hitting Spinning Crane Kick, and it's doing both damage and healing. So
Look at this from
they
Dogs.
actually are not that much lower on overall.
So Dogs, and we saw this earlier, they actually stand on these plates to avoid the Gorgers from leaping on them. Now, the downside is that they can still get hit by the maggots. However, with this all-ranged composition, the maggot spits are 30-yard range. And so what they have expertly done is they have placed all 4 of their ranged players outside of that 30-yard range for the spit cast, and then the Gorgers cannot leap onto their spot. And so it's a great strat from Dogs. We were questioning earlier as to how much time this really saves, but I think it's so smart for them to do it. I would do this on live. I think it's a good strat.
Yeah, I mean, we see these mobs. It doesn't look like a big pull, but you're going to see Echo pull them in like 2 pulls, right? And pull them back out to the courtyard, we assume, although I guess we haven't seen them do the dungeon yet. But that is what other teams have done with these mobs right here, because those Gorgers, those maggots, are actually just so lethal if they are freely damaging your whole group, which, Dogs is avoiding.
Bolstering is like a huge deal, too.
Zalia down to that infected Thorn. That's going to be a battle res needed for them, but Dogs also having a death there. Shelly going down. This one, maybe they're going to hold that B-res. This is one of those spots where you have to really come to terms with, like, what is our expectation for how clean we can be here? Because if you think we need as fast of a run as possible because Echo is going to have a really fast run, then you send the B-res, right? Because it's faster, and you get him back, you get his damage up sooner, so you save 15 seconds. But if you think, you know what, this dungeon's dangerous, we need that B-res so we don't have a wipe in the future, and as long as we don't have a wipe in the future, we think we can win, then you don't send that B-res like Dogs did. So Dogs chose to keep battle res over 15 seconds, and so we'll see if that's good or not.
This is the point of the dungeon where I think that Dogs actually loses the most time, generally. So they actually pull all this Huntsman Lodge trash, and they end up getting a bunch of Mastiffs, they get the Serpent Sting casting mobs, and stuff like that. And this is the pull where you see on the right side of your screen, Echo is already engaged Soulbound Goliath, and they've cleared out the entire courtyard. Echo did a great job of being able to get that pull done in one pull. That entire courtyard on bolstering in one pull is an insane strat. I don't know how they were able to pull that off with just Zalia going down, because whenever you have like those uproots casting, if they have like a couple of stacks of bolstering, you can actually just die 100-0 to that as well. And so Echo is looking pretty phenomenal right now. Soulbound Goliath hit 60%.
Yeah, this is looking good. It's going to be difficult to directly compare the teams until they've actually killed the same enemies as each other because they went to the different sides.
Yeah.
Even the enemy forces count it's a little misleading, right? Because they're not the same packs, and
Look
you're
at
going to have
Gingy.
to kill the other packs as each other. So, what is Gingy up to? Grabbing some trash?
Oh, we had a lot of trash. Oh my god, that's a ton of mobs, actually.
All right, this is a scary set.
Oh my
of
god, where are the
enemies
soul
here.
swords? Okay, good grip.
Danger is high, yeah. I wonder what they're going to do if they get that overlap again. I guess they're going to kill it before it could happen. That's got to be the idea here.
That was almost worst case scenario. I'm sorry.
Yeah.
I'm sorry.
Well done by Echo. Here comes the next Soul Thorns. It's going to land on Clicks again. That is unfortunate. They're going to have to kill it.
Get the steward away. Get the steward
Dogs.
away.
Dogs have had an infected Thorn Death as well.
Oh, no.
And now they're having more deaths as well. They weren't even able to get their
wipe?
battle res out in time either. They are going to wipe here on Soulbound Goliath, and this is now the window opening for Echo. As long as Echo don't wipe from here, there's no way they could lose. There's no way they could lose if they don't wipe from this point. Even if you think Dogs' route is theoretically faster, which it might be, it certainly isn't enough faster to save you a wipe's worth of time.
Oh man, it's so hard to always recover in the MDI as well whenever you have a wipe. Like, because these pulls are so heavily scripted and your offensive CDs are so heavily scripted, it ends up turning a pull that you would have otherwise done in like one pull, it turns into like 3 sometimes. And so then a wipe cascades into like multiple minutes worth of time loss. And so yeah, this is like a huge deal that Dogs lost to the boss. Like that was a boss pull with all of the courtyard trash.
Yeah, that is a tremendous time loss here. Meanwhile, Echo already working on their third boss. Rawl the Glutton is here. Dogs just going to have to clear out some trash. So Dogs are trying to recover here by heading left now because I'm actually not sure why. I guess they just want to get the Heartsbane Triad going now. I'm going to pull some trash into it, and yeah, this is going to be improvised from here from Dogs. So hopefully they'll be able to find a strategy here that costs them the smallest amount of time to catch back up here, because they want to make sure that they're playing such that if Echo have a wipe, Dogs are back in it, right? And that could certainly still happen. You know, Echo killed Soulbound Goliath, which I think is the most dangerous pull, especially with trash. But there you can see, Miraz is going to go down to a Wretch from a Pallid Gorger there. Echo actually don't have a battle res as well, because they committed it on Zalia's infected Thorn Death in the courtyard earlier. So for the next 4 minutes, they are going to be without a B-res, and that means they won't be able to res Miraz until this boss is over. Now, they don't have any trash with the boss, so they should be pretty safe.
This death is about 30 seconds lost, I would have to guess. Maybe like 25. That is a pretty bad death, all things considered, but it's a lot less bad than it could be. Echo was elected to pull the Runeweaver Kitchen Witch into this bottom, I don't even know, 5% of Rawl the Gluttonous, with Miraz being dead. This is... So how is Miraz? Is Miraz just going to release and run back to the group? And
yeah, it's such a long run back because they haven't cleared the Huntsman's Lodge. Maybe he'll just grab it and get them count on the way. That could be a cool strat. But yeah, we saw a little bit of anti-synergy there as well from Echo. We saw the Frost Nova Sigil of Chains at the same time, both landing there and therefore canceling each other out. Yep. Not a combo, but yeah, you can see Clicks putting down a gateway. Does look like Miraz is going to run back, and yeah, Echo just keeping going like he was never even gone. They aren't just going to wait and try and res him. They're just going to keep doing their pulls, and the pulls are going to be a little bit slower until he's back, but he is now back. And Power Infusion's still on cooldown as well, so not even going to mess with anybody else's damage here. All right, Dogs, meanwhile, have taken out the Triad. Okay, they've spawned a Witch. It's now killed 2 of their team. Now their tank has got everything under control once more. But yeah, I mean, Dogs are just experiencing a catastrophe here. They are still trying to recover from this, but now they're fighting a pack that's going to be worth like 9% count, right?
This is like a live pull. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, this is a good live pull. You know, this is a good thing to do in your keys. Nice, you know, not too aggressive, but in MDI you need to be aggressive, and Dogs just they're not in their plan anymore, right? They're improvising, and so these things are just not going great for them.
Interestingly enough, on the right side of your screen, Echo running a really atypical route. So they have 84-ish% enemy forces, and they don't pull Alma or any of the trash that's beneath that Rawl area. Instead, they just grab all their trash from up top, and then they elect to go immediately into this Lord and Lady Waycrest trash. Yeah,
they're just going to kill it all off.
I don't think this is count, man. I think you needed 89.5.
Yeah, we'll see what they decide to do. Maybe they'll go and grab some during the once the trash is dead here on Lord and Lady, because there's no reason you couldn't do that, right? Maybe that's the idea.
I guess that's true. Where is? Okay,
they're all here.
Is in the pack. Yeah,
the whole group is here. Yeah, well, we'll keep a close eye on Echo, because if you take your eyes off the right hand screen for even a moment, one of them is going to disappear off the screen and go and grab some trash. So we got to keep a watchful eye on them.
They're missing about 10% count, so I don't know where they're going to be looking to get it from.
Here's a strategy that I get yelled at whenever I do in my keys, but what if you just go back to the start of the dungeon at the end of the dungeon? You can talk to Lucille, and it doesn't port you out, so you're allowed to use it in MDI here and go back to the front of the dungeon and grab some trash there. So
I mean, you can. So the issue is that that's not time efficient. Okay, you can do that, right? It's just not time efficient.
Well, if Echo does it, then I'm going to argue it is time efficient, and it wasn't a count mistake. But no, Azalea is going to go. He did go and grab trash during the boss, as expected.
This guy is coping so hard, not a count mistake.
So there's a big thing about the Mistweaver. A big way that they got the Mistweaver going, or that Mistweaver did extra value there, was the Transcendence. He set up his Transcend in the corner, and then he just ran up, and he was in range to Transcend back down to be able to grab Matron Alma, which is worth a load of count here onto the end of Lord and Lady. So, nice play by Echo there. Another little benefit to having that Mistweaver.
Yeah, dogs on the left-hand side of our screen had some more depth as well. I think somebody died to a Brindle Soul, like a Soul Goliath Soul Thorns, and then the Brindle ground effect. Which is unfortunate.
Yeah, things are certainly not going great for dogs. They're having to decide as well. Do they want to just send a Lust as well? Or do they want to hold it for when they were going to usually use it? But whenever your Lust is off cooldown and it's not supposed to be, it's a really unfortunate feeling. And yeah, dogs, something like 5 minutes at least in the on the bad side of this one.
Is Alma still alive? Oh, she is. Okay.
It looks like they're just dragging Alma with them into Gorak Toll, and there's no reason you can't do this, right? Alma has Decaying Touch, so now he's going to be taking a little bit of extra damage if he doesn't get dispelled, but it's only 15% increased damage, I believe, so not a big deal.
Oh, no,
and then they just got to kick it. And that's all you got to do. I mean, Dreadmark, that's a little dangerous coming out from Alma, but I think they have the ability to mitigate that pretty nicely, and keep the volleys kicked. You need to kick Gorak Toll as well, but you have more than enough kicks for this entire strategy here, so that's a very easy mob for them to cleave down with the boss. And it's even a little bit of extra damage for them, although you do kind of get some pre-cleave as well from the slavers that the boss continues to summon.
They're going to be downing this dungeon in 12:20, which hold on. I'll run some numbers while we start talking about the end of this dungeon. I'll figure out if this is the fastest Waycrest or not.
All right, Tettles will run the number. In the meantime, Echo will bask in the glory of another match won. Revenge has been had as they take down dogs in 2-0 fashion. Move on to face Last Hope, but Zyronic, that was an interesting one, wasn't it?
Yeah, I have the numbers.
He's got the fastest. He's got the numbers.
It was the fastest by a lot. It wasn't even close. It was like it was like a minute. It was a minute faster than what we've seen, according to this.
There's a numbers conflict.
No, the numbers are wrong. The Last Hope had 11:56 up.
You're wrong. Okay, it wasn't the fastest, but it was still very clean. It was only
the numbers.
I read the numbers, and Last Hope had an 11:56, which means that Echo was a little bit off.
Well, this is really good because it sets us up for next series, because that is going to be our series, right? Last Hope versus Echo. They're very close in a lot of their matches. And let's be honest, there really wasn't too much insane tech in this dungeon, and once dogs had that full wipe on the Soulbound Goliath, it was really Echo's game to lose at that point. All they had to do was walk it in the rest of the dungeon, and they were already pretty much through Rawl at that point. So they really just needed to play it safe, but they didn't really do that. I like the tech where they just kind of pull Matron Alma through the rest of the dungeon here. On her own, she really isn't that scary. As long as she's not Giga Bolstered and she doesn't have a bunch of captains around her, you can deal with having her on Lord and Lady Waycrest or Gorak Tool. It's not that big of a deal. So I kind of like the idea of that strategy, and if they can speed up the rest of the dungeon, they can definitely match or beat what we saw from Last Hope, I think.
Yeah, I mean, it's interesting because that dungeon wouldn't be showing up until the very end of that match. That's the 5th potential dungeon in the series. So we'll see if we get there or not, but it's good to know. It's good to know what the actual numbers are. You know, I think we figured that out at least. But speaking of numbers, here's some more numbers from our last one. I mean, dogs, what can you say? I mean, like you were talking about during the dungeon itself, Dratnos, like you have a couple deaths, you're kind of winging it from there, and, you know, where you can't kind of play out the game plan you have coming into it, it gets a little bit messy. That's always the case.
Yeah, unfortunate for dogs, of course, out of the tournament, so no opportunity for redemption now, but there will be at the Global Finals for them, so at least they've got that going for them. And, you know, like, we can make an argument like they didn't recover super well. They could have maybe tried to stabilize a little bit better and had a better plan, a backup plan that execution wise. But at the end of the day, that wouldn't have mattered. They would have lost Echo either way. Even if after that wipe, it was all over. Obviously it's good to put yourself in a position where you're going to beat a wipe from the other team, and they failed to do that as well. But these things happen. It's all good. We'll see them at the Global Finals, and they will have revenge on their mind, I'm sure.
So here's the thing with Dogs, too. They were the 8th seed coming into this weekend. So whenever you're looking at... They outperformed expectations. They outperformed their seed. They also sent Echo into the lower bracket, which is like a huge deal. I think the big thing for Dogs is that they were really feast or famine at times. Their consistency wasn't that great, but their high points were so incredibly high, and they have some insane runs. And I think that a lot of teams are going to take a lot of the strats that they showed off this weekend, and especially a lot of that 4 DPS stuff that they were really hammering. I think that that's going to be a mainstay across all practices.
I think that's really been kind of par for the course for almost every single team that Dr. J has put together. They have some of the most interesting tech out there, and when they put it together, their runs compete or even beat the best teams. That being said, them knocking down Echo to the lower bracket, I think this is the first time in a long time that any team run by Dr. J has done that. So this might be one of the best iterations we've seen of his teams, and I'm excited to see what it means going forward. Yeah, they get knocked out here, but the important thing is they qualified for Global Finals, and they'll be able to bring all of that cool secret tech to whenever that is, down the line from here. Looking forward to that.
This isn't even Dr. J's final form. We'll see that at the Global Finals. But before we do, we get to see another dungeon map movement quiz. That's right. That's right. It's time once more. That's right. Thanks again for Warcraft Logs for putting this on for us again. They just released Archon.gg, so you can go and find a ton of data on Mythic Plus, talents, enchants, gear, etc. Everything you want to go. It's just Archon.gg/wow. So definitely check that out between matches. But is this map Lady Nazjar, Yalnu, Azumat, or Chrono Lord Deos?
Trying to think of the positioning on the map.
Yeah, remember, this is going to be north-south.
Well, this is a pally. This is a 4 DPS dungeon, right? Because this is an Echo 4 DPS dungeon. Pally.
It must be Yalnu then, right?
It could be Yalnu or... No, it can't be.
It can't be Deus.
It has to be Yalnu then. That's the only one.
I can't remember what they ran in Throne.
Oh, it's Yalnu. It's Yalnu. I'm locking it in. 100%.
Let's go. I'm
locked in.
Lock it in. He's ran the numbers. It's Yalnu. Is it Yalnu?
Aha! We have to wait till it gets to the end of the animation. Hang on.
The cliff is on the south side on Yalnu's platform, right?
Yep, and they're coming in from the north. That makes sense.
Coming in from the north.
You can see them kind of moving around, stomping those flowers. I mean, it all makes sense.
It's all coming together. 2 bosses from Throne of the Tides in here. That's interesting. But there he is. There's Yalnu.
Oh,
let's go.
Yeah. Wow. All right. That was the first. Ghosts? It was the first 3-0 of the dungeon map movement we've had this weekend, I think. I haven't ran the numbers, but...
I think we're the ghosts.
We 4-0'd the birthday cake. I don't know if you want to count that one.
Oh, yeah, that's true. The birthday cake was easy mode, though, Called that one way early, right? But there you go. Thanks again to Warcraft Logs for helping us out with this cool segment that you see before you. We'll see another couple of these after the final match as well. Speaking of that final match, we're going to go in Echo versus Last Hope. Last Hope coming in from the winner's bracket, Echo from the lower bracket. Real quick, before we get in there, predictions. Dratnos, who's going to win it?
Echo first, Last Hope second, Dogs third, I believe was already my prediction on the prediction page, so...
Oh, sure.
It was all working out pretty nicely.
Yeah, but
for
yours
me.
changed 4 times this weekend, so can we really trust what you have to say?
Yeah, but, that's the thing. I can't be trusted when I change my prediction. You have to just listen to whatever I said the first time, so...
We all picked Echo to win this group. We all did. So are we sticking with that going into the final match? Ironic Tettles, do either of you want to change it? Are either of you going to swap Last Hope for Echo?
I mean, Last Hope has been the most consistent team this weekend.
Yeah.
I don't know. I think historical precedents would say that I just have to go with Echo, right?
I mean, I've always said you have to go with Echo unless they prove to you that you shouldn't, and they haven't proven that yet.
I think it's hard to say that either of these teams hasn't been consistent. Both of them have been extremely consistent. Even though Echo lost to Dogs, they didn't lose because they were inconsistent. They lost just because Dogs actually just played better. They outplayed them, which is not something that happens to Echo that often, and I doubt it's going to happen 2 times the same weekend. So I think I'm going to stick with Echo.
All right.
Well,
what do you think?
So if you hear me out. The last time the Echo didn't win a cup weekend, it was at the hands of Dorky.
It was.
Fair enough.
Could it happen a second time? Haters would say no, but believers would say yes.
Echo's kryptonite comes in the form of Dorky. We may find out. Well, we will find out for sure. Quick break, and when we come back, it is the finals of Group A here on the Mythic Dungeon International. Echo taking on Last Hope for the #1 spot in the group. It's going to be awesome, so don't miss it. See you in just a few. Hey everybody, we're back here at the Mythic Dungeon International. We're about to go into the grand finals of Group A. I'm your host, Doey, here along with Tuttles, Dratnos, and Makes rejoining us once again on the broadcast. And Makes, you were looking at the map pool coming into Last Hope versus Echo, and you found some very interesting stuff.
Yeah, so if we are looking at all of the dungeons, just a quick reminder for everybody, we're not in the best of 3 format anymore. We're now moving on to best of 5 between these 2 top teams. And I had a look at the map pool, and in the very first 3 dungeons that you are seeing here, the Everbloom, the Ataldazar, and the Rise, we haven't seen Last Hope at all yet, and they even banned the Ataldazar before, which they're doing now again. It's really interesting to me that all of these dungeons could have been potentially, you know, a question mark of what does Last Hope have in there that maybe could upset what we've seen from Echo so far. Then in the next 3 dungeons, the Blackrock Hold, the Waycrest Manor, and the Fall actually holds, Echo holds the faster time outside of the Waycrest Manor, which is banned by Echo, makes sense. And then that very last dungeon, we haven't seen Echo in. So all of these dungeons are kind of question marks on either side.
I think this Rise is not exactly great for Last Hope in general, mostly because it seemed like everybody was a bit surprised with the portal tech and porting around the world. I understand why Last Hope felt the need to ban both Ataldazar, but I think that having both Ataldazar and Rise in these dungeon pool, it's unfortunate, right? That they had to ban. They only get 1 ban.
But doesn't make it you curious to see that they leave the Rise open even after having seen the portal tech? I feel like that's a statement.
If they're only 3 DPSing the Ataldazar, they're just going to lose regardless, right?
I mean, I feel like that's kind of it, right? It's like they're like, all right, there's no chance on Ataldazar, but maybe Echo screws up the portals on Rise or something like that. You can cross your fingers and hope. You can just hope at least. Sometimes all you have is hope, all right?
I mean, they could also just have a equally faster Rise. Like, we haven't seen them in there yet.
That is possible.
Thank you, Dratnos.
It's they're undefeated. They're in the upper bracket. Echo are coming from the lower bracket. Dorky has never lost in the upper bracket to Echo after knocking them down to the lower bracket. He's undefeated in that circumstance. It's
that's a stat.
Echo have an underdog opportunity here to beat Last Hope, but Last Hope are coming in with a lot of advantages. I don't know.
What do we think about the Everbloom for Echo here? So last time we saw Echo and Everbloom, they were 4 DPSing it, yeah?
Yeah.
I believe so, yeah.
Mm-hmm. They played the Ret Paladin versus Dogs with that Aug Evoker, and then they ended up losing the Everbloom, from memory?
Yeah, that's right.
Is that right?
Yep. That was the last map of that series, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, this is a map that is extremely technical as well, right? The Sanguine healing variable is going to be very important, perhaps even more important than, say, what exact 4th DPS you're using if you're choosing to play one. That can be really, really important. So this is another one as well where we haven't seen Last Hope in there yet. There could be something they're doing that's better, something they're faster. They could have a different spec cooked up for us as well in that last slot. We'll see.
What spec do you predict? I'm just curious.
Ret Paladin. I saw Drogo literally soliciting advice from a local North American Ret Paladin last night.
So, maybe not a new spec we haven't seen.
Unholy DK.
Oh.
Anyone?
So Drogo not known for his Unholy Death Knight. Actually, very poorly known for his DK
No, I
play.
don't think you run it on the healer too.
Okay, but
have I
you
mentioned
could have
enhancement shamans before?
You could have Dorky play Unholy, and you could have Drogo tank, right?
Okay, now we're cooking. No.
Hear me out.
Yes, chef.
Dorky is a big Unholy DK enjoyer back in the day. And it's pretty similar to how it used to be as well. It's pretty similar to how it has been in previous, Festermite builds.
I'm down to see it.
It could be. I'm just saying. Don't rule it out.
Dorky probably has the broadcast on right now. Like, what is Dratnos talking about?
He's going to think that they had another, secret stream leaked or something, because that's going to be exactly what they're going to show up with here.
How does he know every time?
You guys hear the story of the time their secret stream got detected by other competitors? Because he had the clever idea of streaming under Dorky Bear Z. That was his his alt.
That was a very secret name.
No one could have predicted that.
And he was just shocked that somebody found it, and then the other teams were watching it.
Who could have possibly predicted this?
Yeah, that's impossible. Impossible to see those things coming. Let's see who wins this map, though. Here we go.
All right. So Drogo is gonna stick on that Wrestler Druid. We're not gonna see the Rep Pally, at least in this dungeon. Last Hope are on a standard healer composition, hoping to be the second time that comp will defeat a 4 DPS comp. And it would, again, be against Echo as well if they're able to make it happen.
Wrestler is actually quite good in this key for Sanguine management. The Typhoon plus the Ursul's Vortex just gives you a lot of mob control that Echo is going to be lacking. Echo, of course, it's going to be almost purely on now to actually sigil chains and like move the mobs around to make sure that the Sanguine is managed well, which if you have to leave all of your Sanguine management in the hands of now, you're probably in good shape anyways, but the displacements are always really nice.
Yeah, you also have a Dispel for those stingers that are pretty obnoxious in this dungeon. Usually we try and see as few of them pulled as possible, but it's impossible to avoid some of them at least, so... Yeah, you can see Echo just getting right into things with a little gateway over the wall there. That's a neat little gateway that you can use in your own dungeons if you want. Skips an abomination, which is really nice.
I have horrible news. Last Hope did virtually the same pull that Echo did, except did it somewhere in the order of 30 seconds slower just because of the lack of a 4th DPS.
I have more bad news. Last Hope are having some gateway-related difficulties. They found it, though.
Okay, we found it.
After a little bit of jumping, yeah, not the easiest gateway to land. You just kind of keep clicking over there until it goes, and it eventually did. But yeah, Last Hope, something on the order of maybe 30 seconds to 40 seconds behind, which, given that we're only a minute and 40 seconds into the dungeon, that is really, 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 really bad.
Now, there's, I think, a lot more room for error on Echo's side. There's, like, a lot of things that can go wrong. Archmage Soul does... Oh, my God. Get out of there, get out of there. It's fine.
The Volcanic, all right, at least it doesn't do initial damage enough to kill you.
Anyways, as I was saying, Archmage Soul is incredibly dangerous, especially if you don't have a healer available. Now, Xaylia is somehow able to do 60k HPS while just DPSing. And so it might be fine. But at the same point, there's a lot of room for failure for Echo if they're not perfect with their ability to be able to stay alive.
A lot of that is actually self-healing as well. It's Crusader's Reprieve and a few Word of Glories, but generally they just go on himself as well. It's not even a huge amount of off-healing being provided by Xaylia on HPS. It'll be specific moments where he hits important Word of Glories, important sacks, and important lay on hands. But I would say unlike, say, a Vampiric Embrace or something, it's not actually doing, like, group topping or anything like that.
Yeah. Last Hope here, getting down Dulu really early. Kind of an interesting strat. That's
the one that does those charges, so once it's dead, your positioning is entirely free, right? You just need to land some kicks on both of the bosses' ults, right? And you can let them free cast their damage spells for the most part.
It's pretty atypical to kill Dulu off first. More often than not, especially on live keys, you're going to be focusing down Telu.
Yeah, because once you kill the casters, that's a lot less kicks, right? And the damage goes down, but it's a lot more movement because you still have to dodge all those charges. So we can see now Last Hope actually only 20-something seconds, 28 seconds behind Echo on that boss 1 split. They're hopping on their alpacas.
What's wrong with our gate?
Yeah, the gateway does eventually land. They're going to be heading on up here.
It's crazy that we paid it's crazy that we paid 10 seconds of penalty just to gate every single time.
Yeah, if they lose this map by 10 seconds, that is going to be a something that they'll look back on. But I mean,
it doesn't matter.
Yeah, it's a lot of other important stuff is still ahead of us in this dungeon as both teams now working on Archmage. Actually, Last Hope not on Archmage Soul just yet. They have to kill these 3 casters to even spawn the boss. So
they're actually playing 4. Ahead. They're playing the additional Arcanomancer into the triple that surrounds the boss. Yeah, that one
they can leave for last because it's not needed to kill it to spawn the boss. So usually you'll see people kill off the Pyromancer first because that one is the most dangerous because not only does it do a damaging cast with Pyroblast, but it also does huge group damage every Cinderstorm, right? Same with the boss, right? Basically the same abilities as the boss.
Echo somehow has about like 5% more enemy forces than Last Hope here, which Last Hope is actually doing something smart, and they're grabbing this Ice Collar on top of the boss now.
Yeah, this is what Last Hope need to do to win. They're going to need to find a bunch of ways to pull trash onto bosses, and so they need to find something where having a healer lets them do something that Echo can't do, but I don't know if there's anything like that in Everbloom.
I do have also a bit of bad news. So we've seen 3 DPS compositions in this dungeon a couple of times, and every single time they're not able to one-phase Witherbark during that first vulnerability window. However, all of the 4 DPS compositions have pretty reliably beaten that damage check and been able to one-phase it. And so that could actually be a pretty large time differential. That's probably somewhere in the order of like 30 seconds by itself.
Yeah, that's going to be an important thing to check. It's a bit of an interesting vulnerability phase because how long it lasts is based on how well you kill or despawn the globules that are floating in, right? So
yeah,
it's possible to extend it longer and do that as the 4 DPS comp. It's just tricky as Echo gating
it's
over
typically like 40 or 50 seconds.
Yeah, getting into this boss room now. They've got to kill off most of these mobs to spawn the boss, although the one that is imprisoned, they actually don't because it's part of that patrol, so they can leave that one for later if they want. Getting into this big damage burn now on all these ads. Meanwhile, Last Hope just finishing off Archmage Soul. Once again, we can see the boss split difference here. It's actually not bad. Last Hope 4 seconds slower on Archmage Soul split.
Is Jinchi flame striking right now?
It does look like it. I am seeing some flame strikes getting cast.
Interesting.
Yeah, I mean, this dungeon, there is a lot of big AoE, right? So you could actually maybe play that build instead of the Ignite build. I'm not super up to date on my Fire Mage, but I believe that's the decision point that you have there.
That's the decision point.
Yeah, it's a little bit annoying on Sanguine, but it looks like it's okay as long as they keep those mobs tightly controlled.
This has never before seen 2 Gnarl Roots. Look at them. Look at them. 2 Gnarl Roots. Who put them here?
That's right. We can see Last Hope using an anti-Sanguine strategy here up in the water, trying to keep those mobs on the surface. So, if they're in just the right spot, they won't Sanguine heal from the Sanguine down on the sea floor, but it is a little fiddly to set up, and usually mobs get some ticks while you're setting it up.
Not only is this an anti-Sanguine spot, but I think the big thing is that the Gnarl Root silence zones are Z-accessible. So if you're standing on specific roots in this area, or you're like swimming above the water, the silence zones will be spawned beneath you, but then it won't be able to silence you at all. And so that's another big reason why they're standing in the water like that.
All right, we have the boss now pulled for Last Hope. Meanwhile, Echo entering the damage amp. Power infusion and CDs landing as well right into the start of that. Just got to make sure not to Sanguine the boss. Both teams do here. Last Hope maybe even able to catch up a little bit on this, but like you said, this damage burn is one of the biggest advantages of the no healer composition, right? Is you can just have an extra person just blasting into the boss here.
I'm really worried about. So Last Hope is pretty unlikely to be able to beat this in one phase, whereas Echo, it's a lot more likely. Look at how low everybody is on the side of Echo here, though.
Yeah, this is it's a little sketchy, but there's not actually any unavoidable damage that happens here, right? Like.
Correct.
All the damage you take is from standing in roots, from getting hit by swirlies, or from getting meleeed by freshly spawning growths. So there's not any urgency to heal each other up, right? And you can just let passive healing do it over time, which they do have a couple of effects like that, either individually or even group-wide, potentially. Another thing we haven't talked about is one of the nice benefits of the Ret Pally as well. That's a Fearlath wielder, legendary axe that you get to play if you're playing that. So does pretty well on MDI, right? That's a nice little effect that maybe you don't have access to it yet on live if you're a Ret Pally. But
ooh, Echo I think is coming out of this phase here. The boss is gonna be at 2%.
They're good. It's all good. 1%, that's fine. That is not bad. Yep, they're able to kill it off seconds after losing that damage amp. Meanwhile, Last Hope, 75 energy on the boss, so if one more globule reaches the boss, it will end the phase.
So another big thing about the Fearlath wielder, you were talking about that. The big thing that I think about whenever I'm thinking of the Ret Paladin in this key, I'm thinking about freedom. So freedom for Gnarl Root and freedom for your tank whenever he's getting meleeed on by plants. Those are like the big things that I'm thinking of whenever I'm thinking of Ret Paladin here.
All right, Echo are going to be zoning towards Yalnu here. They do still need 6% count, but presumably that's going to be assistance that will be coming with them to Yalnu.
Yeah, you can do an interdimensional snap with the mobs. Basically, you're porting to like a Stormwind scenario here. The way you actually get them through that portal, though, is you have to like tag them the moment you're going through the portal, and then you'll maintain combat with them. If you don't tag them like perfectly as you're entering the portal, you'll drop combat. and that becomes problematic. However, you see here on the right side of your screen, those assistants have teleported. Now, last time we saw this boss, Echo actually healed Yalnu for, I want to say 10% of its HP, and whenever you heal bosses like this is like a huge deal.
Yeah, they are already at the boss almost 70%, so 25% advantage in boss HP for Echo. So even if they sanguine it a little bit, they'll probably be okay, but they've got to make sure that they don't do too much of that. Meanwhile, Last Hope, no trash, just blast. They do get to have that nice single target damage of the Resto Druid as well. You know, it's not a full DPS, but at least on pull, it's pretty close. And we're going to be getting that Convoke, the Heart of the Wild, coming out soon as well here for Drogo. We'll get the opportunity to do some pretty big damage. Has to decide when to use it, though. Maybe we'll wait until the next time that he doesn't have to heal, because right now there is a Flourishing Ancient out, blasting them for damage. But in the time that Echo had Echo done 50% of the boss's health, while Last Hope only did 25%. This is
look
ridiculous.
at the boss one split. The boss one split, I think, was the entire story of this entire key. I mean, it's just Echo blasted that first trash pack so much faster, and they were able to get that first boss pulled, like you were saying, in order about 30 seconds faster. And now Echo is going to continue to maintain that lead to the end of the key here, as y'all knew is going to be going down here in just a couple of seconds. They're going to even beat this next Flourishing Ancient and be able to take a 1-0 lead in this best of 5.
Wow. I mean, when it comes down to it, what we've seen time and time again is that Echo is just faster. And that's exactly what we saw. No deaths for either team, but Echo just gets it done that much quicker, and that's going to give them the 1-0 lead in this series.
Exactly right. But of course, there's always a reason to why one team is faster than the other. Echo really quickly finishing out that first pull. I heard you both comment on it. Then gets that gateway down within a couple of milliseconds and into the next boss. On the other side, though, for Last Hope, they had a bunch of sanguine healing happening on those first Berserkers. Threw them back a fair lot. You can see it here as well. Over 30 million and still going. The entire pull dragged out, just not being able to get that done as quickly. They only had one less mob in their poll than Echo, so they should have been technically even a little bit faster, but it wasn't possible. And then this gate after that also being a little bit tricky. Then here on Soul, Echo actually decides to add in the extra trash just a little bit later, making sure that the overlap isn't as harsh. As you know, Soul has this kind of spell queue on when she does which ability, so them saying, we don't have a healer, maybe we don't want to add in all of these like assistants and the Ice Caller when everything is happening all at once, and we'll take one that's a little bit better for us. On the other side, for Last Hope, they added in the trash straight away, allowed them to use their cooldowns on it as well, but of course, it's always a little bit of a trade-off game between these two teams. Now, the really interesting thing, and we saw this before from Echo as well, is in the Witherbark area, right? So both teams employing, I would say, similar strategies, but Echo kind of setting this one up and not dragging it in the water, instead opting to just group it up, play it all where it is, do not get null root involved, we don't even want to deal with this guy, we just get everything nice and easy in the middle here, get some of these petals as well, and then it's just a CC chain with kiting it out that obviously it needs a lot of technicality, but it works for them. On the other side, it takes a lot longer for all of this trash to actually walk into the water. You can see Gnarlroot, he's having an old field aid back there, just walking forever until he eventually reaches the rest of the pack, whereas Echo plays him with Witherbark, of course, and Echo also opting to DPS the globules, which I think is really, really smart. Normally when you do your puck keys, people don't really do this, but here it makes perfect sense because you want to try to DPS one phase this boss, and they're just continuously tapping out and DPSing those extra globules to make sure that they have as long as a time in this phase as possible. Really nicely done, but still, I would say similar timers, pretty fast. Echo faster than they were before by 10 seconds. That's a good time. I
don't really hate the fact that Last Hope ended up in, it was like 11:45, I think is the timer that we saw at the very end there. If that was their final timer on the key, the fact that they were 3 DPSing it and most of their time was lost in that first pull, I mean, it was a pretty competitive run. I thought their Witherbark split was a lot closer than I really anticipated.
Mm-hmm.
Dude, look at that first purple graph though. That first purple spike for Last Hope versus Echo. Like, that is insane.
Yeah, it dragged out.
Yeah.
That was a big issue, for sure.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, like both of these runs were sub 12 minutes, which is blazingly fast in this dungeon, as, you know, we're kind of used to seeing in MDI. But again, it's those micro things, right? It's those tiny little things, the sanguine healing, the other stuff that Nick's mentioned that, you know, is always what seems to give Echo the edge in this particular situation. And sure, they're coming up from the lower bracket, but at the same time, like, I mean, Echo certainly came to play today, and it's showing. So our next dungeon that we're going to go to is Murazan's Rise. That's another one that Makes let us know earlier that Last Hope has not been seen on yet. So are they going to adopt the portal tech that Echo did? Did they have something similar prepared? I'm looking forward to seeing the portal stuff again. We'll have to kind of wait and see, but not wait long.
Yeah, I mean, Dratnos, you were analyst on that previous game that Nagru and I were casting, and you broke down this entire portal technique. Now, I personally would say if you hadn't had this practice before, it is going to be extremely difficult to try and replicate this in as little time as they had since we've seen it. Would you agree?
Yeah, they've had about an hour of free time while Echo were busy with their next series, right? So, you know, it could be done. I mean, it is complicated in the sense that it's really impressive to figure it out. It's not actually technically that difficult. Maybe there are a lot of things that could go wrong with it, but it's mostly just a sequencing issue of sequencing your Shadow Melds, making sure that your healer is going to be able to solo the remaining percent that's left on the first Rift Mage that you bring over to the Morchi side. So, I don't know. I mean, it's possible that you could adapt it. The thing that I'd be worried about is that it looked like it was only a little bit faster than just doing the dungeon with like one Rift Mage brought to one side. And I think that, you know, trying to copy Echo's strat in an hour and then hope to be as fast as them is probably not as good as just hoping that your good, clean run is nice and fast as well. And that's the thing about Echo's strat is they only barely won even with that incredibly impressive strategy they deployed earlier today. So it's maybe possible that you could just beat them with a good run.
I'm also concerned about, like, what does Echo's failure case look like in that Rise as well? Like, there's a world where Zalia gets meleeed to death by that by that mob that they snap, right? By that Rift Mage. Like, what happens if he just gets meleeed to death and dies or something like that? Like, how much time are they really going to lose? There's just, like, a lot more points of failure, I think, with how fancy they're going for, like Dratnos was saying, about it. Not even, like, that much of a time save. It's probably, like, 20 to 30 seconds of a time save.
Well, that's why I'm excited to see it again, right? Because we'll see if there's maybe even a more efficient way that they can do it. You know, maybe what we saw the first time around wasn't as good as that can possibly go. So we'll see. But yeah, I mean, aside from that, it certainly did look like running it more or less normally was going to be, you know, similarly fast to the point where if you do see like a couple deaths on the Echo side, you know, Last Hope could do it with a semi-normal strategy. So we'll find out. We're just moments away as the players are all loading into the dungeon, and Last Hope hoping that they can tie up this series. It's not the last hope for Last Hope, but it's the, you know, second to last hope. If they lose this dungeon, obviously they've only got one more to try to make it back. Hey, what am I supposed to do, all right?
What a bad pun, honestly.
Second to last hope.
What's
are you new
next?
here?
Echo,
like what?
Echo? Like, what are we doing here?
Yeah, can last use their second to last hope to echo Echo's strat going into this one.
Perfect. You got the trifecta.
There
we go.
Yep.
Well, just to give you maybe a little bit of a reminder, we saw this dungeon only once before between a Legendary and Echo locked in 17 minutes 10. So a little bit of a longer one between the two of them. And we're curious, can Last Hope actually beat this?
This has been a heavily banned. Overall, this has been a pretty banned dungeon. 24 fortified is like a really, really high key, and it just increases your practice exponentially, especially with things like, you know, this first pull here. All teams are going to be going and pulling off all three of these mini-bosses. The mini-bosses are the activator point for spawning tier, and so making sure that you get them all pulled and killed off first is like a huge deal.
Yeah, very dangerous spot to be in, as Echo have that pull all grouped up, have the Lust hit. Last Hope also on the same pull there. Ooh, a nice volcanic dodging goop out of the way of one of those earthen fists that come out of the ground.
Let's talk about the Maidens for a little bit. So the Maidens actually do two mechanics. First is an AoE damage mechanic, and the second one is an orb, the Orb of Contemplation. And so the Orb of Contemplation will any mob that can be stunned in this area can actually take friendly fire damage from the Orb of Contemplation. So you use that orb to kill off all the vanguards and the mages that are in this area, where you just kind of, as a group, prioritize killing off those mini bosses. And that's what you were seeing both Last Hope and Echo doing. And whenever you have at least 2 ranged minimum in your composition, it always prioritizes range. Now these people are running 4 range composition, so it's not like a huge deal. But
Cryptix there went on a little adventure for
did
Last
Dorky
Hope.
cheat?
He grabbed an extra pack. Dorky did indeed cheat death there with that trinket, so it's going to be a little bit more danger from here on, but it looks like Last Hope grabbing a bunch of trash as Tier is almost active here for both teams, activating now for Echo.
Ooh, there's a massive count differential. What is this?
Yeah, so Echo actually grabbed that pack that Cryptix went and altered to go and grab. Echo just had that in their first pull, whereas Last Hope are taking it with Boss, so that will account for some of this. I think that'll account for almost all of it. It looks like there's a side pack off in the edge of the room that Echo have already pulled as well, that Last Hope are leaving there for now, so we'll see what that might mean. Maybe they're just going to get a little bit more trash in the later part of the dungeon. Maybe they'll grab it once they have the damage buff from solving the shield on Tier. We'll see.
Dude, Curse of Tongues is so nice. I'm just looking at these mages. Every single time they'll even cast like Epoch Bolt on your tank or whatever, and the delay on that bolt cast is just so long.
So we can actually tell that Last Hope aren't planning to execute the full Rift Mage strat because they don't have Shadow Melds on their whole team like Echo does. So Goop and Smacks don't have a way of dropping combat with the first one. So if they are planning something fancy, it's something different than Echo's strategy, at least in the later part of this dungeon.
Yeah. Looks like Echo is also going to be killing off Tier a little bit earlier, somewhere in the order of, I would say probably about, what, like 15 seconds, maybe even like 20 seconds faster. A lot of that, I think, comes down to the trash that was taken to the boss. Dude, I thought Now got knocked off for a second. Holy.
All good. Everything is fine. Echo are getting up to the next mini-boss pull here. We'll be able to once again see what kind of boss 1 split difference we're looking at. So Echo have 4% extra count and 15 extra seconds over Last Hope. So an early lead once again for them. I think a little bit smaller than their lead in the last dungeon at the start, but certainly an advantage for Echo. And of course, they have that Rift Mage strat that we will see very soon here, actually.
There's always this RP area as well where you can lose a lot of time if you don't do it perfectly.
Yep. I mean, it's a meme, but it's also true. I mean, if you have all 5 people get through quick, you save a bunch of time there. So we'll see if they're able to execute that. Some of it's kind of just unavoidable as well. At least that's what I say when I get hit.
If you have all 5 people make it through, are you activating the checkpoint?
Oh no, You're
just ripping it?
I'm running forward.
So for the viewers, basically the checkpoint is tied to clicking that portal that's at the end of this area. But if you have all 5 of your players going through, you don't have to click it, right? Because they're not going to need it to actually group back up with you. And so there's a question as to like, is it really time efficient, or would you just kind of run the risk of not having?
You have to wait for the dragons to fly at you anyways, right? So you may as well just be clicking it during that time, and maybe with 5 people, it just activates in time. We'll see. It looks like
did Echo make all 5 people here?
Do we have now? Nope. Okay. All right. We need him.
Ooh, they didn't. Did they activate the dragons? Did Zalia already run up and activate them?
Doesn't look like it. Does. Oh yeah, it does look like he did. Zalia got through super fast, activated the dragons. Now shows up eventually. They do actually choose to finish activating the rift as well. Meanwhile, on the side of Last Hope, they are channeling into that right now. Everybody's actually through, and they're just going to be getting in combat with this. Have they left that rift unguarded, unopened? No checkpoint there. Is that what they've done?
I thought they finished it, but we panned away too early. I couldn't really see.
Yeah, possible something to look into for Last Hope, because that would be an important safety net that they wouldn't have, but it would mean that they they've spent a little bit less time just standing around doing nothing.
I mean, Last Hope are looking.
Drogo's probably doing it right now. That's probably what's going on. That would be my guess. Where else would Drogo be?
I didn't know you could do it in combat personally.
Yeah, he's coming back. Okay, I think that's what he was up to. Maybe.
Cool. Makes sense.
It's a mystery. All right, either way, Echo are killing off those 2 dragons now, and they're going to be walking down. They do a little bit of a pull here. They're going to finish off all of these.
Let's look on the right-hand side. So this is actually a big deal what they're doing. First off, they're going to gate across the sand area. The sand does a lot of damage to your group. They're secondly going to stand on this platform. Basically, you have to stand on both of the portals that will take you to Morchi and Battlefield. Whenever you stand on them, regardless of whether or not the Rift Mage that you have to kill is killed off or not, that will then start the RP once those 2 Rift Mages die. Those are the big things that we need to look out for. Now with Echo Strat, and this is something that we saw earlier, the Rift Mages drop portals on the ground, typically that link one another together. Oh my god, Last Hope. Yeah. Are they going to wipe?
Yeah, and they actually did leave the portal unclicked as well, because like you said, you couldn't do it during combat, so Drogo went over to look at it, but was unable to do that during combat. They... Looks like are stabilizing, though. B-Res is going to be enough to keep them going. But yeah, let's talk about what Echo are going to do here. So they're going to kill off those 2 Rift Mages that are needed to activate the RP, and they're actually patrolling Rift Mages that aren't needed, that they will then be doing. So here's that Rift Mage now that they are in combat with, I believe.
The patrolling Rift Mages are going to allow something interesting. So they're going to...
Oh, no, it's not. Okay,
to port them... They're going to basically snap them to both Battlefield and Morchi. And they're going to be snapped using... I would call it like meld juggling and like summon juggling, where you're like juggling the aggro of the Rift Mage itself and having it port to people onto other platforms. And we're going to kind of see how this allows the teams to work. And basically what it's going to do is it's going to allow for a portal in between Battlefield and Morchi, which saves somewhere in the order of probably like 45 seconds of travel time.
Step 1 is the 3 DPS players are going to meld and just go over to the battlefield now and set up a summoning stone there. So that's easy. That's all they have to do. That Rift Mage is pretty low on health right now. Now and Zalia are getting it quite low. Zalia is then going to meld and run to the Morchi platform. And he will drop combat briefly when he melds, but then he'll get back into combat from a tick from his HOTS on Now. Then Now will meld, and Zalia will be the only person in combat with that low health Rift Mage, and it will come and join him over here, and he'll be able to use it to help kill off the, or he'll be able to kill it off all by himself over here in the Morchi platform.
Zalia is already in combat with this Rift Mage right here.
Yeah.
And so he's already burned his meld to actually get through the portal. Now is going to press his Shadow Meld, and the Rift Mage ports to him, and it's low enough HP. He's going to like pre-Barkskin and Ironbark himself to make sure he doesn't get clocked by this guy. And actually just staffs it even. And so now once he drops combat with the Spiteful Shade, he's able to go through that portal.
Yeah, it looks like Shadow Meld is not on cooldown for him, but I think that might be a bug because of the way we were swapping around between perspectives and loading screens and stuff. So Zalia is going to accept that summon. Meanwhile, Now was all by himself after he melded. What he did was that he also got summoned, and then he threw down his Sigil of Misery, or not Misery, but Sigil of Flame, the one that gets you in combat, the one that does damage, underneath the Rift Mage, and then he accepted his summon. And that brought him over here to the battlefield, and now that Rift Mage is over here with them because it's going to teleport and snap at him. Meanwhile, Zalia accepts the summon, and now their whole group is here, and when they kill this Rift Mage, it will make a portal to the last Rift Mage killed, which was the one that was killed by Zalia over on Morchi's platform. So they'll be able to use that to teleport between the 2 platforms whenever they want.
And not only are they going to be able to teleport between the 2 platforms, but they're going to do the Sigil of Flame thing that Dratnos talked about again to then snap this next trash pack to Morchi. So all the Farseers and the commanders that are going to be spawning here are going to then be snapped because Now is going to drop the Sigil of Flame beneath. Everybody's going to hit that portal at the exact same time, and then Now is going to hit the portal before the Sigil of Flame goes off, and the pack should snap straight to Morchi, and they take it into the boss.
Yeah, they got to kill off these Spitefuls first. A little bit annoying there. You can see the Mind Soothe as well to make sure they don't get an early combat. There's that Sigil Flame, and then porting through. And now they are in combat with those mobs, and they'll soon be snapping over. Everybody making sure to not generate too much threat on them. You see Zalia giving them a lot of respect while they are just snapped and a little bit in danger of randomly meleeing somebody.
So here's the thing. They changed snapping a lot, how it worked in the past. So how it worked in the past, the mobs would be like immediately actionable. They would be active. Now, how snapping works is the mobs will kind of evade for, I would say, probably like 5 to 10 seconds. And in that 5 to 10 second span, they can do a lot of weird stuff. And so, yeah, giving them that space to make sure you're not just going to get completely eliminated by the Farseers is like a huge deal.
Yeah, very cool strategy there by Echo as they get to do just so much efficient damage here. You see the pings coming out as well to identify where they want to be, where they want to move. And yeah, once they kill off Morchi here, they'll just be able to go right back through that portal again, and then they'll just have the battlefield to kill. Meanwhile, you can see Last Hope still traveling like peasants here on their drakes.
They look just like me, honestly, holding W.
Yeah, they are enjoying their travel time here, going through this middle section of the dungeon. They are technically ahead in boss progression right now, having killed Morchi already, but they have to actually walk all the way to the battlefield, kill Battlefield, do
And
that
the two
trash
trash
all by
bags.
itself.
Yeah.
And they have to U-turn as well and then walk back here, which I guess Echo are going to have to walk from one of the platforms to mid eventually, so that's not a difference.
What do you think they're talking about while they're running from boss to boss here? Weather?
Yeah, I don't know. It's I'd imagine morale is low.
This is a great time to like look at what the other team's doing on the stream, I guess, and be like,
Yeah,
oh, wow,
that's true.
that's
Want
crazy.
to see if they've had any deaths yet? See if there's any information like that will help you make some decisions later.
Yeah, okay. So the way that they do this also is nice because now they're on the pendule side, which means that they don't have to do any like weird skips to like get out of this area. They just kind of like sprint on by the pendules after they kill Gromash. And this is their second Lust of the Dungeon.
Yeah, Echo just pressing it right now, whereas Last Hope are going to have it for Chronolord Deos instead, it looks like. Or, well, maybe Echo, or maybe Last Hope will also press it on Gromash. I don't know. They haven't gotten there yet, so we'll see what they decide to do with that Lust, which one will be more valuable. I guess Gromash is probably a little bit better, so you just dodge more of those ad spawn waves. And
And the last boss.
I mean, there's a lot of volatility on this fight, and the problem with the last boss Lust is when are you pressing it, right? Are you pressing it at the end of the fight?
You would press it at the end of the fight. So once the boss reaches P2, once it gets knocked to 6%, it summons dragons that will effectively like solo it. And so at least on live, it's like really worth the Lust in P2 as well because you also get like passive bonuses. You know, it's like crit and like a bit of haste and stuff like that from the dragon aspects. So it's like kind of nice, but maybe it's just faster to Lust Gromash.
Yeah, I mean,
less waves of ads.
Less waves of ads, and also like if you lust in the end of Deos, you know, you're moving. You might not all have your CDs. You might have those other. I don't know. You just may have some efficiency issues getting full value out of it. So Azalea, a little bit of grieving, activating a couple of those orbs ahead of his group, but all good. Now getting through, and they're going to be making their way to the final part of this dungeon. Now, reminder, this is not a best of 3 series. It is a best of 5. So even if Echo win this map, which they are certainly in position to do right now, they will not be done just yet. They will still need to win another. So it's not over yet if you're an NA's Last Hope fan, or Last Hope as they're called now, formerly NA's Last Hope. Still an NA team, though.
NA's Last Hope, honestly. It's still in my heart.
And, you know, now could be a good point to bust out a little bit of the copium as well, where they did have a tough first few maps in the series. Their better maps are towards the end of the... You know, they have some really good runs in some of the later maps in our series, so... You know, it could all be part of a cunning stratagem to reverse sweep Echo, dealing them even more morale damage, making them even easier in the global finals when you come up against them there.
Hear me out. How hype would it be if they get reverse swept here?
That would be pretty cool. That's
I was also of the opinion that I was not happy to see Everbloom and Rise be the first 2 dungeons we had to play. I feel like from the beginning a reverse sweep was going to be the only real way.
I've always said, you know, it's fine, it's okay. We can give them 2. We can give them 2 maps. You just can't give them the third. As Last Hope still sticking in it though. They've killed off Gromash. So they've held their lust.
They look good, right?
Yeah, I mean, this is not a bad run. They have 1 death in this run. They had 0 deaths in the Everbloom, right? Like they are crunching along. They're doing their strategies cleanly. It just happens to be that the maps at the start of this best of 5 are the worst ones for them, just strategy against strategy. But once they get to a point where they can just have a dungeon that, you know, they actually have a better strategy in or an as good strategy in, then that execution might well work out for them. But Echo are hoping to just slam the door on them here.
I was talking to Cryptix yesterday after broadcast, and he was talking about the sheep mog on his staff. Apparently, a bunch of people DM'd him about the sheep staff.
Yeah, it's a good mog.
It is an insanely good mog.
It is the again the hidden arcane appearance back in Legion for your artifact weapon. Pretty fun little quest to go on if you want to go grab that. I think it's still obtainable now as well. I think that one is not one of the ones that's gone. So if you want that sheep staff, you do need to be a mage. But you can actually mog it even as a non-arcane mage now. That's a change that was made a little bit ago, which is really nice.
Okay, right side of the screen, Echo onto Deos, accumulating a pretty sizable lead in that boss 2 split. If you look down at the bottom, that was all that fancy portal shenanigans. You know, they were able to between that boss 2 and boss 3 split. Dude, their boss 3 split was only 49 seconds. Like, what is that? That's like a huge time save. So now Echo, you know, they just have to kill off these infinite keepers. I almost call them rift mages, but these infinite keepers. Wait, are they taking 2 stacks right there?
It looks like we're okay. Yeah, all good. Everything is normal. I don't think a 2-stack would necessarily kill you as well on a 24 fortified. It would be close, I think. But I think you can maybe live it.
Oh, what they're doing is everybody moves immediately, and Genji moves into the circle. And see what's going on.
That's a nice way to do it, yeah. You have to be a little bit careful. When you're playing with the Resto Druid as well, those orbs prefer to spawn on ranged players, but Resto Druids, even if they're cat weaving, count as range, so you can get one that's kind of not where you were expecting it to be, but yeah, it looks like Genji is just there. He's their orb manager. Make sure that he stands in whichever one is, and nobody else stands in one, and that's a really good way to do this. Just have somebody assigned to do that. The only challenge is if they both spawn far from Genji, right? And then everybody gets out of them, and then they both land, right? So he wants to make sure that, and the group wants to make sure that they're playing nice and close to avoid that possibility.
Another challenge is if you get knocked up by volcanic, you actually don't count as standing in the circle, which is
very bad. Yeah, that is This is actually one of the scariest volcanic moments in this season. It's almost funny because volcanic is one of those affixes you're not too worried about, but then there's a few things in every season where it's just sleeper difficult, and this is one of those fights.
So here's the deal. Once the boss hits 6%, Nozdormu summons all of the other dragon aspects to come and hit the boss, and these dragon aspects do basically all of the damage to the boss for the remainder of the key. So pushing the boss to 6% is like a huge deal. And Echo is going to be down in Chrono Lord Deus in quick fashion, going to be taking this dungeon down in 17 minutes and 10 seconds, and looking great as they take it to match point against Last Hope.
Yeah, that's right. We had our questions coming into this one. Is there a quicker way to get this done without the portal strat? Can we just kind of Zerg it and then just be quicker? But not this time, unfortunately, for Last Hope. Echo able to get the win and able to put themselves one game away, one dungeon away from winning Group A. But let's check out some moments from that dungeon, Makes.
Yeah, let's. So at the very beginning, we saw that Last Hope actually didn't take the same amount of trash as Echo, so going a little bit bigger for Echo here with one more pack of these little casters. Then Echo is a little bit faster on the minigame, and like you both saw, also activating that portal there all the way, because they were nearly finished with it anyhow, whereas Last Hope said, nah, we don't really need that respawn point. It made me very nervous, knowing that that was not available to them, but in the end they had that battle rest and that was okay for them. But like you see, a lot of damage going out here, and also Dorky getting clapped in this pack here, unfortunately. But like I said, battle rest available, saved them the time from running back. That would have been very, very unfortunate. Big storyline, of course. We've been over it in the series with Echo earlier on, as well as you guys have been explaining it throughout this game. I was listening. The Shadow Meld juggle, right? It's just so big. It saves them so much time, and we were kind of contemplating, is it really that fast? But if you're just kind of tracking down the seconds, how long the other team is sitting there in that kind of Flappy Bird situation with the dragon where you're going from A to B and you can't really do anything, it saves you so much time to have that set up. At the end, Last Hope, not even using that Bloodlust on Grommash, I feel like spent so much time there. But yeah, I thought it was not gonna happen anyhow. So really coming back to this juggle, saying you didn't have this ready, I feel like this should have been your map ban. But then we know how the Altazar looks for Echo as well, so really a little bit of a rough situation for Last Hope.
Yeah, the challenge here as well, if you're a Last Hope fan, is you're hoping for some inconsistency from Echo. But Echo are displaying peak consistency right now. Not only 0 deaths, a 17-10 minute run here. Do you want to know what their previous Murzon's Rise was?
It was 17-10.
It was 17-10, yeah. So Echo are executing their strategy like mechanical robots. I guess mechanical genius robots that are just doing the exact same thing every time, and it is working out for them. They are 0 death, same time. I bet that's the fastest possible time they could do as well. And they're doing great right now. But that could change. Next map could be the one. It could be where it all falls apart for Echo, and Last Hope begin the reverse sweep.
Are they the goats? Are they them?
They might be. If the sheep head on the staff is any indication,
Okay.
Okay, we
enough,
saw that on
close enough.
multiple teams.
Open your
now.
All right, open your
all
eyes,
right.
sheeple. Dorky has them where he wants them. This
Exactly.
is just what he planned. He planned the reverse sweep. Open your eyes, sheeple.
He's like, I'll take him to Blackrook Hold, and that's where everybody just dies all the time. So that's the moment that we come back. They've got a secret no-death Blackrook Hold planned to get the reverse sweep going, I believe.
Okay, why don't we talk about the Blackrook Hold, because that is the next dungeon. And while I don't have any sheeple theories for you, I do have the numbers. So we've seen both teams in there. Last Hope locked in 12 minutes 58, and Echo had it 12 minutes 10. Now, we know from experience, from all of the last games we've seen thus far, that the Blackrook Hold holds a tendency for a little bit of unfortunateness is how I'm going to phrase it. So there's a lot that could go wrong. There's a lot that's very volatile here. Sanguine being a problem just all throughout, but then also the way that they deal with some of these mobs. There's a chance. If you're in the corner of Last Hope, this is all I can give to you. There's a chance that this dungeon goes the other way.
Last Hope's splits and time in this key, just in general, has looked pretty solid. I think that there's like a pretty reasonable chance that Last Hope, if they have a clean run, they're going to be able to just beat Echo straight up in this key. But the problem is, like, having a clean run in Blackrook Hold is obviously very challenging. Sanguine is a large variable in there, and you could, your Sanguine can go from 40 million to 140 million, and that, is plus or minus a minute and a half almost instantly.
Yeah, it's not been an easy dungeon for our teams this weekend, and I don't think nobody's done a zero-death Blackrook Hold yet, right? I don't believe so.
I'll take your word for it.
I mean, even Last Hope, that in their best run, they still had two deaths.
Two, yeah.
It's just too easy to lose people. There's too many things that can just kill you. There's too many pulls to set up where you can just get meleeed or something. But that said, all of that aside, the past is in the past. And the future is Blackrook Hold for Last Hope versus Echo. If Last Hope can win it, they'll stay alive in this series. If Echo win it, they obviously are the winners of Group A. The nice thing is that both of these teams, once again, are all the way through to the Global Finals already. So it's about the prizing, it's about the pride, it's about being the conquerors of your group. Echo is not used to not being that. It's only happened once before. Let's see if maybe Last Hope can get something going here in what could be the last dungeon of the weekend.
All
Dude, you and I are back to watching a Blackrook. I feel like I'm having deja vu.
The old Blackrook Hold. It always comes to this somehow, and they are getting both underway. Exact same strategy here at the start of this dungeon. This is it's one of those strategies where it's like the most you could possibly do, and it's doable. So just everybody does it, right? It's all the trash into the boss. The fact that it's doable, though, doesn't mean that it's consistent. We frequently see deaths happening for people in this particular pull, right? It's a very scary thing to do. It's just you can't avoid doing it, or else you're giving up so much time.
So a lot of the issue is that, like, okay, so first off, the Ghostly Protector, it casts Sacrifice Soul. If a mob, including the boss, is near the mob whenever it's casting Sacrifice Soul, then it takes a lot less damage. The Counselors, those are the caster mobs. And we have 2 Silent Sigils, which is really nice, and we have a decent amount of CC in this composition. But once we're out of Silent Sigils, we're actually in a lot of trouble. And then there's Retainers, which cast this bleed that goes on the players. I guess it's like a magic damage spell, but it's a bleed for all intents and purposes. The Soul Blade bleed. And if you have Soul Blade bleeds, and then we are out of Silent Sigils, and we have those Counselors free casting onto people, we can actually run into an issue where people can get killed off rather easily. Because Amalgam of Souls is like the main prio here. Look at both Echo and Last Hope. They didn't hit that trash. They're literally just full single targeting the boss here, and now they're going to be finishing off the trash. Lady Ravencrest has come in pretty late. They're trying to make sure that they minimize the amount of Sanguine healing. But that's basically how the first pull functions. We've seen a lot of teams actually wipe to that first pull. So Last Hope and Echo having essentially a perfect first pull, that's huge.
Yeah, things are looking good here. Sanguine healing, like, always we say in this dungeon as well, right? In any Sanguine dungeon, it's just going to be one of the most important things. If we don't have deaths, if we don't have wipes, it is going to be the tiebreaker that will determine which team can win. But Last Hope actually get Lady Valandris killed off before Echo do. Last Hope, a solid second ahead now, even though they were a little bit slower on that boss 1 split. They are slightly ahead now in dungeon progression. They are walking their way up here, so hang on, this could be it. last two dungeons, Echo came out of the first boss with a lead and won those dungeons. This time around, it is Last Hope with a much smaller lead, but a lead nonetheless.
So this next pull is basically the live route pull, where you pull all of this trash into this pack at the top of the stairs. There's only so large you can realistically go with all these rook spiderlings. They're going to be like stacking up on your tank, and then with these trash mobs in general, you can only really go so big here. The next pull is probably the hardest part of this like top area. They're going to be like triple archer packs a lot of the times, and if you get selected, especially on these cloth DPS with triple archer shot, you can just get evaporated and die 100 to 0. We saw Last Hope, whenever they were in here earlier, they had deaths on cryptics and goop to the triple archer shots.
Yeah, this is a very, very sketchy area. I mean, the whole dungeon pretty much is, right? But this is certainly one of the ones where archers and scout control is just, it's so vital, as Last Hope now going to be throwing that shackle on the archer, walking forward, killing that champion nice and far back, so there won't be any
The shackle got broken
near those mobs. Yeah, they have a companion. Ooh, a nice Ring of Frost actually is going to prevent it from doing its bleed as it lands, as it jumped through the Ring of Frost. And they're actually letting one minion jump around, but banishing the other, which is a...
Yeah.
I guess that's the minion from the previous pack, right? So, because they didn't let it die earlier.
Ooh,
But
Drogo died.
Drogo gets shot by an archer, and down he
Soul
goes.
stoning.
That is one battle res, one death. Last Hope, we're a little bit ahead in getting this pull started, but now they are down a B-res.
Yeah.
That is a very scary place to be.
So you can also rip melds and NECC if you really want to stop the archer shots. But the downside is that like the scout pack, like the scouts have required stops, and this first pull has double scout. And so if you don't get like your stops perfectly on the knife dance, you can die. Last Hope, even with that death, they kill off the pack a little bit ahead of Echo, maybe 1 or 2 seconds.
Yeah, this is a slight... I mean, it's just tied, right? There's a tied game,
even, yeah.
But Last Hope don't have a battle res, so Echo have a lot more safety going into the remainder of this dungeon. That is a huge advantage for them. But in terms of time, I mean, it is still just absolutely neck and neck, although Echo doing a really good job here of focusing damage onto that commander. It's going to die really early. Whereas for Last Hope, look at how spread out their mobs are. They have an archer that's just not getting cleaved at all in this pack.
Oh, I hate
Finally,
that.
they're able to get it starting to get DPS'd. But yeah, this is actually going to cost them quite a bit of time here. Look at how much longer this pack is living as a result of this. They didn't have all those mobs nice and tightly grouped, whereas Echo did. They were able to just kill everything all at once, basically.
Yeah, so now Echo able to make up probably somewhere in the order of like 5 seconds there, plus the 5 seconds of depth differential. But this isn't lost. I think that the next pull that we're going to see after this boss is probably the most pivotal moment in the key. You have all the scouts, you have the Blade Lords. That opens up an opportunity, and we saw dogs have 85 million Sanguine Healing. If either team has 85 million Sanguine Healing, they're probably going to lose because that pull is just so technical.
Yeah, this is a very dangerous part ahead of them here. A little bit of a reprieve right now while they're just fighting Ilisana Ravencrest.
This is chill?
Yeah, this is a nice little chill section in the dungeon. You could make the argument this is the only chill section in the entire dungeon as well, is this boss encounter, because all the rest of it is going to be it's going to be just a breakneck race to the finish while also trying to avoid any sanguine incidents, and that will be very important. But the single target DPS on this boss is also really important too. You can see they're trying to optimize both teams, all of that damage that they can. We will get an idea on this boss split just exactly which team has the edge on that. Does look like it's going to be Echo killing it first. 5% boss HP advantage, although at Last Hope accelerating now.
So I have a question. What's the deal with the count? This doesn't make a difference, right?
I don't think it will. No, I think we're okay. Yeah, half a percent less count. That's probably just an extra spider from a side room or something.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking. It was one of the rook spiderlings probably or something.
Yeah,
weird
not a big deal, I'm
like that.
sure. As Last Hope making their way up the corridor, so are Echo. It is a 4-second advantage for Echo, plus 5 seconds of death timer, plus a battle res. The battle res obviously won't matter at the end of the day on the timer unless there are some deaths, but there might well be some as both teams now gathering things up. If one team can avoid Sanguine Healing here and the other won't, that team will be in the lead. This is a very important pull.
Okay, so basically both teams as well also send their healer up in advance. You see that Zalia and Drogo for both Last Hope and Echo aren't with the pack, basically what they're doing is they're stopping that rock gauntlet. It saves them a decent amount of time just as a group to send that Resto Druid ahead, because the Resto Druid's not going to contribute too much to this pull. And looking at the right side of our screen here, we have Echo continuing to kite out these Blade Lords, getting great stops on these Scavengers, and it looks like Echo's going to be nearly perfect with their Sanguine management, assuming that they can get these Blade Lords out in time.
Yeah, this is looking really good. We can watch on that healing meter for both teams. 10 million healing for Last Hope. It's going up now. 12 million for Echo, and that pull is over. But Last Hope not doing bad either.
Dog.
13
Last
million.
Hope has a dog in the back.
Yeah, okay, so that thing is soaking up a little bit of blood, but it's okay. And just one Scavenger left. Unfortunately, it is in a Sanguine puddle right now, so it's going to be padding that stat a little bit.
Hurry up. Oh, dude, I think we're dead even. Look at this. Echo didn't actually do the boulder thing in advance, so they took a little bit of time to actually run up. So I think that Last Hope is going to be right there with them. And so now they mass invis.
Yeah, they're running on through here, giving up that mass barrier for mass invis instead. Last Hope, same strategy. There's that Stampeding Roar. There's that mass invis. And they are running on up. Both teams now hoping to grab 2 Fel Dominators. Only 2. 3 would be a big problem. 2 is fine. 3 we don't have enough kicks for, but 2 are coming in for Echo, and 2 are coming in for Last Hope. Last Hope maybe 10 seconds behind right now.
Okay, cool. I think this is just going to be a foot race, right? This is going to be really close. So this part of the boss, I don't want to call it a reprieve, but it's much easier than the last pull that we're about to see. The last pull, we're going to take all of the Risen Lancers into the boss. There is a little bit of vulnerability on your tank to potentially die, but on like a 23, Vengeance Demon Hunter is more or less sturdy versus the pack plus the boss. The big thing is, first off, Sanguine management, and 2, if anybody ever gets stunned, they're likely to still die to the Risen Lancer, even on a 23.
Yeah, there is a little bit of danger certainly here. But like you said, most of it will be coming on that next pull. One thing that Last Hope are doing that I think is really cool, and we'll be able to see it next time Incorporeal spawns, it looks like they have macros bound maybe to their Incorporeal CC abilities that ping them. You can see a warning ping going on over that Incorporeal that means, hey, I'm getting this one. Don't you heal it. Oh, no. Yeah. Sanguine healing on Smashbite the Hateful there. 1 tick for Last Hope. That is not good.
That's bad.
As it charged.
3 million damage, too.
There's another one potentially coming in here if they're not careful. Nope. Okay, we're good. We're good. It looks scary, but it's not. It's outside of the hitbox. We are okay. And you can see,
okay, so
Goop is manipulating where that's going to charge so it doesn't go into that Sanguine puddle. Nicely done.
Echo, whenever factoring in Death Timer, is going to be about 20 seconds ahead of where Last Hope are. Now, this is the big pivotal moment for Echo here. Are they going to be able to pull this off? They're taking all of these Risen Lancers up into the boss. They need to make sure that they dodge that Raven's Dive. That Raven's Dive is very, very deadly to any players here. And Kurtalis Ravencrest has been engaged. They Lust P2 to make sure they're able to one-phase the boss. That's the big deal with the Lust here. And so, they're actually committing this early.
Interesting. Yeah, Echo just blasting in the damage here during P1. Once they push Kurtalos, then they'll be able to kill off all the trash with this Lust as well. So it's still potentially efficient here, and they think they probably can still one-phase, I think, is the idea here, because I know a team one-phased with a death at like 30% on the boss, so if you can do that, you can do it without Lust as well. And Echo
Last Hope
dodging those last jumps now. Looking good. Beautiful Sanguine management from Echo here is going to keep all of that blood on the edge of the room. Meanwhile, Last Hope also pushing here, also with that Lust. Incorporeal spawning for them, quickly taken care of. And now they're just hoping to make sure that this Sanguine is well managed, but unlike Echo, there are still a lot of Lancers alive as they begin combat with Dantalion Axe.
Echo, do they have Zalia meld the boss? That's what it looked like that.
Forgive me.
Yeah, it does look like that. I mean, he died in a previous attempt from doing that, so that would make sense, as Last Hope are in a little bit of danger here, but that buff is going to be a huge power increase. Echo 57% on the boss as they are in this intermission. They are in great shape to bring this over the finish line. That one phase should be possible for them as long as they avoid any silly mistakes here. That 30-second lead that they have now is going to be enough as Last Hope enter that intermission here. But Echo just have to get to the finish line here. They just have to beat that next Dreadlord's Guile cast, which is not for quite a while. And look at this damage that they are blasting into Dantalion Axe here. Yeah, this is not even going to be
this guy's
close.
gone. Oh my god.
That boss is just gone. Echo are going to take this series 3-0. Wow, commanding victory.
Yeah, and that's Echo. That's Echo. You know, the thing is, after Last Hope lost someone, I typed in our chat, I'm like, Echo's about to do a zero death run just to show they can. And you know what? That's just the kind of thing Echo does. They got it. They got the win. They got the 3-0 in the finals of Group A. So after being knocked down to the lower bracket in our very first match yesterday, they come storming back. Don't drop a single map, I believe. Yeah, and that's just Echo, right? That said, Last Hope looked very good. It was very close the entire time. It was only the slimmest of margins that separated them from Echo, but still, it's just so hard to take down Echo. I don't know. It was the closest anyone's come in a while, though.
It's definitely a very close match between the two of them. I really loved how at the beginning Last Hope was even a little bit in the lead due to how they handled Ravencrest timing and the door. Then unfortunately the death here, and this is where it all kind of yeeted in the wrong direction for Last Hope, right? You have those Sanguine Puddle spawn, you have the pole drag out. In the end, just not being able to get through this area as quickly as the other team. There were some cool techs that I did want to highlight just with the Shackle Undead as well as the Banish on the Arcane Minions to make these poles a little bit safer all throughout, but of course the big storyline is towards the end of this dungeon. I think you guys spotted it as well. A little bit of sanguine healing on a boss just matters so much. These guys have so much HP, so every single tick is a lot, and something we did see from Echo is using the taunts on players like Celia to make sure that these Dominators do not die anywhere near the boss. It's just so important with Sanguine to kind of handle that, make sure they're someplace else, and unfortunately that didn't work out there for Last Hope. Gave them a little bit more trouble towards the end there. But yeah, Echo, man, just doing it again, back to back to back to back to back to back or something is where we're at now with yet another really good Black Rockhold.
Yeah,
that's just how it goes.
I mean, what a run out of Echo. 12 minutes and 3 seconds being their overall time as well. That's faster than their previous best, which was a 12:10. So, again, the consistency, 0 deaths from Echo here. What an unbelievable grand finals from them, and they've done it again. They've tricked us. They've tricked us into thinking that they were mortals, and then they've just destroyed a 3-0 victory in the finals.
Well, dude, they got unbelievably hot today. Like, I don't think it's to be understated. Like, they looked not great yesterday, but they got really, really hot today.
I mean, it's like I was saying at the end, like, the only team to do a 0-death Black Rockhold all weekend. Like, it seems like when they need to, they can just shift into this higher gear that basically no other team in World of Warcraft has, and just get things done on a level we just don't see. Pretty amazing stuff.
Yeah, they're the goats.
Sure.
Yeah,
they are.
I mean, what else can you say? Yeah, it's and so we're gonna have an interview soon. We need some time to get that all set up, but we've got time to do a couple dungeon movement maps as well during that. So we'll get to that in a moment too. Okay. Let's just go ahead and check out the bracket though one last time for Group A here. Echo, of course, we just saw them get that 3-0 victory over Last Hope, but look at Last Hope's run through this tournament. 2 over levels, 2-0 over Legendary, 2-1 over Dogs, the team that knocked Echo into the lower bracket, then finally, falling to Echo, but still, what a run for Last Hope. And, I would say, as far as North American esports goes, we'll call that a win, right? We'll take those.
Oh, yeah. This is one of those brackets as well where you can just see that every team that made it to our Sunday basically had the potential to beat every other team here. I mean, aside from Legendary, there were wins between all of these top 3 teams against each other. And Legendary, even though they didn't actually take a game off of Echo or Last Hope, they looked like they could, right? They had these runs that were so close, and they just barely fell apart. And, some of their runs against Direwolves, against Date Night were so unbelievably good as well, where, all 4 of these teams are going to be a force to be reckoned with in the Global Finals.
So I think that's something that's also kind of interesting is Echo had to completely show their hand for every single key. Like, I think that we kind of talk about them hiding strats sometimes, but they were not really able to, otherwise they were going to lose.
Yeah, I mean, the fact that they had to do that already kind of makes you wonder, all right, well, are they going to come up with something else for the global finals? Are they going to refine what we saw this weekend already? And the other thing, too, is looking at Group B, that group is also quite stacked. So I think any way you slice it, we're in for an extremely competitive global finals. Here is the Group B if you want to discuss it. Perplex Mandatory, Eclipse, Bald Bandits. Come on now. Ducks Can Fly, welcome back. Sloth, of course, and Bone Buds Resurrected. But yeah, a lot of familiar names on that list.
I've heard some rumors. I'm not gonna say who, but I've heard rumors that there's a team thus far. So I think Group B could be very interesting if the rumors hold to be true. Of course,
I hear these
already,
rumors a lot.
Of old fans.
I mean,
I hear this all the time, right? I hear it like it's like, oh yeah, we're gonna beat. We have faster times than everybody, right? We have the best run, and then the teams show up, and then half the time they get 2-0'd by somebody else, and it's just it was a bait.
Well, you know what we call those though?
Oh,
you know what we
okay.
call those in esports? We call those scrimbucks, right? I see this all the time in other games where it's like, well, this team in practice, they beat the other team all the time and all that. But you know what? When it comes to the match, the scrimbucks don't count. You can't cash in scrimbucks for wins. You just got to win. Speaking of winning, we've got none other than Miras joining us on the broadcast right now. Miras, congratulations for yet another victory here in MDI. The crew had to work for it a little bit more than usual, though, it seems like.
Hello.
Hello.
Oh, perfect.
Welcome.
Yeah.
Doing good.
Congratulations.
Yeah. Thank you. I mean, it was a tough weekend, all I can say. But yeah, it worked. Also, I had to put on the Murdoch hat to cover the hair because it's not looking too good anymore. A lot of hair fell out, to be honest.
Oh no.
Oh, wow. Well, that I don't know what that's like,
Well, the
so
Morlock
you'll
hat
have to tell me,
suits you. So
Thank you.
at least I think at least it's a look. But of course, right out of the gate, we already saw the memery on Twitter, Maris. But when and how did you come up with this portal technique? Anything you can tell us about that? Because obviously people want to know, right?
Yeah, I mean, we're not taking credit for the portal tech. It's actually same as kind of like the Breckenhide last post thing, where we've been told that this is possible, and then we kind of experimented around with what is possible and how exactly everything goes down, and then we kind of took the strat basically. But we were not the inventors. We were just advancing it basically.
So, well, I'll ask you a question then. So, now, I'm maybe this has been asked before, but I feel like we haven't had you in the interviews too often. I'm curious, like, what keeps you tanking after so many years? Because so many tanks do it for a while, then they're like, oh, I can't take this anymore. I got a DPS. What keeps you tanking year after year, expansion after expansion? Where does that fire come from?
Wait.
Do you hear me, by the way?
Yeah.
Oh yeah, no.
You hear me?
Yeah.
Okay. I mean, I don't know. Tanking is like being the goalkeeper in sport. You're a little bit washed up, but it doesn't really matter because as long as you have strat and knowledge, it just works. You know what I mean?
I'll take that.
Can confirm.
Yeah.
Okay.
So okay, this
Well, there
weekend
you
you
go.
guys got sent down to the lower bracket kind of early on for you guys. How was that? I mean, obviously it's something you've had to battle with a few times before, but how much of a shock was that? Because those weren't even bad runs. It's previously we've seen there be these weekends where you guys just have like a couple of bad runs or something, and then you're down in the lower bracket, and then it shapes up. But those were just some pretty clean runs, and dogs were just faster.
Yeah, dogs were.
No, go ahead.
Okay, I can go. Yeah, dogs.
No,
they
you go,
played.
you go.
Okay, I go. I think dogs. I was so surprised how well they played against us. I feel like they always have this tendency to always play incredibly consistent when they face us, and then we see them the series after, and they start to have a little bit more sloppy runs. But it's something, I don't know, when they face us, they just play so incredibly well. And then of course, even if we play well as well, they are all insane players, so it's really tough to beat them. And their Everbloom, I think the strat they had with what's it called, Nullroot in the water and stuff. We didn't even think about that with Sanguine.
Yeah.
They had some really cool tech for sure. So I'm excited to see what they bring out for globals.
I have a question. What did you guys think about the 4 DPS stuff? Obviously, it was only shown, I think, in 3 maps. How are you guys feeling about 4 DPS in general?
I don't like it.
I also don't like it. It's really weird because you just end up playing the key and you just randomly put in a DPS, and then sometimes you need to off it a little bit, and it just feels awkward because you can't really do any cool strategy around like super huge pulls where everyone can like carry each other. You just do a weak league path with a little bit bigger pulls and 4 DPS, and somehow you're the fastest, and it's a little bit weird, I guess, I'd say.
Mm-hmm.
I feel like every class has too many off-healing tools right now. You know, Shadow Priest with B and off-healing and Red Color, and then you have Mage, which is really tanky. There's so many, hybrids you call them, I guess, that can just make everything possible without a healer. Meanwhile, in the past, it felt like you really needed a healer if you took any sort of damage. So, I don't know. Maybe the keys, I don't know if the keys are too low. Some dungeons for sure feel easier than others, but yeah, I want to have healers back, mainly because we have a sick healer in the team. I want him to play healer.
What do you think would happen if it was moved up to like 25s? Like, how would that impact your practice?
Did we ever practice 25s? I don't know what we practiced. I don't remember anymore.
No, we only practiced 24s, and some of the dungeons 24. I mean, we did play some of them, right? But we practiced like fortified tyrannical, like a lot of times on 24, and some dungeons were very painful, for sure. It's still probably possible for DPS, but then they become more like the high key, weekly key, 4 DPS keys, and I don't know if that's really too enjoyable because I don't know. It's really weird, I guess.
Yeah, it is for sure. We'll see how that turns. But now you were tweeting just a minute ago saying a little bit unfortunate that you had to show off the Rice tech before the global finals. Now, of course, the question that kind of comes around with that, is there any tech that you still haven't shown on broadcast yet? That obviously you don't tell us the tech, but is there still something that you're holding back?
There's quite a few things we're actually holding back for globals. It's always this when you play the qualifiers. You want to find a sweet spot where you use some of it, but not all of it, because you don't want to give everything away, right? You want to have some, I guess, aces up your sleeve for globals. But maybe this time we held back a little bit too much. But we for sure have some stuff, which we have saved for globals. But it also depends on, you never know what affixes you gain. Some might be doable on Fortified or Tyrannical because it changes the pace a bit. So yeah, we'll see. But for sure there might be some stuff.
Awesome.
Exciting. I'm sure we'll get a bit of that to the global finals. But we have a special treat for the both of you. I don't know if you've been paying attention. We've been doing a special segment called Dungeon Movement Maps all weekend long. So basically, we'll show you tracking of players on a boss, and then you have to predict what boss it is just purely by seeing the movement. And it'll be on the program. You should be able to see it. Are you ready?
I mean,
okay, let's get it. I don't see it. Is it on now? Oh yeah, here it is. Okay.
Yeah, it's one of those
our team or what?
There's 2 O cards, so there are the options here.
2 are correct.
It could be anything.
So,
Is it maybe O card?
so 1 out of 3, I guess, this time. Yeah. All right, but yeah, you can. What does the movement tell you? What boss do you think this is?
Oh, I have a good guess.
What is it?
I mean, the tank is going back and forth.
Bro, you know what this is, Robin. This is the dresser run for sure.
But the tank is moving so much. Are you sure?
Yeah, I mean, yeah.
You have the dudes with you, right?
I agree.
Well, what is the healer doing? What is it?
The healer's, I mean, he's getting pushed back and getting some, I don't know, some movement in the melee.
Okay, yeah, I guess it's low card then, yeah. Oh, no, dresser on, right? Dresser on.
yeah.
It's not, I mean, it could be all card, right? Back and forth. I don't know, dresser on, I guess.
Well, 5 seconds. What's your final call? O-card or dresser on?
Dresser on.
Dresser on.
Okay, dresser on. Dresser on from our pros. Do the analysts want to weigh in? Any dissenting opinions?
I'll say what they say.
Well, Mira
never mind.
So I'm going to go with that guy.
Never mind. Dresser on. Dresser on is it. You wouldn't want to argue with Echo, I don't think. So dresser on, and we have one more. We have one more, I believe, too. So let's we'll get that one started. We'll see. We'll see which one it is. And 4 choices this time. This is a map one. This isn't just the boss. This is the whole map. So Taldazar, Everbloom, Darkheart, or Galakron's Fall. This is the whole map.
Everbloom.
That's right.
Everbloom. There's Everbloom. Yeah.
Everbloom.
Look at the
Oh, that
gateway
was
here.
fast.
We can.
The gate.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
All right. Yeah, if it was a tall desire, you'd
Oh,
be
that
jumping in the
was
middle.
a fast no.
That was quick. Can we confirm? Is it Everbloom?
It must be right because this is Soul now. Yeah, up at Archmage Soul.
Survey says. Yep,
100%. Yeah.
that sounds about right. We're just waiting. It's not a birthday cake, that's for sure.
I mean, it's a
Find
nice
out
drawing. Though.
momentarily. Are we going to watch the whole dungeon?
Yeah, this is
Yeah,
somebody
I
who was
love
playing the
this.
Wrestle Druid as well.
Oh, there we
in
go. Nice. Okay, cool. All right. Another hop over to a different section.
Is that boss
Look at
called?
the demon
No,
on tank.
Noldred is the ad. What was that boss called?
And I don't-
Noldred, that's the ad.
With the bug. Yeah, with the
With the
bug.
bug.
Yo, are we
Oh, yeah.
sure? Are we sure this is Everbloom?
Oh, yeah.
Yes,
now they're
yeah,
going to
yeah,
the
yeah.
last boss yet, for
Saying-
sure.
Okay, all
We're
right.
gonna,
Maybe it isn't.
Didn't know if seeing the more movement might change your
Oh.
minds, but
Well, it
oh,
could
no, it's
be
Dark Earth
Dark
Thicket.
Earth.
It's Dark Earth-
No, it's
It must be Dark Earth Thicket. Hang on.
Oh.
That must be
yes.
the way.
Oh,
Wait,
Yes,
guys.
yeah,
It's not
wait a second.
No.
Yeah. All right.
oh, no, okay. Wow.
I mean,
Wow.
we just confused
We got it,
everyone.
we got it.
It's fine. It's fine. Yeah.
Wow.
They were holding back.
all right.
the
Somebody in
thing.
chat just goes. It's obviously Everbloom. SMH.
Yeah.
Obviously. Yeah. I like this segment.
Okay,
We
the
need
thing
to
I
do
learned
this
here is they
more
kind of have the
often,
same
yeah.
layout, though, right? Like you go right, you do that boss over there. There's that gateway, or the long. I mean, they're both a gateway, right? Both times you click the gateway if you want.
Yeah, there's
Then
a
you come
bit.
back up to that could be Archmage Soul up there, and then it's a little off the angle, but the thing that tips you off
I mean,
that
the
it can't be
gate was
Everbloom
too
is that they
long.
don't go the exact same way for the gate back, right? To the last boss, right?
Yeah, I
they
mean,
would, they would
the
have to
end
take
as
the exact
well.
same route back up to where Soul is. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yep, well, there you go. Wow, Dark Heart Thicket coming out of nowhere to be the correct answer. So, well, anyway, thanks for playing along. Again, that's Warcraft Logs that helps us out with this awesome segment. They just opened up archon.gg. Go check it out. But before we let our two victorious pros go, now, Miras, any shout-outs you want to make? Any comments you have before we let you go here?
I mean, shout out to, of course, everyone watching. Thank you very much. And it will be a really good finals, I think, with all the teams qualifying, Cup B as well. This will be a really crazy finals. And another thing I would like to say is, after seeing all these dungeons we have currently been playing, we would like Sanguine Depths back for the future as a beautiful dungeon for the MDI, yeah? Or next expansion, I guess.
Okay.
Something to think about. Now, anything to add to that?
Well, yeah, shout out to everyone watching, to you guys, the casters. I haven't been able to watch too much this weekend, but I'm sure you did a phenomenal job casting as always. Shout out to the team, and yeah, I think that's it. I don't really care about Sanguine Depths too much, but yeah, I wouldn't mind if it came back, I guess.
It could be a fun one. It could be fun from time to time. But thanks, both of you, for joining us on the broadcast. Congrats again on your 3-0 victory in the finals of Group A, and good luck with all your preparation going into the Global Finals. Can't wait to watch.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
All right. Well, let's take a look at that bracket one more time. Again, Echo getting the 3-0 victory over Last Hope in the end. And, we can't forget some of our teams that we won't see until, possibly next season. Teams like Dire Wolves, I think, deserve an honorable mention where, again, I think there's a lot of talent on that squad. They've gotten farther in the past. This was a rough one for them, but I'm sure we'll see them back again. A lot of other entertaining teams we've seen. Any other ones jump to people's minds here? No?
All of
Okay.
them. I'm looking forward
All of
to
them?
all of them.
I'd shout out
teams in
Dogs
Group B.
again.
I feel like Group B is
Yeah.
pretty cool, and yeah, shout out Dogs.
They took
All
a
right.
they took a series off of Echo. This is I mean, it's a little bit kind of standard Dr. J team thing where they look really good in some series and then they they only lost to Echo as well. Well, I guess they lost to two teams, so either way, it does happen. You know, these things happen, but they looked really, really good in some of those series. I think it's going to be, like somebody was saying earlier, the best Dr. J team we've had. So hopefully they do well.
Yeah.
But this is going to be the bracket that we have next weekend in Group B.
How about mandatory versus Sloth for a third match?
Yeah.
That is something.
The lore for what's happened there is that Sloth had a pretty low seed from the time trials, but I think that is a team that everybody is expecting to overperform their seeding based on history, right? Based on how they've done in previous MDIs. So that's going to be a banger series even on our first day, and it's only going to get better as the as the day goes on as well. There's a lot of really powerful teams making it into this group as well. We talked about Group A being a group of death, but Group B kind of looks like one too.
Perplexed and Mandatory are two. Yeah, I was gonna say Perplexed and Mandatory are two like historically Echo level teams where I think that this group, it's going to be very challenging to win for any of these teams.
Well, if I recall correctly, Mandatory, the only team to take down Echo in a cup finals in recent memory, what was it? We were saying Shadowlands Season 2, I think it was? Group C or something like that? Anyway, we'll go get the numbers. We'll do the math. We'll do the research. But as it stands right now, the Global Finals, no matter who comes out of that group next week, is going to be pretty amazing. But all things must come to an end. And that includes Group A, as we take a look one more time at the overall structure of the Mythic Dungeon International. Again, 4 teams getting through each group to the Global Finals. We already know that it is Echo, Last Hope, Dogs, and Legendary making it out of Group A. We'll see next week who makes it out of Group A. And then March 8th through 10th will be the Global Finals. And don't forget, the Great Push. Check it out at the bottom of your screen. The Great Push will commence in Season 4. So another format that we've loved to track over the last year or so will be back again. And it's going to be fun. But that does bring us to the end of things here. So I want final comments from our 3 analysts that remain here on the desk at the end of the day. Makes, we'll go to you first. What was your takeaway from this weekend? What thrilled you? What disappointed you? What made you excited about the future weeks of the MDI here?
Just everything. No, I really like the new format. I feel like the new format is so good in terms of what we are seeing in cups. The fact that in our very first cup of the MDI returning, we saw a team steal a series off of Echo. That's all you need to know. The level of the teams is insane. I think the dungeons have been fun, and if maybe we can get the no healer keys a little bit more under control, then we're in a good way, I think.
We'll go to you next, Ratnos.
Yeah, I mean, it's a sweet weekend. I think we saw a lot of... It was interesting as well, because a lot of times the teams landed on the same comps as each other, but dungeon to dungeon it was different. And actually there were a few dungeons that really stood out to me as strategy being just wide open. Ataldazar was a good example of this, where we just saw like 7 different comps, 8 different strategies in there. But there were several others as well, right? There are just a lot of dungeons where just whole ideas of how you want to do the dungeon. Do you want to go left or right in Waycrest Manor, right? Like these sorts of questions are, I think, in many ways still unanswered, because a lot of times there were really close runs, or there were runs where the team that won ended up being the team that executed their strat better, but we didn't actually get to see a one-to-one comparison of a clean run between some of these strats against each other. So I'm really excited for what our next weekend and what our finals look like as a result.
Yeah, same here. And finally, we come to Tettles. Closing thoughts here for the weekend.
I'm personally campaigning on the anti-healer platform. I think that as many 4 DPS dungeons as we can possibly muster, that's for the better. I really think that all these healers out there, we got to get out of here.
Wow. All right. Strong words. Strong words from Tettles, brave man. I hear his new address is... never mind. I forgot. I'll remember later. But
no doxing.
That takes us to the end of Mythic Dungeon International Group A here. It's been a great weekend. We saw some exciting stuff, and it's only just getting started. We got another group next week, just as stacked, just as powerful, just as fun. So definitely watch that. Until then, thank you to our production staff behind the scenes for putting everything together, all the fun graphics, all the fun transitions, including the spinning Tettles hat one, the cowboy hat. I don't know if I can call that up on command, but I'd like to see it one more time anyway. But there it is. All right. Yeah, see what great work work they do. I rest my case. Nothing more needs to be said. Thanks to the players for showing great games. Thanks to you at home for watching. And we'll see you next time on the Mythic Dungeon International. Until then, take care. Be good to each other. Play some WoW. Have a good one.